What's up, guys? There you go. The swine sound, yeah. I like the retro main menu screen. How's the audio? Hey, Danny. It's display speed. Let's say normal. Hey, Jiro. Messages skipped in skip mode. Autosave settings on all scenes. Protagonist's voice. Yeah, sure, we'll go with play. Music's a tad loud. Hey, Jade. Hey, it's fine. Everyone skipped out yesterday. Hey, Final Fighter. As per usual, with these more visual novel-esque games, we'll give it a couple minutes before we get started here. So everyone's here when the story begins. Hey, Hex. This was me during the Nyx fight. Yeah, it's a good, it's a nice opening jingle. It's relaxing. I have a feeling the game won't be relaxing. I'm pretty excited about this game, actually. It's made by, or like one of the lead directors for it is one of the guys who worked on some of the Metroid games that lead into a little bit more horror, like Metroid Fusion. So I'm excited to see what he'll do with a unique premise focused on horror primarily, and with a rated M game. Hey, 12 hours. I'm not usually scared by a lot of horror games. I usually can play most of them without flinching, but lots of reviews have been saying that this game is like terrifying, and that they haven't gotten a good night's sleep after. So I'm excited. I'm hoping it can get there. YouTube said you had 98 viewers. More like I had 9 viewers. But yeah, I don't think there's an English dub for this, so I will be reading all of the lines. So if you're just listening to the VOD, or even if you're listening while the stream is live, you won't miss out on the dialogue, because I'll just read it. As we do with pretty much every visual novel that I've played on this channel. I've played a surprising amount of them, actually. Visual novels and JRPGs tend to be the bread and butter games for this channel. Or Yu-Gi-Oh games, which are also basically JRPGs, if you think about it. Or visual novels, because it's the walls of text of every single card. The Cube High reading is why I follow this channel. Hey, thanks, Hunter. This game had a wild reveal campaign. I do remember that. The trailer from 3 years ago on this game? I don't think the trailer for this game was 3 years ago. I think you might be thinking of the other games in the Famicom Detective Club series. I don't think the reveal campaign was 3 years ago for this, unless I'm diluting things. I mean, the 2020s have been a long period of time. Alright. We've been here live. We've been live for 5 minutes. I think it's enough time for the YouTube notifications to go out. Let's get moving. Let's begin the investigation. Now, I wonder if the game is strictly visual novel, or if there's like a little bit of gameplay. All names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents in this game are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons, places, or events is purely coincidental.
日差しも暖かく、思わず伸びや深呼吸をしたくなってしまうような。
It was a nice day. The kind of day where you want to take a deep breath and savor the moment.
先生、
Until...
おはようございます。
Good morning, Mr. Itsugi. Probably butchering these names. Let's get into it.
僕は自分の仕事場である。
I'm ready for my workday at the Itsugi Detective Agency. That is the face of a man who is about to be broken mentally through the horrors of which he is about to face. It's also very unsettling that this is a visual novel that doesn't have, like, just 2D sprites. They're moving.
Yeah, ohayo.
Ah, good morning.
今朝はいい天気
Good
です
morning.
ね。
Nice weather, isn't
そう
it?
だ。
Maybe we
せ
should
っかく
tidy
な
up.
ので、
Open a
掃除で
window.
もしましょうか。
They should tidy up. I mean, the place looks pretty nice, if you ask me. Not a paper out of place. Tidy up what, bro? This game is pure visual novel. As a Famicom series, it's one of the first. Oh, so did the others have gameplay stuff? Oh no, subs, my weakness. This is actually English dub. The voice acting provided by me.
He
didn't object, so I went to open the window. That's when. Oh my god, are we getting right into it? No, like, 11 chapters of build-up like Steins Gate? We're just... The horrors begin before we even know who these people are? I mean, I guess this is technically a sequel, so, like, maybe we should know who these people are already? But... Then again, it's the first game in the series in, like, 25, 30 years or something like that, so... I feel like they'd have to have, like, a little bit of understanding of, like, yeah, hey, you know what? People probably forgot. Hey, Francisco. Yes, this is a horror novel. Despite the ironic title of The Smiling Man, there will soon be no characters smiling. Utsugi Detective Agency. Utsugi speaking. How can I help you? Hey, Minchino. Welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is that right? I understand. I'll be right there.
先生、何かあったんですか？
What's going on? Who was that? I always think it's really funny when sometimes like they don't bother to translate like some of the words for the localization. Like I could hear him say "sensei," but in the like this the text box, it's just what's going on. So it's always funny when you catch things like that instead of saying like "Mister."
That
was Kamada, requesting our services. I'm heading to the scene, and you're coming with me. It's funny, I want to give him, like, a slightly deeper voice, like, to separate it from my protagonist guy voice, but, like, he also just looks so cheerful. Gotta say, he's lacking in color coordination. I don't know what he's doing there. He's got a navy suit on, with a dark blue shirt and a purple tie. That's a miss from me. Inspector Kamada called us. Yes, sir. Prologue. A face. A face. A face. Scene of the crime.
僕たちが到着した現場は
Mitsurugi drove us to a drainage pump station in Kofuki City.
場だった
I do like how some of the things are animated instead of them just being like stagnant images or like faceless characters.
宇津木探偵事務所の方ですね。ご苦労様です。
You're from the Utsugi Detective Agency, right? Glad you could make it. I wonder how much blood there's gonna be. I mean, the rating says there's blood and violence for the game. So, a decent amount. I mean, they definitely Nintendo definitely advertised this game as like Nintendo horror. That's what they were like focusing. Like they were kind of letting the gloves come off. Like this isn't your baby's Nintendo game. This is a horror game. After 3 Life is Strange games and a couple of RPGs, it's nice to have a game that gets to the premise immediately. That's true. Definitely, like, the last few months on this channel have been games with a very slow build.
お疲れ様です
Of course.
何があったんですか
What's the situation?
ここで遺体が見
It's
つ
a
かったん
body,
だ。
I'm afraid.
今朝
Got an anonymous tip this
通報
morning.
があったんだよ。男子中学生
The
の
victim was
遺体だ
young.
ったんだ。
I'd say middle
子
school.
供が被害に
You
遭
never
う
get used to this kind of thing.
やりきるよ。
So, can you just keep saying, like, keep ask/listening? Maybe the main character is the killer? I don't think it's the main character. I'm gonna go out on a limb right now. My glowing prediction on who the murderer is not the player character. Victim.
着ていた制服から地元の
He's
中
wearing a
学生だ
school
と見ているん
uniform,
だが、
local
身
junior
元は
high.
現在紹介中
Beyond
だよ。
that, we don't have a confirmed ID yet. You can keep asking until characters repeat themselves. This game's 10 hours long, so it's not going to be like the Chaos Child days. Is that a challenge? Cause of death.
絞殺による窒息死だ。
The victim was strangled, so asphyxiation. Time of death.
夕べの9時頃だと考えられているんだ。
The gameplay changed, quote, improved from previous games. I haven't played the other games. Are the other games worth playing? Or also, how would we play the other games? Are they on the Famicom? Or, like, have they been ported in anticipation of this game's release? Should we play the whole series? I think they're worth playing. If you like this one, you should try them. We got 2 weeks before Persona 3 Reload The Answer comes out, so... Yeah, I don't know too much of the connection to the rest of the games, but... Actually, really, I'm going in completely blind, really. I don't really know anything about the franchise. I just thought the game looked, like, interesting because of, like 12 Hours said earlier, the viral marketing campaign. It did its job. I was very interested. I actually almost forgot about it until Jade reminded me about it, but... Ooh, they're only available digitally? That's a little disappointing. But... we might give it a shot. Might have to take a break in the middle of them for Persona 3 Reload, but that's okay. Anyway, our best guess right now for the time of death was around 9 o'clock last night. What are your observations?
気づいた。
Our observations so far. Let me think about that.
ついた。
What am I thinking?
先生はどこだ？
Where's Mr. Itsugi? We could use some help with this guy.
先生は向こうで警察
Mr.
に
Itsugi over there was talking to the police.
今は
Let's
僕だ
just
けで
listen to what
話して
people have to say for now.
とにかく
詳細がわかるには紐状のもので首を絞められたようだ。
I do kind of wish it was a little bit more clear on if a text box could be followed anymore. Like if it was highlighted a different color. I'll warn you now, the previous game's gameplay feel a little bit more archaic. This one's improved on it a lot. Ah. The victim could have been strangled with rope or a cord or some kind of
被
string.
害者について話せるのは
Sorry,
これ
but
くらい
that's
か
all
な。
the info I have about that. Oh, there was another observation.
紐状のもので
あのことって何なんですか？
What was that?
実は発見さ
Well,
れた時
it's not every day you find
被
a
害者は
body,
異
let
様な
alone
様
one
子だ
that
った
looks
んだ
like
よ。
this.
異様な要素。
I like that the game when it gave us a little chime. Dun, 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 dun. Like what?
最初に見た時は正
I
直
get
ゾッとしたよ。
chills just thinking about it.
あんな仏さんを見
Never
た
seen
のは
anything
初め
like
て
it
だから
before. So,
君もあの被害者を見たら
I don't think I can describe it. You might have to just see for yourself. Hey, what's up, Jesus? Can't get this game right now, but it looks good. Well, if you can't get the game, feel free to watch along with me, so you can enjoy it for yourself, without the cost. Real quick, I need the text to appear faster. I want it to be an even 5, you bastard. Don't tell the captain, but I almost fainted when I saw the body.
正直ゾッとしたよ。あの姿には。
The default speed feels slow. I feel like the default speed always feels kind of slow. In like most of these games.
異様な姿の
How
被
bad
害
could
者。
it be? Should probably see for myself. Hey, that bike's in good shape. I wonder if it's still rideable. It's labeled Sasaki. Maybe it belonged to someone named Sasaki. Wonder what's behind those trees. Illegally dumped garbage. A lot of trash here. Some of this stuff doesn't even seem like it's broken. Oh my god, can you like click on everything? What the way he opened his eyes, Jesus, how horrifying. That almost scared me. We're getting into the horror a little too fast. Huh? Something on my uniform? It's Kagami! Looks like they're collecting fingerprints. Guys, it's Kagami. He's even made it over to this game. Does anyone understand that reference? Is anyone based enough to get that? This officer's mood seems pretty dark. Hey, Final Fighter. I think Mr. Itsugi is talking to another detective right now. Alright, let's go see the victim. It's a Sounding Files reference, 12 hours. I shouldn't have said anything. Do you have the right kind of clearance for that?
さい。
I need to check with someone. Okay.
でもまあ
On the other hand,
君
I
なら
would
いいん
hate
じ
to
ゃないか
bug
な。
them.
今
You've
回
done this
初めてって
before,
わけで
right?
もないし。
いいんですか？
You letting me? Thanks. I appreciate your help.
今回はちょっと見るだけにしておいてくれ
You
よ。
know. Don't touch anything. Anything like that.
そこを離れなさい。
Hey, what are you doing? Huh?
野じ馬を止めもしないで。どうなってるの
Hot
この
detective
現場
lady.
は。
This is an active crime scene, officer. Your job is to keep those looky-loos out.
クゼ刑事。
No, you don't understand.
実はこの
Detective
少年は
Kuze? This guy's supposed to be here.
自分でご挨
I'll
拶して
explain. Hi, my
Book
name's...
待って、そっちで
Hold
話しま
that
しょう。
thought. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Okay.
で、誰なのあなた。
Alright. What'd you say your name was? Please enter your first name. Is there like a canon name for the protagonist? Or should I just use my name? Should I call myself Famicom? Does he have a name? None as far as I know. You are detective. Go full Ace Attorney. In honor of it being a visual novel. They call me D. Detective. Sam is the canon name. That's true. Nintendo. That's what the wiki says is his alias. Alright, we'll probably go with Sam over Nintendo. Yeah, we'll go with Sam. Or do we go with Cute Pie? Let's just go with Sam. That's fine. I don't think anyone's buying into the illusion that my name is Cute Pie. Sam isn't a very Japanese name. Hey, what's up, gamer? It is if I believe. His alias is the equivalent of Company Smith. Hey, what's up, Ivan? Long time no see, buddy. Are you okay with this? Well, I've had to deal with it my whole life, so... Please enter your last name. That's quite personal. Do I have a funny last name? D... Detective. Sam Detective. Oh, it fits perfectly. Let's go. I am Sam Detective. Let's go. Are you happy with this name? Yeah. I just met a detective just yesterday. Pretty common name, yeah.
僕、宇津木探偵事務所の
God damn, it's funny, but I'm gonna laugh every time he says his full name out loud. Hopefully he doesn't, like, announce himself too much. My name's Sam, Detective. I'm here with the Itsugi Detective Agency. No relation.
探偵？
Wait, you're a PI?
その探
hired
偵
you?
は一体何の用なの？
Well. Hey, Fletch. What's up, my friend? This must be Detective Kuze. Seems like she takes crime scene security pretty seriously. Hey, answer me. You can look around later, if you're supposed to be here. Oh, sorry, ma'am. So,
こっちが聞いてるの。
sounds like you're about to ask me a question, but you still haven't answered mine.
聞いてるの？
Hey, you're not getting out of this that easy. Answer the question. How do I answer?
刑事さん、ずいぶんピリピリしているけど。
Detective bloodline is growing strong. We're an ancient people. From long generations of detectives. This detective seems pretty tense.
僕が出しゃばってるんだ。
Get the sense she's not happy about us being called in. Oh, probably because she's been investigating this series of murders, and like she hasn't found the smiling man yet. So the police force is hiring outside detective help, and I'm guessing she is not thrilled about that.
この刑事さん。
She's so tense. I bet if I looked closely, I could see the stress on her face.
キョロキョロしてないで。
Look, if you want to investigate, you're gonna have to answer my questions. Ah. Wow.
クゼ君、ご苦労様。
What? You're finishing. Oh, you just finished the latest Archon quest? Nice. I think I'm like halfway through it. I just saw the big fight. Ah, Kuze. I see you've already met our friend here.
あ、鎌田警部。
Oh,
お邪魔しています。
Inspector Kamada. Good to see you. Dude has the jawline that goes crazy. Hey, Godot.
彼はわしが呼んだんじゃ。あ、
Don't mind a little outside help on this one, do you? Kamada's face looks suspicious. Maybe he's the killer. His face would fit perfectly in the paper bag. That's true. 10-year mewing streak. I was trying to make a joke similar to that, but how's the new nation so far? I'm liking it, yeah. It's fun. I already want it to be 5.1 though, so I can roll for the cat girl. It's fun, the green Pokemon is the best. This is Mr. Itsugi, a private detective. This is his assistant, Sam, detective. Oh, our Mr. Itsugi is so dead, and I'm going to have to live up to the Itsugi name, aren't I? But sir, Itsugi and I go way back, don't we? It's a shame we're reconnecting over such unpleasant business.
はじめまして。
It's a pleasure to meet you, Detective Kuze.
お仕事の
Sorry to
邪魔を
interrupt
して
your
申
good
し
work
訳あり
here.
ません。
どうも、
That-
クゼです。
That's okay. It's nice to meet you too.
失礼ですが、
You
ど
know,
こかでお
it's
目
a
にかかり
strange
ません
thing,
でしたか？
but I feel like we've met before.
いえ、
I don't
私
think
立
so.
探偵に知り合いは
I
おり
haven't
ま
worked
せ
with
ん。
any PIs before.
鎌田警部、
Oh,
私は
she
現場
looked
に
away
戻り
when
ま
she
す。
said that. That was a
失礼します。
lie. They must have gone to detective school together. In any case, I need to get back to the scene, Inspector Kamada. If you'd excuse me. Oh, she bolted out of there. Yeesh. So what's her deal?
驚いたじゃろ
She's surprisingly strict now. But don't take it personal.
クゼ君は優
Kuze is
秀
the
な
best
の
we've
じゃ
got.
が
She can be hard on the others,
真面目
herself
すぎる
too.
というか自他共に対して厳しいところがあっての申し訳ない
She didn't rub you the wrong way, kid. She could never mind.
いえ、僕なら
No,
大丈夫
sir.
です。
This is a tough situation. I get it.
神
Kami, you're late.
だと思ってるのよ
What's that?
いやまた始ま
Oh,
った
here we go again.
やつには特に厳し
She
い
can be real tough on him, especially on days like this.
やつには特に
See, this is one of the things I don't like about this menu so far. I feel like it's a little bit early to be critiquing already, but it's like, I don't like that you have to, like, just keep pressing A on the menu thing until the character repeats itself. Like, just put a check mark by the box, like Ace Attorney style, once the thing is, like, exhausted its options. Alright, what are our observations?
何のことでしょうか。
What do you mean when you said, here we go again? It's nice we gave this, chill before the murder deaths scene. Yeah. It's very odd that, like, we're all just kind of chatting outside of, like, beyond that fence there is a dead body. We're all just kind of relaxing. And joking and introducing each other.
あれじゃ
I meant what I said.
すみません先輩
Sorry I'm late, partner. The traffic was bad and I forgot my briefcase, so I had to go back and...
言い訳はいいの
Have you
ど
been
うせま
drinking?
た飲みすぎた
Ugh.
とかなんでしょ
He might be able to pull this with another partner, but not me.
勘弁してくだ
Come
さいよ
on, give me a
先
break.
輩
やれや
What a mess. Yeesh, she's really ripping into him. Let's call her over here.
今呼んだら僕まで怒られそう。
Yell at me if I bug her. Oh, never mind then.
いつものことなんじゃ
Eh, sorry about that, kid. Nothing to do with you. You just think everyone on the screen's the
な
killer,
んだかかわいそう
Francisco?
しかし今日のクゼ
Is
君
that
は
Kuze's fault?
厳しいの
She sure does seem off
不機
today.
嫌なんじゃ
Tread lightly.
先生とは事務所に
I can talk to Mr. Itsugi back at the office.
そういえば
Didn't the first officer I spoke to say that the
被害者
victim
の
looked
異
strange?
様だ鎌田警部は被害者
Inspector
の様子
Kamada
につい
would
て
know
知っ
about
て
the
いた
victim's condition.
被害者は
Uh,
発見された時に異様な様子
well,
だ
I
ったと
heard
聞
that
い
the
た
state
ので
of
す
this
が
victim is slightly disturbing.
あその
Dude, it
通
could
り
be
じゃ
me.
だから宇津木さんに来てもらった
You could say that. It's part of the reason I've called Mr. Itsugi. Huh?
どう
What
や
does that have to do with Mr. Itsugi?
どんな様子か気になるじゃろ
I'm sure you'd like to get your eyes on it.
見せて
I'd
や
like
り
to
たい
take you right over,
と
but
なんじゃ
I'm
仏
afraid
さ
that
んは
forensics is
つ
examining
い
the
さっ
body
き
right
移送
now.
されて
It's been
こ
transferred.
こにはもうないもっとも
And,
君が
well,
調べるの
I'm
は
not sure
久世
Detective
君が
Kuze
許
would
さん
allow
じ
you
ゃ
two
ろ
to
う
get a
な
look.
常識的に考
Good old
えれば
Kuze.
彼
Following
女
police
が
procedures
正しい
to a
わ
T.
の
確かにそう
Yeah.
ですよね
でもま
Look,
あこれくらい
here's what I
は構
can
わん
share
の
with
じ
you.
ゃろうこれが発見
This
された
is
時
how he
の
looked when we
仏さ
found
ん
him.
の姿なんじゃ
とりあえず我々は
Let's wrap this up for now. You good with that, Sam?
はい先生
Yeah. I mean, yes, sir, Mr. Itsugi.
こちらから声をかけとい
I'm
て
sorry you had to come all
君
this
や
way.
宇津木さんに申し訳ない
いいえ
It's quite
では
alright.
また後ほど
Let's be in touch. He's doing out with a smile. Do, 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 do. Look at this photograph. Every time I look at it, I get a big smile. Then they call me the smiling man. Oh my god, he's going to comfort that sad child. Aw, you look sad, but you don't have to cry anymore. After all, I can give you a smile that will last forever. I think Nintendo put the brakes on a bit here. In previous games, they'd let you examine the bodies. I couldn't read what that newspaper said. Anyone know what the newspaper said? Was it saying, like, another victim or something? Chapter 1. The Urban Legend. The Utsugi Detective Agency.
あの被害者の様子
Wasn't easy to look at the victim, was it? It never is. But, yeah.
被害者は
We got a few more details.
15歳の男子地元の
The
公立
victim's
中学
name
の
was
3年
Izuki
生
Sasaki. He was just 15, still in middle school.
佐々木
That's the name I saw on the
もしや
bicycle.
あの
死因は首を
As
絞
you
められ
heard,
たことによ
the
る
official
窒
cause
息
of death was asphyxiation by strangulation.
警察は
The police
他殺と見
suspect
ている
homicide. I mean, you know, I guess a reasonable suspicion.
被害者には目立った外傷などは
There
な
were
か
no
ったが
signs of a struggle, which points to a
顔見知り
surprise
の犯
attack
行か
from someone the
あ
victim
るい
knew.
は不意をつかれたかあくまで現時点での
That's just me
推測だが
speculating now.
しかし何より気になるのが死
In
亡
any
した
case,
彼のあ
what
の
I'm
姿
most concerned about at this point is that paper bag.
はい先生は
Right.
何か心
What
当
do you
た
think
りが
that means?
ああ
Imagine
実は
dying by suicide with a
彼
knife
が
in the
発見
back.
された時のあの
Yeah,
姿
and a little bit of strangulation from behind as well. The thing is, I've seen it before.
18年前に起きたある
Must
事
have
件
been
の被害者とそっくりなんだ
18 years ago now. We had a rash of cases like this one.
するとその当
Victims
時の
found
被
with
害者
paper
も
bags on their
あ
heads?
のか
ああそうだ
Exactly that.
今またあんな被害者の姿を見るとは思わなかったな
Murders from 18 years ago.
18年前
18 years ago,
連
the
続
Fuki
少女
City,
殺人事
we
件
had
が起きた
multiple victims, all young girls.
連続少女殺人事件
年齢はまちまちだが
Let's
3
see.
人の被害者は全て10
I
代の
believe we
女
had
の子
3 victims, all girls between the ages of 13 and 19.
いずれも素手によっ
And
て
the killer
殺害
used
された
bare hands,
つまり
manual
虐
strangulation.
殺だったということだね
So this is a copycat killer. I love when the visual novel has an incident from years ago that ties into the events of today.
しかもその全
When we
員が
found them, they all had
笑
paper
顔が
bags
描
over
か
their
れた紙
heads,
袋を
with
かぶった
smiling
姿で
faces drawn
発
on
見さ
them.
れたんだ少女たちは
That's
同
when we
じ
got a
年
critical
頃だと
hit.
いうだけで特につながりのよ
We
うな
couldn't
ものはな
establish
か
any
った
connection
んだ
between the victims. They were all just around the same age.
そして
Sorry to
その事
say,
件は
we
未解
never
決な
solved
ん
the
だ
case.
犯人はまだ
Their killer's
捕まっていない
still out
んだよ
じゃあ今回の事件は
So we could be looking at
同一人物による犯行の可
Could
能
be
性
the
は
same
否
person.
定できないと思うよ。
But the method of murder is different. This was a young boy, was it not? And also, they were strangled with a rope. So I don't believe so. Oh, man. This game makes me miss Somnium Files and Danganronpa. Yeah, it does. The goats. 3 teenage girls strangled to death by hand.
手で
What a
首を
nightmare.
絞められた。
What about
18
this
年前の
victim?
被害者たちは
All of
全
the
て10
victims
代の
18
女の
years
子だ
ago were teenage girls.
18年前の被害者たちはここまでの情報の中で
It's a lot to take
被
in, I
害者に
know.
ついて
But do you have
何
any
か
thoughts
思
on
う
the
と
case
ころ
so
はな
far?
いのかい？
18年前の被害者
Doesn't quite add
全
up.
員女の子。
3 female victims 18 years ago? And now a middle school
佐々
boy?
木英介君が
Of course, it's
男の
Sanki.
子。今回の被害者は
I target a boy this time. If it was the same person. Guys referring to the latest game from the creator of Danganronpa. 100 line. But I don't know, after Detective Raincoat, I wonder if they're washed.
18年前の事件の被害者は全て女の子だったんですよね。
It doesn't quite add up. Would a serial killer who targeted girls 18 years ago come back? It sounds interesting. Yeah, but was anyone interested in Detective Raincoat? I remember everyone, like when I was about to stream that game, everyone was like, yeah, I'm gonna play it on my own. And then after I finished the stream, I was like, so did anyone play it on their own? And everyone was like, no.
そう今回の被害者
Target a
は
boy,
佐々木
Sasaki.
英介という男の子だ。
After Somnium Files, I'm thinking this isn't a copycat murder. I could be wrong, though. I do not have enough evidence yet to speculate on who the killer is. We haven't even seen all the players, all the characters yet. I'm gonna hold out before I start making guesses. Oh, it's written by the Zero Escape guy. Interesting. Gotta say, the MC looks like the recycle model of a character from Raincoat. No, he's not playing enough. I meant to, but then you played it and it kind of sucked. Yeah. Why would they target a boy?
確かにそこはそう見
Yeah,
てんだ
I'm asking myself the same
もっとも
question.
当時の事件の
We
被
have
害
to
者
consider
が
the
女
possibility
の子ば
that
か
the
りだった
previous
理由
victims
は
all
不
being
明のま
female
ま
was
だ
a coincidence.
たまたま
We always look for a pattern, but we could be overthinking it.
今分かっているのはここまでだ
I wish we had a little more to work with. But isn't it also a disruption to the pattern? The fact that there's two differences to the pattern. They're just talking about the fact that it's a female versus male right now, but there are also two different methods of murder. While they're both strangulation, it's a definitive difference between going with 3 people barehanded, and now this person was strangled with like a rope of some kind.
Still, 長い時を隔てた2つの事件が
Can't shake the
ど
feeling
こ
that
か
there's
で
a
つなが
connection.
るのかもしれん重要なことは
I
ちゃん
trust you
と
in
手
keeping
帳
good
にメモ
notes.
したかな
You never know when a seemingly
使い方は
trivial
もちろ
detail
ん
will
分かっ
make
ている
all
ね
the difference. Any important information you gather will automatically be recorded in your notebook. To open and review your notes, move the cursor to Open Notebook. Press the A button.
メモを重視することは
Why don't you open up your notebook right now?
早速
Let me see
開
if
いて
you've
みて
got
はどうだい？
I'm an assistant detective. Sasaki, a student at Minami Daisan Junior High, the apparent victim of a murder. His body was found at a pump station in Kofuku City. I assume a pump station is like a gas station. Right? Suki's cause of death was asphyxiation due to strangulation. It appears he was choked with a rope-like object. His estimated time of death was 9 p.m. A paper bag with a smile drawn on it was found on the victim's head. The condition of Azuki's body was similar to the victims of serial murders of girls 18 years ago in Kofuku City. You like the notebook feature? That is nice. I always like notebook features in games. Water pump station? Maybe they're common in countryside places? I hope Nintendo continues the franchise, though Sakamoto hinted that this one will have a controversial ending. Sakamoto does like his controversial games, like Metroid Other M. Was there something else he said that I'm missing? Huh? Ah,
あゆみちゃんが来たみたいだ
that
ぞ。
must be Ayumi.
お疲れ様です。
Hey guys.
あゆみちゃん
Hey Ayumi.
何の話をしていた
Am
ん
I
ですか？
interrupting something? You both look so serious.
僕と先生は
Itsugi and I told Ayumi everything we knew.
それって
You're
ま
joking,
るで
right?
エミオの
That's an
話
urban
じゃない
legend.
ですか。
Haven't you heard of Emio? You know, the smiling man? Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? I feel like I've been pronouncing it wrong. Is it Emio? Like, Emio? Emio? Does anyone know how you're actually supposed to pronounce this? Emio? Also, yeah, that's the title of the game! We gotta witness the ending to know if it's as hype as it sounds. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Although, I mean, the viewership is kind of struggling so far. But that's okay. Square Enix would never.
エミオ
The Smiling Man?
あゆみちゃんエミオ
Tell me
って
about
何
the
なの
Smiling Man.
微笑みの笑みに男って書いてエミオ。
You might also hear him called
都市伝
Emio,
説の一
a
つ
name
な
that
の。
uses the characters for smile and man.
都市伝説
But it's an urban
どんな
legend.
都市伝説なの
笑顔が描かれた紙袋
Well,
をかぶ
the
った
story
男が
goes that a man wearing a
悲しい
paper
女の子
bag
の
with a
前に
smiley
現れる
face on it
っていう
appears
都市
in
伝
front of
説
a
よ。
crying girl.
笑
Paper
顔
bag
が
with a
描か
smiley
れた
face
紙
on it?
袋
Are you serious?
うん、
Of
そうなの。
course. Why? It was like weirdly zooming in on her.
エミオは笑顔が描かれた
So,
紙
like I
袋をかぶ
said,
って
the smiling man appears in front of a crying girl with a paper bag on his head. And he says, "You look sad, but you don't have to cry anymore. After all, I can give you a smile that will last forever. And they always find the victim afterward with a paper bag on her head, just like the smiling man. Wow. Anyway, that's the most common version of the story. It's like I saw a lot of notebook updated things, so. Emio, the Smiling Man, is a famous urban legend. Is this actually an urban legend, like in Japan, or is it just like a made-up urban legend for the game? Supposedly, the Smiling Man appears in front of crying girls with a paper bag on his head with a smiley face drawn on it. He tells the girls that they don't have to cry anymore because he'll give them a permanent smile. Then he kills them. The story goes that the Smiling Man leaves his victims where they were killed with the same type of paper bag on their head that he wears. The story of the Smiling Man is eerily reminiscent of the real series of murders that took place 18 years ago. I mean, it kind of makes sense that there's an urban legend about a serial killer. That seems to happen a lot, right? It's a creepypasta? Oh, good. Could there be a connection between the Smiling Man and this murder? Wait, why did it pan away from the girl when I said look? I wanted to observe the girl, and I immediately just looked away from her. Oh, like it doesn't want me to observe. Never mind. What are your observations? It sure does sound like the Smiling Man urban legend. You said that's the most common version of the story. What are some of the other versions? Well, some say that if you stop crying and smile at the Smiling Man, he'll walk away instead of killing you. But I've also heard that if you look directly at his face, he's definitely going to kill you. So, smile and he walks away. Look at his face and he kills you. Got it. It's always a crying girl, though. All versions agree on that part. Huh. So, the thing about urban legends... Oh, that was an awkward cut. Is that they're not all legends. Some of them hold a kernel of truth. For now, I'm treating this as valuable information. I'd say we have a lot of work to do. Let's split up and get to it. Odd cut there? Yeah, I thought that was weird too. Oh, but first, I'd like you to take these. Are those... cell phones? Cool. What? Please be in touch if there are any developments. Go on, take them. What year does this game take place in? Thanks. I'll keep this close by. Thank you. You'll excuse me. I'm gonna go follow up on something. I'd like both of you to work together and decide the best way to split up your research. Understood? Understood. See you later, sir. Okay, some of the smiles on people are definitely, like, intentionally Uncanny Valley, I'm pretty sure. Like, just look at how the protagonist looks right now. Utterly horrifying. That is not how a person looks.
さて、どう分担するのがいいかな？
How are we gonna split this up?
あゆみちゃん、どうやって
What do you
区分
think,
けしよう
Ayumi?
か？
How should we divide the work?
まず
Why
は
don't we
今
start
日
by
分か
reviewing
った
our
ことを
notes
整理
and
して
seeing if we
推理
can
するのがいい
deduce
んじゃ
it?
ないか。
そう
Good
だね。
idea. You love Ayumi's hairstyle? You mean the dead anime mom hairstyle?
今朝、遺体で発見された佐々木くんは、
So, we have a victim. Izuki Sasaki, discovered this morning. Based on what we know so far, I suspect suicide. Can we say this and she can just call us a dumbass? Based on what we know so far, I don't know anything. Let's see what she says.
その様子から
I
自
suspect
殺だと考
suicide.
えられている。
Really?
警察
I
は
thought he was
首を絞
strangled.
められたことによる他殺だと考え
Isn't
て
that
るん
what
で
the
しょ？
police said?
あ、そうだった。
Well, yes, of course. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
もう
Hey, pull yourself together. Right.
そして、佐々木くんが発見されたとき、
He was wearing a paper bag with a smile on.
紙袋を
He
かぶっ
was
ていた。
found.
彼のその姿は、
There's a certain similarity. I mean, these are the same thing, right? The real life case.
エミオ事件という
This
実
is
際
like
に
the
起き
real
た犯
life
罪の
case of
犠
the
牲者
Smiling Man.
よく
エミオは都市伝
You
説
mean the
よ。
urban legend? But there was a real case, right?
そうだったよね。
Yeah, of course.
そしてその都市伝説
But
は
what if the urban legend
18年
is
前に
based on the
降
actual
伏して起
murders
きた
that took place 18
連
years
続
ago?
少女殺人事エミオの都市伝
It's
説は
possible a horrible
18年前
incident
の
like
事件が
that could have
元とな
spawned
った
such a
ものだ
morbid story, right?
その都市伝説と
Still, we need
佐
to
々木英
establish some
介君
sort of
殺害
connection.
との関連性は
今回の被害者は
The victim was a
男
boy,
の子な
right?
のよ。
そうなんだよ。
That's right.
先生の話に
And
よ
all
れば
three victims in the older
18年前の
cases
事
were
件では
girls, according to
男
Mr.
の子の被
Itsugi.
害者はいなかったって。
Right, but that also kind of invalidates the fact that it might be related to the urban legend, because the urban legend also says all the victims were girls as well, correct?
でも、無
Yeah.
関係とは思えない
It
わ
doesn't
ね。
seem likely that was only a coincidence. It's probably relevant.
佐々木くんは
That poor
同じ
kid
ような紙
covered
袋
in
を
one
か
of
ぶ
those
せられて
horrible
いたん
paper
だもん。
bags. Yeah. The irony, of course, being that you would not suffocate with a paper bag, but if it was a smiley face drawn on a plastic bag, you could actually suffocate from that.
他に何か気になることはなか
Was
った
there anything
の？
else on your mind?
他に気にな
What am I
ること
missing?
はそういえば、今回の
I
事
should
件
met
の
that we
担
met.
当
I
刑事
should mention that we met the detective assigned to the case.
クゼっていう女性の刑事さんのことを
Her
先
name's.
生が知っているみたい
I
な。
like that it does not show her. On like our flashback memory for like we're talking about the detective assigned to the case, it just shows Itsugi. Her name's Kazue. Itsugi seemed to recognize her from somewhere. What?
先生は何とおっしゃってるの？
Has Mr. Itsugi worked with her before?
実は
I'm not sure. I didn't ask.
よくわからないんだ。
そうなのね。
Huh.
とりあえず
Well.
どうしましょうか。
Where do we go from here? I mean, we saw their ages in the notebook. He's 40 and she's 26. So I was gonna say originally my idea was that that they like went to school together, but that wouldn't have been true either. I don't really know where they could have known each other. Although, if she's supposedly one of the victims that maybe survived, or like actually survived and wasn't actually dead, maybe that's why she would look familiar. Because let's see. If the victims were all 13 through 19, he would have probably been a younger detective at the time when she was 13 through 19. That would have been 13 years ago for her. So she's 26 now. She would have been 13 years ago. Oh, but the murders were 18 years ago. Never mind. That damn math fucking up my theories all the time. She'd have been 12. And the game is very specific about all of the murders happening. 18 years ago. And to 13 to 19-year-olds. Yeah, I'm working my way through it, Jade. Hey, Disinferno. It seems like it does have a very fun premise. I love child murder. Anyway, where do we go from here? I wasn't at the scene of the crime. I don't really know what you've told me so far. Great question. I wish I had the answer. Well, maybe it's worth checking in with the police again. Forensics could have dug up something by now. Good idea. If it's alright with you, I think I'm trying to find out more about the victim. Poor little guy. That would be helpful. Thanks. What happens if I try to call Ayumi? I'm sitting right here. Did you really just try calling me? Yeah, sorry. I've never used a cell phone before. Neither have I. But this is so exciting. It'll be super convenient. I suppose we should be careful about only using them if necessary. I hear the battery doesn't last too long. Oh, that'll be a plot point. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Oh, you can just manually type in phone numbers. Are there any, like, fun, like, Easter egg phone numbers you guys can think of that we should test? $555. What is that? 1212. I feel like they're gonna use this manual number thing for a creepy twist down the line. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Oh, you can take, like, the menu away and do fun little, like, screenshots. Can you call Nintendo directly? I don't know what their phone number is. This is Itsugi. What's going on? Has there been a development? No, sorry about that. I'm just getting the hang of this cell phone. It's pretty convenient. Yeah. Well, keep in mind that you can only use it in places with a strong enough signal. Well then, talk later. Okay, so they're already kind of putting limits on the use of the phone, which means that's going to be a pivotal thing at some point. She's mentioned that the phone can die frequently, and he's mentioned that you can only use it in a place with a strong enough signal. And since, if we're assuming this is the 90s, cell phone service is not as, like, readily available, so signal's not as, like, strong and frequent. Interesting.
この電話あなたでしょう。
Hello? I know it's you. She looks so grumpy. Yeah, sorry.
もう
Uh,
今日はそう留守電のメッセージ。
もしかして警察署の
you know
場
where the
所
precinct is,
忘
right?
れちゃったの？
Do you need the address?
うん。
No, I've got it. That's an Easter egg, 007. One, two, three, four.
はい、サンボラです。
Is that? Could it be?
もしかして瞳？
Oh, hey, it's you again.
てめえはもしや
そう僕。
Yeah, it's me.
ハンチャックの探偵野郎だよな。
The detective guy with the hat sit fly. It's been a long time, but I'd never forget your voice. This must be a reference to the first game or something?
俺、
Good to hear from you.
働いてんだ。
I got work to do. Stop by soon.
顔出しな。てめえはガキっぽいから。
You still look like a little kid? Don't get pulled over on your way here. Uh,
先生戻ってきてくださいよ。
no, Mr. Itsugi, come back. We can't live without you. Kidding. What are
何
you
言って
talking
るの
about?
よ。
Alright, I'm out of here. To the police
じゃあ
station.
行ってくるよ。
See ya. I have to go talk to the hot detective lady.
私も出かけるわ。警察署でちゃんと話を
Why
聞い
don't
て
you
き
head
て
over
ね
to the。station and talk to them in person? That's
頑張
what I
り。
just said I was gonna do.
じゃあまた後でね。
鎌田警部はいるだろうか。
I wonder if Inspector Kamada is even here.
鎌田警部に会えるかな。あの不警さんに聞いてみよ
I'll
う
check
か
with that officer. The gap between games is 35 years. That is kind of crazy.
お
Excuse
忙しい
me.
ところすみません。
Sorry to bother you, but can you help me out?
こんにちは。
Hello, sir.
何
How
か
can I
ご用
help?
なの？
Do you know if
鎌
the
田警
inspector's
部はい
available?
らっしゃいますか。
You must mean
鎌田
Inspector
警部
Kamada,
ですか？
right?
は
Yeah.
い。実
Sorry
は
about
僕
that. Actually,
ちょっと待って。
where do I know you from?
あなた
Haven't we
ど
met
こかで
before?
会ったことあるわよね。
Why does everyone keep being like, I feel like I know you?
どこで会ったんだ
You're
っ
so
け？
familiar, but
どこで会ったんだ？
言われてみれば。
she seems to think she recognizes my face.
どこで会った？こんにちは。
Yeah, what are you looking at? Um,
素敵な不警さんだ。
she looks pretty sharp.
誰だっけ
How do we know each other?
誰だっけ。
どこで会ったんだ？
I'm soft locked.
今は
Mr. Itsugi, help me.
こんにちは。
誰だっけ。
こであこんにちは。
鎌田警部の姿は見当たる。誰だっけ？
Hello? You can look at the girl's chest for Soundium files like dialogue? Okay.
見覚え。見覚え。見覚え。
Does she look familiar? Like, am I actually soft locked here? Like, what's happening?
こんにちは。
I feel like I've done every option. Hello?
今はやめておこう。誰だっけ？
Look at her face. I already did, I thought.
あの時のも。
It's you.
ああ。
Okay, if this is some of the improved mechanics of the new game, we might have to not play the originals. Oh god. What did I look on it? What did I click on it first? I actually am like angry enough I want to look. Hang on. What did I at first click on when I searched her? Oh, I clicked on her collar. Seriously? And that wasn't enough?
はい、宇津木探偵事務所の。
I'm with the Itsugi Detective Agency, that's right.
と
Sorry, you looked familiar, but I don't remember your name. That's alright. I'm Sam, Detective.
ああ。
Oh,
そう
of
だった
course.
わね。
Great to see you.
お久しぶりです。
It's been a while.
こちらに転勤
Did
さ
you
れたんです
transfer
か？
to this precinct?
あ、それに。
I mean, I should have recognized you right away. I suppose it was the glasses that threw me off.
そうなの。
Oh, right. You
少し
usually
前
wear
にこっち
contacts.
に来たのよ。
And yeah, I transferred here a while back.
相変わらず素敵な父兄さんだな。
I remember her being a pretty sharp investigator. Oh, she's an other.
鎌田警部に会えるかな。
鎌田警部から誰か訪ねてく
Inspector
るかも
Kamada
しれ
did
ない
mention
と
someone might
聞
be
いてい
coming
た
by.
け
I suppose it's you.
ど、今担当
Let's
の
see if
刑
he's
事を
available.
呼びますね。
Oh, was that her and the like green and yellow poster down there? Who's going like this?
お待たせ。
Well, well. Is this a supposed PI? Who's this?
この人
Oh,
確か
it's the guy Kuze was yelling at this morning.
鎌田警部は打ち合わ
Just
せ
kidding,
中
buddy.
だ
But
からこの
Inspector
僕が
Kamada's
君の
busy
相手
right
を
now.
任されたって
So
わ
I've been assigned to help you out.
はじめまして。
The name is
上原大
Daisuke
輔っす。
Kamihara. The Daisuke Kamihara.
上原の
You
神
call
は
me
上
Dice if you
じゃな
want.
くて神が飼ってるとかの神ね。
I call you shithead.
こんにちは。
Okay,
Utsugi
well, I'm
Tantei
Sam.
Jimusho.
I'm with the Itsugi Detective Agency.
今
Let me use
朝の
my
事件の
brilliant
詳細
intuition
が
to
聞きたいん
deduce
だ
why
よ
you're
ね
here. Scoping out that murder, right?
はい。
That's right.
お忙しい中、
Normally we
恐
give your
縮な
team
の
a
です
little
が
more space, but the case is already so unusual.
オッケー
Don't
オッケ
even
ー
sweat it. I'm your
なんだ
guy.
って
Hit me
喋っちゃう
up.
から
I'll tell you
何でも
anything,
聞い
and
て
I
よ
mean anything.
あ
あの被害者なんだけど
I meant about the victim.
実はさ
Although, sure, I'll take personal questions too.
いきなり怖い。
Why is he like this?
上原刑事。
Sorry to jump in, but you're going to need to take this conversation somewhere else.
そうですよね。
We can follow procedure if you insist. Thank you so much. Right this way, boy detective. To the fabulous interrogation chamber.
大丈夫なの？
This guy for real?
で探偵くん？
Really, boy
そんな言い
detective?
方するのは
Well, maybe I can get something useful.
どうぞ。
Help yourself.
あ、どうも。ありがとうございます。
I could use some tea.
さっさ、冷めない
Enjoy
う
it,
ちに
bro.
どうぞどうぞ。
She never makes fresh tea
お
for
姉
me.
さんが入れてくれたんだからさ。
What's up with... Why does the cup not have, like, a little handle? Isn't tea hot? You're just supposed to, like, rip the cup without, like, a little handle? I thought teacups had, like, a little thing, and you went like this, and you drank it fancy. That's a bowl. That's like a little bowl she just handed me. Right. I would like the tea.
いただきます。
Cheers.
どう？うまい？
Not bad,
お
right?
姉さんが入れてく
You
れた
don't
お
get to
茶は
enjoy tea from a beautiful lady often.
あ
What is-
はい。
What does that mean?
いいなあ。僕も後でお願いしよ
Fresh
う
tea,
っ
and she
と。
didn't bring me a cup. I'll ask for one in a little bit, I guess.
断られるような気が
I'm
する。
guessing he's gonna get a no.
楽しみだな。
Can't wait.
上原刑事から話を
You
聞
should
く。
keep listening to the detective.
事
So,
件に
about
つ
the
いての詳
case.
しいお話を聞かせても。
そりゃそうだ。
Yeah, not like you came here for tea, right? Huh?
ね
Am I right?
さて、何
Fine.
から
Where do you want to start? Let's talk about the victim.
被害者の名前や年
We already
齢
have
は
a few
もう
details,
知っ
right?
てるかな？
Victim's name and age?
はい。
That's
被
right.
害者は地元の公立
His name's
中学
Sasaki.
3年生の
He was only
佐々木
15 years
英介。
old.
年齢は15
The
歳。
game really wants us to make sure we understand that he's only 15 years old. And his name.
今朝、現場の方に
I
行き
visited
ま
the
した。
scene this morning.
お、
Yeah, I
素
saw
晴
you
ら
there.
しい情報収集の。
そうです。
And I saw you there getting verbally spanked by Detective Kuze in front of everyone.
佐々木英介は
Ah,
ど
so
う
the
も
kid
夜
apparently
遅
rode
く
his
に
bike
自転車
there.
で現
You
場まで
recovered
移
it
動
at
し
the
たみたい
site.
なんだよ。
That's right.
現場近く
I
に
saw a
捨て
bike
ら
with
れ
the
て
name
た。
Sasaki on it.
そう。
Yeah, it was mixed in with all that
ゴミが混ざっ
garbage.
てた自転車
Such
が
a shame. It was a pretty nice bike.
気づいてたんだね。
Look at you
さ
noticing
すが
things. Real detective shit. Well,
刑事の
I
俺よ
mean,
り
you're
優
still not
秀じ
a
ゃん。
real detective. That would be
さすがに
me.
それはないのか。
Right. What about the time of death?
昨日の午後9
They're
時
telling us it
頃
was around 9 last night.
あのポンプ場付近
That
は
time, it would have been
街
pitch
灯
black
少な
out
いか
there.
ら夜に
No
なると
streetlights at all.
真っ暗になるんだ。
Great murder spot, obviously.
一体なぜ被害者
I
が
don't know why
場
the
所を
kid
訪
would
れ
have been
た
out there
の
at
か
that
は
time, of
まだ
course.
捜査中で分かってないんだけど。遺体発見現場は
Follow the
国道
body
沿
at
い
the
にある
pumping
ポン
station.
プ場のすぐ
Deserted
脇だよ。
location, you know? You
昼
know.
間
You
で
were there.
もあんまり人が来なさ今日の明け方
I think it
現
was
場
one
を
of
た
those
またま通り
early
かかっ
morning
た人が
joggers
通
that
報
found
してく
it.
れたんだ。
Joggers are always finding bodies.
被
General
害者があんな
observations.
時間にあんな場所へ
We
行っ
still
た
have
理
no
由
idea
はま
what
だ
the
不
kid was
明
doing
だ
out there at
け
that time of
ど
night.
現場横の国道を
We haven't ruled
車
out
で
that
通りかかっ
someone
た
maybe-
人が何かを見かけ
someone driving
た
by
と
may
い
have
う
seen
可能
something.
性は
It's right
な
next
き
to
に
the
しも
road.
あらずかな。でもさ
I mean, it's crazy, right?
普通そんな時間
Would I have
そんな
gone
場
out
所
there
に
as a middle
しかも
schooler?
男子
At
中
that
学生が
hour?
行くとは思えない
Probably
ね。なんであんなところへ行ったん
The
だ
whole
ろ
thing's depressing.
う。何をしにあそこへ行っ
What
た
could
んだ
that kid have been doing?
何をしにあそ被害者の佐々木英介は
As you know,
発
the
見さ
victim
れ
had
た
a
時
paper bag over his head
頭
when we
に
found
紙
him.
袋をか
笑顔が
Not just
描かれ
any
た
paper
紙
bag, right?
袋。
It had a smiley face on it, as a reference to the Emoji movie.
そう
Yeah, it was creepy as
奇妙な
hell,
状況だよ
man.
ね しかもその
The
紙
bag was
袋
all dank
どうやら
and
結
old
構
too.
古いものみたい
I'd
ですね
die. Not literally, of course, because the child died, but thank you for making light of it, Kamihara.
古い
What do you mean by dank and old?
科捜研で詳しく調べ
Forensics
て
is
ると
taking
こ
a
ろ
look now. I don't
鑑
know.
定結果
It
が
just
出る
looks
までは
gross
ち
to
ょ
me,
っ
but
と
we'll
時
see
間
what they
がかかり
find.
そうかな。ちなみに今回の被害者
Hey,
が
did you
発
hear there
見
were
され
some
た状
murders
況っ
like
て
this a while
過
back?
去に起きた？
18年前の
I did. You're talking about the young girls who were killed
連
18 years ago?
その通
Yeesh.
り
It's like you already know everything.
なんでも
That's
知っ
our
てるんだ
boy
ね
detective.
探偵
今回も
This guy keeps pushing
呼ばれ
that.
るのかまあいいか
その事
It
件
is
でも
suspicious that he
遺体の
identifies
頭
it
に
as
笑顔
old,
が描かれ
as
た
if
紙袋
the
が
man
か
had
ぶせ
been
られてい
keeping
たっ
those
て話
in a
もある
basement for
し
18 years. So I guess you already knew that those victims had paper bags with smiley faces too, Mr. Smarty Pants?
だからそっち関係も含めて
Anyway,
多
that's
方面か
obviously
ら
going to
捜査して
figure
いく
into
こ
the
とになりそうだ
investigation.
よ。
複雑な事件ですよ
Right, well, it's a complicated case.
18年前の事件
So
の
riddle
被
me
害者は
this,
全
detective
員
boy.
女の子だ。
All those victims were girls,
だから
and
連
serial
続
killers
少女殺人事
love their
件なわけ
patterns.
だ。でも今
But
回
our
の事件
victim
の被害
is a
者は
boy.
男子中ね
Strange,
Take it.
isn't it?
はい
Yeah.
18年前の
Guess
事
he
件の被
became
害者たちと
woke
今
these
回の
last
事件の
20
被害者
years.
にはもう一つ大きな
There's
相
another
違
major
があるんだ
difference
けど
between those victims and ours that I bet you haven't thought of. Oh, but I have, Kamihara, because you're about to say that they were strangled with bare hands and this boy was strangled with a rope. Keep up, asshole. We discovered this over an hour ago.
なんだかわかる
Care to hazard a guess?
それは
Well... Ooh, strangled differently.
殺害方法が違う
さて
Survey says...
大正
You're
解
right!
お見
Huh,
事
maybe you are a full-grown detective
そ
after
の
all.
通りだよ探偵くん
He just didn't want the sexism allegations yet. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, we've got the Danganronpa style flashbacks.
18年前は素手による殺人そして
Let's flash back to the conversation that happened like 15 minutes ago. Thank you so much. The previous victims were killed barehanded, but Sasaki was strangled with a rope.
首を絞められ
Ding
て
ding
殺害
ding!
さ
There
れ
was
た
no
って
murder
のは
weapon 18
同じだ
years
けど
ago. That's a pretty
凶
big
器の
difference
部
if you
分に
ask
違い
me.
があるんだよね
Let's talk about the murder cases.
18年前
Gonna
か
talk about 18 years ago, huh?
探偵くんは当
Were
時
you
の
even alive at that time?
あいえ
I mean,
僕が1歳
technically,
ぐらいの
I was 1 year old.
そうかそっか
I knew you were a
やっぱ
baby.
見た目
And
通
here
り
you are, a
若いんだね
full-fledgling private
これで
investigator.
僕も探偵に
Yeah,
な
I
れ
should
ば
have
よ
been
か
a
った
PI.
ね
Must be
なんかこう
cool to not
か
have
っ
to
こ
play by
いい
the
よね
rules.
おっかない
Certain someone would be breathing down my neck all the time.
あそうだ
Yeah, I'm
探偵
serious.
くんのとこ
You
ろ
think
で
your
雇
boss
って
would take
もらえ
me
ないか
on?
ね 18年前の事件も
Well,
含
we're
め
obviously going to be
多方
taking
面から
everything
捜
into
査していくこ
account,
とになり
including
そう
those
だよ
murders from 18 years ago.
18年前の事件も
上原
Do
刑
you
事は
remember anything about that
当時
case
の
from
事
18
件
years
の
ago?
何か覚
僕は当時
Yep.
小学生
I
だ
was
った
in
んだけ
elementary
ど
school and it was
よ
all
く
over the
覚えてる
news.
よ
The
被
victims
害
were
者
much
は
older
み
than
んな
me.
未成年僕らが
I wasn't worried about it,
い
but school and
や
everyone's
保護
parents
者
sure
が
were.
大騒ぎして集団
Just
登
walked
校
to school in
集団
groups.
下校
The whole
近所の
neighborhood
大人た
watched
ち
it
も付き
going.
添ったりその様子
It's
は
like we were in a
さな
parade.
がら大名行
Ridiculous.
列
Really?
あイメージねイメージ
No, not really.
僕
It's
も
called a
教科
metaphor.
書で
Trying to
し
keep
か
up.
知らないし大名行
Anyway,
工事はみんな
every
で
day we'd
帰り
gather in
た
the
く
gym
集
to
まっ
make
て
sure we
ちゃん
were
と
all
チェッ
there.
クするんだけどたまーに
Sometimes
足りない
one
時
kid
が
would
あっ
be
て
missing. And boy, did that
そんな
cause
時は
panic.
そりゃそうなりますよね
Sure.
もちろん僕
Yeah,
は
sometimes it was me.
カビ
I could hear them all
原
yelling
君
out for me and
って言われ
scrambling
て
everywhere looking.
超探し
That sounds super annoying.
学校まで
Of
子
course,
供を
some
迎えに
parents
来
would
る
just
保
pick
護者
their
もい
kids
た
out
し
from school to avoid it all.
今改めて
I
思
think
うと
back,
す
yes,
ご
I was
く
pretty
守られて
sheltered.
たな
Sorry to all the
あの時は
teachers I
す
annoyed.
みませんでした先生がとまあ
Anyway,
そん
since
な
the kids
こんな
were
で
safely
子供は
inside
日
before
が暮れる
sundown,
前に犯人も
guess
商
we
売
didn't give the
上が
killer
って
anyone
て
to
ね
kill.
あ商売は変
Maybe I should workshop that joke. Yeah,
ただね
you know,
当時の被害者たちが
I
奇
don't
妙な
remember the
袋を
whole
かぶせ
paper
られ
bag
た状
part of
態
the
で見つ
story.
かった
そうなんですか。
うーん
I mean, it's been
18
18 years. I guess I just forgot.
僕が忘れてるだけいやでもさすが
It's pretty
にそんな
shocking.
ショッキングな
How
こと
could I forget
忘れ
that?
るわけない
Hmm.
紙袋のことは
Bags?
覚えてないな
I feel like I'd remember that.
紙袋の
Going to have another
美味しいお茶だな。
sip of tea. Oh, never mind.
18年前に小
If
学
he was
生
in elementary school 18 years ago, how old is he? Let's open our notebook. Oh, doesn't say. Weird that it doesn't say for him. Like, that's very specific that we don't know his age. But without asking, we know... without asking, we know Junko Kuze's age. Her name's Junko? That's funny. But we didn't ask for her age, and we know it. I wonder how old he is.
紙袋のことは
会議室のような。
Pretty big in here for an interrogation.
何々
Hey, I'm right here, bro.
紙袋
20代半ば
It looks like an experienced detective. Maybe a bit young, but still.
変わった刑事
He's
さ
a
ん
real oddball.
神原
He's
刑
heard
事
of the smiling man
エミ
urban
を知
legend.
っていそうな年
I'd say
齢
he's old enough to have heard it.
神原刑事は
Are you familiar with the
エミオと
urban
いう
legend
都市
known
伝
as the
説をご
smiling
存
man?
知ですか？
エミオ
You say the smiling man?
はい。
I
微
did.
笑みの笑みに
You know,
男
like
と書いてエ
Man
ミオ
who's
なんです
smiling.
が。
They call him Emio sometimes.
うーん
I don't
知らない
know.
な
What's the story
ど
behind
ん
it?
な都市伝説なの
僕は
I
神原
explained
刑
the
事
whole thing to the
あゆみちゃん
detective,
から聞いた
just the
エ
way
ミオ
Ayumi
の都市
explained
伝
it
説
to
を
me.
説明。
Whoa!
今回の
I see what you mean about the similarities between that story and this case.
近い内容だ
Is there any connection?
何か
No, totally unrelated. Pure coincidence that they even coexist at all. Hang on one second. Grabbed a big new.
ただの偶然にしてはできすぎているような
It couldn't be just a coincidence, could it? Nope. Big coincidence, actually.
僕
It sounds like I was deducing something awesome just then. Yeah, I did, right?
はい。
Maybe? I guess.
そう
I
でしょ
totally
そうで
did.
しょ
Anyway, joking aside,
Ah,
it's definitely something to think about.
気になる話だね。メモ情報提供ありが
So,
とうね。
thanks for sharing.
メモ
I'll file that away.
メモ都市伝説エミオは
Yeah, the
今回
Smiling
の事件
Man
と
Legends is pretty
18
similar
年
to
前の
this
事件
case.
によく
And to the murders from 18 years ago.
都市伝説
Urban legends, man.
ここで電話を使う。俺、
He's dead
最後
silent.
黙り込んじゃったぞ。
What's up with that?
表情が
It's a pretty grim face he's making right now.
会議室のような広い部屋だ。
He's staring at me like that. So intensely.
きっと何かに気
He
づい
might
た
have
の
an
か。
observation to
刑事
share.
の顔
Maybe he's more of a detective than I've given him credit for.
実はさ
You know, now that I think about it,
僕
there's
と
one
て
other
も
thing
重
we
要な
haven't
ことに気
considered.
づいてしまった
はい。
Go on.
探偵君
Let's just... The officer who was just here?
仲良しなんだね
Seemed like she kind of liked you, didn't it?
いいな
Ah, I'm jealous.
え
ほん
She's
本当
hot,
に素
right?
敵だよね
A woman that hot
彼女
and
の
she wears a
存在
police
って
uniform?
ある種
Now
の都
that's
市
a
伝説だよ
legend.
ね
Oh, boy.
彼女がここに
So
転
glad
勤
she
してくれて
transferred to
よ
this
かっ
division.
た運命の出会いって感
destiny.
じだよね
Yeah, wow.
さす
That's
が
why they call me
若
Dice. I
ほん
sure am a
とついて
lucky
る
bastard, I
マ
tell
ジ
you.
で神がかってるよな
神
That's the thumbnail right there. Yeah. お
先輩
Hi there,
お疲れ
ma'am.
様です
Didn't see you there.
お疲れ様ですじゃないでし
Ma'am?
ょ
What's that supposed to mean?
あんた何くだらな
What are
い
you
こと
two
くっつべって
blathering
んの
about? Do your
真面目
job.
に仕
We've got
事
a
しな
murder to
さい
solve.
仕事を
違うんです
It's not what you think.
この子が
I mean, maybe it
うちの
is.
さんが素敵だななんていう
This guy won't shut up about how hot our coworker is.
若いっていいなみたい
Ooh,
な
the uniform is the piece of de resistance. What?
そんじゃあ自分は
Anyway,
失礼します
I'll get back to work. Toodles.
あとよろし
Have
く
fun, buddy.
出て行ってしまった。
Just leaving? Like that?
たく
Sorry about that.
今朝はごめんなさい
Anyway, sorry about this morning as well.
え
Oh, okay.
あまだ名乗ってなか
I
った
guess
わ
I haven't even really introduced myself.
ね捜査一課の久世純子です
I'm Detective Kuze. Junko Kuze. Investigation Division 1. Nice to meet you. Where's the Danganronpa style, like, hard cut to her character sprite when she introduces herself? Isn't she supposed to, it's supposed to be all like, boom, detective. Her name's supposed to fly across the screen?
宇津木探偵事務所の者です。今朝はお邪魔をしてすみませんでした。
Oh, I'm from the Itsugi Detective Agency. Sorry to bother you.
あなたのことうちが呼ん
It's
だっ
my
て知ら
fault.
なかったから
I didn't realize the inspector
申し
had
訳な
called
か
you
った
guys in.
いえ、そ
It's
ん
no
な。
problem.
ただし
That's that.
私の仕事の邪魔だけ
Don't
は
get
し
in
な
my
いでちょ
way,
うだい
understand?
はい
Right, of course.
申し訳なかった
She said she was sorry, but it didn't sound like she meant it.
申し訳なかったと気まずい
This is awkward.
So,
ごめんなさい。仕
sorry,
事があ
I
る
have
から
work
失
to
礼
do.
するわ。
Excuse me.
行ってしまった
And she's gone.
部屋には僕しか聞く相手がいないここで電話をつ上原刑事
We're
も
both gone.
くぜ
It's just me in here now.
そうだ
I should ask if Inspector Kamada is still busy. What's this?
お願いします。
Hey, just one cup, okay?
お茶なら自分で入れてくだ
Why
さ
don't
い
you。brew it yourself?
そんな。
上原刑事
Detective Kamihara. Wonder if I can like Photoshop that together with the one girl. I just really want you to brew it for me.
熱々のお茶。
This is like a very obscure form of sexual harassment, isn't it? Is this like a thing in Japan? Where if a girl brews you tea, she's into you?
本当に言うんだ
I can't believe he's begging like that.
そうすれば、これ
It's
か
for
ら
the
の
good of the
捜査も
investigation.
全力で
Trust me.
頑張れそうなのにな。
A little.
うわ、探偵く
Hey, boy detective.
ん。
Are you leaving already?
もう帰るの。
Okay, bye, I guess.
またね。
やっぱり断られてた
Took that one on the nose. Shrug it off, Dice. I should make moves on the
見てたのね。今の。
police officer lady. Be like, man, he's real annoying, huh? You don't trust them? They're too honest about that guy sucking? That's true. They're a little upfront about him being like the useless detective partner. You saw that? Yeah,
ちょっ
but
とお聞きしたいこ
I have
と
some
が
unrelated questions.
じゃあ、向こうで
Alright.
話しましょう。
Let's find somewhere to talk.
私も戻らなきゃいけないから。
We can go back to the interrogation room I was just in.
上原刑事から
Oh.
ちゃんと話は聞けた？
Or we can go into the middle of the hallway. Were you able to get some info from Detective Kamihara?
はい一応
Yeah, more or less. Hmm.
鎌田警部は
About Kamada.
すみません鎌田警部は
Oh, I mixed up Kamihara and Kamada's names. I was wondering if Inspector Kamada is available.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry,
打ち合
I'm
わせ
told
が
his
長引い
meeting's
ちゃって
running
るみたい
long.
なの。
あそうですか
I see.
また明日にでも出
Maybe I should come back tomorrow.
いろんな刑事を見てきたけど、
Uh,
あの人は
what about
特別ね
Kamihara? I've worked with a lot of detectives, but that one, well, he's something special.
あなたは
You
あ
might not
あ
want
い
to
う
follow
大
in
人
his
になっちゃダ
footsteps
メ
if you
よ。
catch my drift. Noted.
あなた
You've
少
grown
し
up,
大
haven't
人
you?
っぽくなったわ。
Heart emoji.
背も伸びたん
Have
じゃ
you
ない
gotten
かしら。
taller too?
背も伸びたんじゃ。
So player character has a big crush on this girl.
いつ見ても
She's lovely as ever.
言っとくけど、本物よ。
Yeah, my chest is real. And this isn't the first time I've caught you looking, is it?
こう
Oh, she got me.
前にも思った
She
よ
is gorgeous.
電
Hey, I
話
think
が
your
鳴ってる
phone's
みたい
ringing.
だけど、
ははい
Oh,
ちょ
sorry.
っと
One
すみ
sec.
ませんもしもし
Hello.
ねえ、調査の進展は
How's the investigation coming along?
ゴージャ
It's
ス
Hot. So hot. Hot?
どういう意味？
What do you need?
なんでもないよ。
Nothing. Sorry. I'm just about to leave.
分かった。
Okay.
じゃあ
See you at the
事務所で
office.
待ってるね。
That was close. But she's right there. She definitely heard what I just said.
また明日にでも出な。いつもいてよ。
We just keep doing that.
びっくりしたけど。
No.
背も伸び。どうしたの？
Okay,
それ
goodbye.
では僕
You'll
はこれで
excuse
失
me.
礼し
I
ます
should head out.
鎌田
Give
警部
Inspector Kamada my thanks for his help.
気をつけて帰るのよ。
Sounds good. Safe travels.
ただいま戻りました。
I'm
Okay.
back. Ah. Welcome back.
おかえりなさい。
Welcome back.
君、今日の調査は
How'd it
ど
go
うだった？
today?
僕は警察署に話を
Well,
聞き
I
に
went
行
to
っ
the
てきました
precinct to see what I could find out.
鎌田警部は会
But
議中だった
Inspector
ので
Kamada was in a meeting all
上
day.
原という
So
刑事さん
I
が
spoke
話
with
してくれ
Detective
ました
Kamihara instead.
そうか。お疲れ
Is
様。
that so? Well, thanks for tracking someone down.
あゆみちゃん、君は？
Ayumi, what about you?
私は佐々木
Is it like a big
君
thing
の
in
お家に
Japan
話を聞いてき
to
ま
like
した
have a nice big like potted plant in your office space? Because like in Ace Attorney, they have that like same exact plant in the background there. So that's funny. You keep hearing this is Nintendo's darkest story so far. Well, I mean, it is about children who have been strangled. So I feel like it's inherently like darker than most of Nintendo's stories. Even if it's not graphically darker. Child murder is high up on the list of things that make people uncomfortable. I went to see the victim's family.
佐々木家は
The
ご
Sasaki
く普通
family
の
was
家
very
庭環
nice and
境だと
welcoming.
感じられました
Felt like it was a good family
家
home,
族仲すごく辛い
considering
さ
their
なかな
terrible
のに
loss.
真
They were
実
so
を知り
generous
たい
with
か
their
らとい
help.
って
They really
ご
want
家
to know
族
what
には
happened.
協力してもらう佐々木くんやご家族
Just
に
senseless,
トラブ
you
ル
know.
などはなかったようです
Suki wasn't in any sort of trouble.
ただ
He was just a regular kid. It's just...
ただ。
just what?
夕べ遅くに帰ってきた佐々木くんは
His
そ
family
の
said
ま
when he
ま部
came
屋に
home
閉じ
that
こもっ
night,
て
he
出
locked
てこな
himself
か
in
っ
his
たよう
room.
です今までそんな
He
こと
said
な
he'd
かった
never
み
done
たい
anything
で
like that before.
ご家族も戸
They
惑っ
weren't
てい
sure
た
what
そ
it
う
was
で
all
す
about.
呼びかけても
He
返事
wasn't
がないので
responding.
様子
So
を
they were
見よう
about
と
to
し
try
た
unlocking
よう
the
なんです
door,
が
but
8時頃お母
at
さん
around
が
8, his
玄
mother
関
heard
付
a
近で
noise at the
物
front
音に
door.
気づき見てみると
She went to check and
受話器を持った学
it
校の
was
制
Suzuki,
服を着たままの佐
still
々
wearing
木
his
くん
school
がいたそうなん
uniform,
です
holding a telephone receiver.
すると佐々木くんは
So he hadn't been in his room after all.
驚いたような顔で受話器を置くと
He
ま
dropped
た
the phone in
自室に閉
surprise
じ
when
こ
he
もってし
noticed
まった
her.
ということなん
Then
で
he
す
locked himself in his room for real.
佐
I
々
wonder
木
who he
君
was
は
talking
誰
to.
かと
様子を見る限
Great
り
question.
そうみたいで
His
す
family didn't know.
間もなくして佐
Anyhow,
々木くんは出かけ
seems
た
as
み
if
た
he
い
snuck
ね
out again after that,
ご
without
家
his
族は
family
気が
noticing.
つかな今日分かったことは
That's
こ
all
こ
I
ま
have
でで
for
す
now. I'll
引き
keep
続
digging.
き
佐々木くんの身に
What world happened to this poor kid?
僕は18年前の事件の報じられ方を確認
You
して
know,
きたんだ。
I've been digging into the cold case from
ちょっと
18
気にな
years
ることが
ago,
あって
a
ね。
bit more, and I'm concerned.
実は当時、
You see, the
例の
police
紙
never made
袋
all
の
these
ことを
details public.
警察
In
は公
particular,
開してい
the
なかっ
use
たん
of
だ。
paper bags. Ah, so that's why the detective Kamihara didn't know about that.
なるほどだから公開しなかった理由は
Do you
何
know
だ
why
った
they
んでしょ
withheld that information?
うん。
I have an
心当たり
idea.
はあるには
It'd
あ
be
る
better
が
to speak to Kamada
So then you
himself
think they were-
about it.
うわかりました
I understand.
当時
Regardless of the
警察が事
reason
件の
why,
詳細を
if the
公開
police
しな
didn't
かった
release
の
those
なら
details
ば
at the time,
連続少女
then it
殺人
seems
事
a bit
件
of a
が
stretch to
都
assume
市
that
伝
the
説
case is connected to
エ
the
ミオの
Smiling
モデ
Man
ルだ
urban
と
legend.
単純に結びつけるのには少々無理がありそうだね。
Yeah, it's more likely that it's just the same dude then, if they didn't release that detail. At least to me.
でも佐々木くんの事件とエミオはどこかで
But
結
the
びつくと
legend
考えるの
almost
は
has to be
自然
connected
です
to
よ
the
ね。
current case, doesn't it? In some way?
その通りだ。
Well,
今
I
回
do
の事
think I
件
need
を
to
解く
fully
鍵
understand
は
the urban
こ
legend
の
if I'm
都市
going to
伝
solve
説に
this
あると
case.
僕は
You specifically?
あ
Well,
あ
yes.
エミオのことは僕
I'm
に任せて
fascinated
く
by the
れ。
case of the Smiling
実
Man.
に興味深
They
い
want to
話
take
だ
a
から
deeper
ね。
dive into it.
さあ二人とも
Now then,
今日分かったこと
I'd
を
like
も
to
と
have the
に
two of you
君
review
たちの
what you
推理を
learned
聞
from
かせて
today's
くれないか。
research.
わかりました。
You got it. Shall
始
we?
めましょう。
Didn't really review, or I didn't really learn all that much, I feel.
So 遺体で見つかった佐々木くんの頭
So
に
we have
は
a victim, Saisaki, who was found with a paper bag in his head with a smiley face on it. Oh, are we getting, like, this often are we going to recap what everything was? They really want to make sure that you kind of, like, can figure it out, I think.
これと同様の事件は過去
A
に
series of similar crimes took place. Pop quiz! Have you been paying attention to the dialogue?
18年前だ。
18 years ago.
そうね。
Yes, that's right.
その通りだ。
Precisely.
18年前の事件は
The case from 18 years ago involved 3 murders.
そして被害者には共通していることがあった。
All of them were teenage girls.
10代の女の子だった。
ひどい事件よね。
So terrible to think about.
18年前の
So
事
the
件
killer from 18 years ago was
今
never
も捕
caught,
まっていない。それと
and the information about the paper bags was never made
当時からい
public.
るとなると
So only a
その
handful of
事
people
実を
know
知ってい
about
る
it.
可能性がある犯人。
The killer,
被害者遺
the
族
families of the
当時
victims,
捜査に
the
当たった
police
警
who were
察
investigating,
遺
and
体を
whoever
発見
found
し
the
て
bodies.
通報したい。
どう？
What does it
こ
add
れ
up
まで
to?
に集めた情報
Do
か
you
ら
have any thoughts
何
based
か
on
気
the
づ
info
い
you
た
have
こと
so
はある
far?
そうだね。
Well,
今の段階で言え
I
る
suppose what I can say at this stage is... I got lucky and saw blank. Something seemed off about blank. Have no idea who killed Aisuke Sasaki. I mean, I don't know who did it yet, I don't feel like. I feel like we know too small a cast of characters to really have an idea. But I feel like I got lucky and saw a blank will be funny. So, let's do that. I got lucky and saw my crush.
あの不敬さんに会えたの。
I got lucky and saw a certain police officer.
どうしてそんなに嬉しそうな
Why are
の？
you saying it
何
like
かいい
that?
ことあった
And
の？
why are you grinning?
こうじゃ。
She was so
で
hot.
はなくて、
I mean, she had a hot tip about the case, and we met before.
それだけでそんな
Is
に？
that really all there is to it?
それだけだよ。
I swear.
ふーん。
You're
なん
acting
か
weird.
怪しいな。
今日の調査で分かったことは
Sounds like that's
そ
a
れから
wrap
だ
on the
ね
investigation.
まだまだわからない
Still
こと
so
だら
many
けで
things
す
we
ね
don't。know.
そうだね。
I agree,
で
but we
も
must
焦
be
りは
patient.
禁物。
はい。
Yeah, I'll keep at it.
では
Alright,
明日も手分けし
let's
て
split up and
調査を
continue the
進めよう。
investigation tomorrow.
私は佐々木
I'll
く
do
んが通
Zuki's
って
middle
いた
school.
中学
See
校
what I
へ
can
情
learn.
報収集に行ってみます。
僕は引き続き
I think
警
I'll see
察
what else
署
I
で
can
情
get from the
報を
police.
集めます。
頼んだよ。
Hey, good luck out there. All right, let's recap the recap that we just experienced. What do you guys think? Oh, Chapter 2, Disappearance. Thanks for taking the time to meet, Inspector Kamada.
おお、君か。
Oh,
昨日
Sam.
は来てくれた
Sorry I
のに
wasn't
席を
available
外して
yesterday
い
when you
て
stopped
すま
by.
んかった。
いえ、
It's all
お
right.
忙しいと思い
You're
ます
incredibly busy. You have a few
今
minutes
はお
now.
話を伺う
もちろん
Of
じゃ。
course. You can ask me anything. Let's head back. Let's head to the back room
ここ
first.
じゃ。
はい、
Sounds good.
いかがですか佐々木英
So
介
what's the latest on the investigation? Any more info on the victim? Well,
残念ながら。
afraid we don't
新し
have
い
much
情
new
報は入って
info.
きておらん。
But
科
forensics
捜
is
研
still
に
taking
頼
a
ん
look
で
at that paper
紙
bag.
袋の鑑定も結果待ちなんじゃよ。
If you save an exit, it'll ask you if you want to recap. That's actually pretty useful.
鎌田警部から話を聞こうその紙袋が
I heard that the paper bag itself seemed like it might have been
挟
old.
んだのです
Is
か
that true? I really can't say until we get the
まだ
results,
ど
but
れくらい
oh, soon enough.
いつ頃のものなのかは今回の山はなかな
This is
か
just a
の難
difficult
事件
case.
じゃよ。つくづく今回の山は
鎌田警部名前とか口調とか
Is it my imagination, or is he
誰かに
oddly
似てる気がする
familiar? Why is everyone familiar with each other in this? Good lord.
名前とか口調とかどこ
Yeah, he's familiar because we met him yesterday.
今回
あの紙袋がどれ
So they still don't know how old the paper bag is.
18年前に情報を
Let's find out why they didn't tell anyone about it.
18年前の事件では紙袋のことを防いでいたそうですね公開しなかった理由をご存知だと聞いたのですが
I understand that you kept the paper bag a secret the previous case. Is that right?
お
That's right.
わしは
In
事件
charge
の
of the
捜査を担
investigation,
当して
it
お
was my call.
そうだったんです
当時
And we had good
紙
reason.
袋の
It was a big
情報を
scandal
公開しなか
anyway.
ったのは
But if all the
あ
bizarre
まりにも
details are
デ
leaked,
ータに世間を刺激
it just
しすぎ
seemed
て
best not to rile
捜
folks
査
up
に
with the
支障が
details.
生じない
To slow down our
曖昧
investigation.
な表現に
世間を刺激し
Trying not to rile folks up.
捜査に支障
Like I
が
said, we
生
kept
じ
the
ないよ
details secret.
曖昧
Don't
な
get people
表現に
freaking
と
out
ど
and
め
slowing down the investigation.
鎌田警部から話を聞こ
今回の山は君にも見せたじゃろ
I showed you the photo of the victim with the paper bag, right?
あんなもん見
If
た
that got out to the public, there's a chance someone would try to copy
出
it.
てくるもん
うとはいえ
My understanding is that we never caught the killer who committed those crimes 18 years ago. Is that right?
恥ずかしな
Yeah,
がらそ
still
んな
haunts me to this day.
恥ずかしすぎ
Now, since the cat's out of the bag, let me share a few other shameful secrets with
18
you.
年前
お願いしま
Please,
す
go ahead.
3件の
Well,
連続殺
in
人
addition
事
to the
件の
three
発生を
tragic
許してしまった
unsolved murders.
当時のわしらはもう
Mind
一
you,
人の
we
犠
worked
牲者
that
も
case
出しては
hard. I
な
didn't
らん
want
と
to see any
懸
more
命の
lives
捜
lost
査
on
を
my
続け
watch.
たんじゃが実はこの
But
さらなる
something else
展
slipped
開
through
が
our
待っておっ
fingers.
た
Oh?
ある一人の少年が
We had a missing person,
不明になって
a
しま
young
った
boy.
んじゃ
Hmm.
空
His name was Makoto
少年の
Kuze.
名前じゃ。
That's why he looks so familiar, or that's why Detective Utsugi recognized Junko. Is because when he went missing, they probably like at least did a meeting with the Kuze family, which means he would have met a young Junko. And she's embarrassed about it because she doesn't want to talk about Makoto. Obviously, it must be a sore spot because I assume that's her brother, and that's probably why she's so angry all the time. Kuze, you said? So are you saying?
その
Yeah,
まさか
that's
じゃ。
exactly what you're thinking.
久世君の
It's Detective
6歳
Kuze's
年
older
上の
brother,
お兄
6
さん
years
なん
older.
じゃよ。
He was
当時まだ
14 years old and he
14
just
歳じゃった。
disappeared.
彼もまた同
I
一
personally
犠
suspect
牲
that he
に
was
なった
murdered by the same person.
わしら警察は
It was a
それ
tremendous
も
blow to the
落胆
team.
しての。幸いにも
Fortunately, we never did find another victim in a paper bag like that until now.
新たに見つかることはなかったが、 それ以来
Fortunately, we never found poor Makoto either.
今現在も
To this day, he's considered a missing person,
彼の
but I think it's
失踪の可
possible,
能性は
even likely,
分
that
から
there's
ず
a
じまい
connection.
なんだ。しかし一つだけ
Certainly it's strange.
なぜか
For some
久世
reason,
誠の
after the
失踪を
disappearance of
境に
Makoto,
連続
the
少
serial
女
murders
殺
of
人
young
事件
girls
は鳴りを
stopped.
潜めたんじゃよ。
I like the little, like, it's like, I mean, I know this is the director of, the director of this game is the director of Metroid games as well. So I think it's very funny that he plays like a little, or he has play like a little, power-up jingle whenever you discover, or like hidden item jingle whenever like a hint or like important clue dropped. Like you found a missile tank expansion and it's like, oh, you discovered an important clue. Your stock of clues has increased by 1. Ah,
もっともなぜ犯行が途絶えたのか
I'm not sure
分か
why,
って
but
はおらん。
fortunately we haven't seen that sort of crime since then.
鎌田警部から話を聞こ
Reminds me of when in Zelda you acquire an item. But yeah, the same thing that happens in Zelda happens in Metroid. And it's actually a very similar jingle. In fact, the Metroid one is almost a little creepy as well. Whenever you get the item, it's like... dun, 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 dun. And so it's like a similar vibe. So it's funny that the Metroid guy is like, "Oh, we need a jingle for when an important thing happens."
For
the record, there have been no new murder victims like this since Makoto went missing. Here's another thing I should mention. We had a suspect at the time, but he disappeared shortly after the first murder. Oh, so he disappeared after the first murder, which means he was missing for the next 2? Okay. Right after the first murder? Yeah. So there were 2 disappearances back in surrounding our case. Feels like everything's connected. We still have a few missing pieces, you know? How old they say the missing boy was? 14. Makoto was 14 when he went missing. So he would be the fucking 32 now? Yeah, 32. Look at me doing math. Fuck yeah. Which would mean not Detective Itsuki. Could it be possible he's the killer? I mean, I guess they were pretty coy about how old Detective Kamihara was. They were very specific about not mentioning his age. So that's probably an important thing to note. Oh, never mind. 24 years old. Ooh. Makoto, Junko's older brother. He disappeared 18 years ago and hasn't been seen since. Makoto disappeared around the time of the serial murders of girls. No new victims have surfaced, but a connection is unclear. Inspector Kamada is lead on the Saisaki case. He's apparently known Atsugi for a long time. Kamada said there were 2 disappearances 18 years ago as well. Makoto and a man who knew the first victim. Thinks that the missing men may be connected to the murders 18 years ago somehow. The missing man. A man went missing around the time of the serial murders. 18 years ago. I still can't figure it out all these years later. Do you have any more info on the man who went missing? I suppose. Turns out that he knew the first victim of the serial girl murder case. They had apparently been meeting up frequently. Anyhow, the same day the body of the first victim was found a disturbing amount of blood in the man's apartment. Oh. We thought that perhaps the man was injured in some kind of altercation relating to the murder. It's also possible that he himself is the killer, but he's still missing, along with the truth. I'm afraid we weren't able to establish a connection between him and a series of murders. The man's whereabouts in connection to the case both remain unknown. Next time, on Unsolved Mysteries. I'm gonna keep thinking of Danganronpa when the characters Junko and Makoto get brought up. It's so on the nose it almost seems like a reference. Ah. Sorry about that. It's a little dusty in here. See these cold cases sit in files gathering dust over the years. 18 years is a lot of dust. I'm sifting through the archives for any information that might help us out with this case. Hence all the dust. Okay. You got... You got something on your nose, bro. Can I tell him? I really want to tell him. Sorry to point this out, Inspector. What is it? How could you not notice that? You could use a tissue. Sorry. How embarrassing. I love having to double click all of the boxes. So there were two missing people involved in the case 18 years ago. One was a man who apparently knew the victim. They found blood in his apartment after he disappeared. And the other was Detective Kuze's brother. Makoto has been missing this whole time. Wonder if Inspector Kamada ever met Detective Kuze as a child. I'm sure. To, like, ask about the brother. I've known Kuze since she was a kid, but I don't think she remembers me much from those years. She sure has grown up, though. She's tough and sharp as a tack. Great detective. It's just what? I think Kuze is working a bit too hard. Feels like she's tense all the time, always pushing. Gotta be tough. A brother gone missing from a young age. I'd be weighing on her. What do I know? I'm no shrink. You're a loose cannon, Kuze. Kuze's already on the case, you know. It's the best we got. Reliable and always gives her all. Is it possible Isuki was killed by the same person who killed the others 18 years ago? Well, we can't rule it out. We should also consider the possibility of a copycat. However, certain details about the crime were never made public. A copycat is unlikely. Then there's the matter of victims. Why target girls? Have been a boy now. There's one more critical difference. Do you know what it is? So it's funny that this is now the third time the game is like double checked that I knew the difference between strangulation by hand and strangulation by rope. So the game really wants to make sure we're noticing that difference. You know? The victims were killed in a different manner. Hey, that's right. Seem to have a pretty good handle on this case already. As you said, the serial murders were committed barehanded, while Suki was strangled with a cord. Of course, a killer could deviate from his modus operandi in the heat of the moment. You can't rule it out. And if we're chasing the same perp, he's now 18 years older than he was. Maybe his methods have changed over time. It's probably important, I might be wrong. It's a red herring, I think. I think they just keep mentioning it for fun. I don't think it's actually that serious. I see. To wonder if there's a connection to the cold case from 18 years ago. Can we talk to Kuze? She's out on an investigation right now. Can I go talk to her? So the paper bag might be the only common factor. It all seems like it's coming back to that smiling man urban legend. Come to think of it, has the inspector heard of the smiling man? Hey, are you familiar with the urban legend known as the smiling man?
Emio?
No. What the hell is that? Well, it relates to the paper bags you found of these victims. Paper bags with smiley faces on them? The man with such a bag on his head would appear in front of a crying girl, threatening to give him a smile forever. The victims are said to be found in the same type of paper bag with a crude smiley face drawn on. Are you serious? That's a real urban legend? Bro, I'm starting to think some of these detectives kind of suck. What do you mean you haven't heard of this legend? Bro, it revolves around your case. That smiling man thing. Sure does seem like those murders could have been the inspiration behind it. But you said that information about the paper bags was never made public, right? That's right. It would have been irresponsible. You know,
第一発
a lot
見
of
者
people
か
at
ら
a
噂
crime
が
scene.
広がった可能性も
Paper bag thing could have leaked.
笑顔
I wouldn't rule out a connection.
かもしれんあるいは
Could even be the reverse. That the killer was copying this legend. Ugh, this whole thing is such a mess.
いやおっと
Well,
もう
it's getting
こんな
late.
時間か
I should get back to the
そろそろ
investigation.
調査にも僕もそろそろ失礼
I
し
should probably excuse myself as well.
あそうだ昨日はあまり
Let's get back to the scene of the crime so I can take a look at the spot where the body was found.
何か聞きそび
Is
れ
there
た
anything I forgot to ask?
今考え
The only one who knew about the urban legend was Ayumi.
今回の山には18年前の
僕そろそろおいとましようと
I'll be on my way unless there's anything else you can share with me. Let's see.
そういえ
You
ば
mentioned
昨
it.
日は
You
わ
did
しの
speak
代わ
with
りに
Kamihara
神原
extensively
君が
yesterday,
対応
did
した
you?
んじゃろ
そうです
Yeah, that's right.
久世君は
I
い
know
つも以上
Detective
に
Kuze
今回
is
の事
taking
件
this
の
case
捜査に
personally.
彼女の相棒の神原
Well,
君は
might be putting a lot of pressure on him as their partner. Yeah, I don't give a shit.
変わった男
You
じ
think
ゃ
about
よ
Kamihara.
そそっかしくて
Odd
チャラ
duck,
チャラ
isn't
し
he?
とる
It's to say the least.
しかしあん
You
た
know,
て
he gets results. Kamihara is a pretty good detective after all.
頭も切れるし
He's
勘
smart,
も
he's
良
got
い
good instincts.
ただし
Terrible shot,
射撃
though.
の腕は最悪
What does that mean, terrible shot? These guys were around for 18 years ago. They didn't hear of the urban legend in those investigations. Yeah, that is a suspicious detail, I think. To Final Fighter's point. It does seem odd that over the course of 18 years, a popular urban legend goes unnoticed to the people regarding the case. The older detective, Utsuki, didn't notice it. The investigator here didn't notice it. Maybe the urban legend didn't start till after the murders. Yeah, but it's been 18 years and they didn't hear it in that time? I think it's worth noting that nobody's known this. Or nobody knows this legend. Ugh.
君も見たじゃろうな
Well, he must have seen how Kamihara gets on with Detective Kuze. As in, not well.
そうでしたね
She ripped into him again yesterday while I was here.
じゃが
At the end of the day,
正反対
they
な
may
も
seem
の
like
が見え
opposites,
て
but they're quite
あ
the
れで
duo.
なかなかの名コンビなんじゃぞ神原君は
Believe it or not,
先輩の
Kamihara looks up to
久世
Kuze
君を
like a
心から慕
mentor.
っとるいつも
Meanwhile, Kuze is wound tighter than a coil.
その神
She
原
needs
君
that
に
loose
随
energy
分
that
救われ
Kamihara
とるよ
brings.
うじゃよああ見えて
Since the two of them started working together, Detective Kuze has really mellowed out.
当たりがソフトになったんじゃぞ久世君は
Mellowed out? This is her mellowed out?
神原君のお手柄
Credit where it's due. That's Kamihara's influence.
久世君とは正反
Opposites
対
attract,
の
right?
男じゃが
Kuze and Kamihara
なかなかの
make a
名
good
コンビ
team.
久世君とは正
I think you are in bad, Inspector. What's wrong?
どうし
いや何
Oh, I just remembered something else about Detective Kuze. Interesting that you could, like, not get these details. Like, you could leave without asking these questions.
鎌田警部
Something
とて
funny?
も楽し
ああ
No,
すまんすまん
yeah, it's just a
ちょ
funny
っと
matter.
した神原君
It's about Kamihara. His aim was so bad on the shooting
拳銃の
range.
携帯を禁止してくれと
Tuesday came to me directly and asked if I could ban him from carrying a firearm.
小宮原刑
I
事
said, Kamihara.
いつも一緒に行動
I
している
suppose
者
it's
か
no
らすれ
laughing
ば
matter if you're out
笑
in
い
the field
事で
with
は
him,
ない
but
かもしれんがの
Eh.
さてわしが知って
Well,
いる
that's
こと
that.
はこれ
Any more questions?
網原君の拳銃今かも18年久世君とは
話は一通り。鎌田警部、今日は
Thank you so much
あ
for
り
your
がとうござい
time.
ました。
I'll be on my way.
おおま
Sure
た
thing.
何かあれ
If
ば
you need anything
いつ
else,
でも
just
言
stop
って
by.
はい。
Thank you.
そういえば
By the way,
君は
how old are
今いくつ
19, sir.
ということ
You wouldn't have
は
heard about those previous
連
murders
続
at
少
the
女
time they
殺
were
人事
committed.
件については
はい。
No, sir.
なので今情報を
Trying to learn
集め
everything
て
I
いる
can
んで
now.
す。
初めて
That's good.
比べるから
You need to immerse
そう
yourself to try and
続けることがある
understand.
その
Glad to hear you're
新たな視
approaching
点で
this
調査
investigation
に
with
取
the
り組ん
right
でほしい
attitude.
君のような
I'm
新しい
hopeful
存
you'll
在
bring an
が
outsider's
事件
perspective
解
to
決
it.
の鍵になる
And
と
be the
思っ
key
て
to
お
our
る
solve.
んじゃよ
わかりました。
Yes, sir.
ご期
I'll
待
do
に
my
添えるよ
best.
うに。
Good.
頼りに
Count
しと
on
る
you.
ぞ
はい。
ところで今
Where
か
you
ら
heading
は
next,
どこ
by
へ
the
向
way?
かう
Well, I
今
was
から
wondering if I could take
遺
another
体
look
発
at the
見
crime
現場に
scene.
行ってみ
Do
よ
you
うと思
mind?
うのですが。
いや
Ah,
それ
afraid
は
I
な
can't
ら
let you do that.
嘘じゃ
Just
よ
pulling your leg, rookie.
あんな問題は
You're part of Itsuki Detective Agency. You get full access.
あ
Oh,
りがとうございま
thanks.
す。
まだ封鎖
Communications
の跡
may
が
be
残って
taped
るや
off,
もしれ
but
ん
you can
が
ignore that.
奥
Go
まで
ahead
入
and
ってきて
investigate.
ただし
Just, yes?
クゼ君にはない
Don't tell Kuze. That seems like it bodes poorly that we just leave Kuze out of the fact that we're investigating the murder. I have a sneaking suspicion she's not going to be thrilled to discover that after the fact. Because she's obviously gonna find out. You know. I feel like that's not the best case.
鎌田警部の許可ももらったし。
I've got the green light from Inspector Kamada. Time to check it out.
ポンプ場だ。
The body was
佐々
found
木
around
君に
here.
朝早くに通りかかった人
Early
が
morning passerby saw him lying strangely on the ground. Called the police.
相当驚いた
Sure,
だ
that
ろ
was
う
a
な。
terrible shock.
でも
Why would anyone have passed by here?
人の気配はない。ここはたまた
Is
ま
this the
通
kind
り
of
かかる
place
ような
someone would
場
just
所な
pass
のだ。
by?
Sasaki 君の遺体は
Suki's body was found in front of this fence. What a
奇
lonely
妙な
place.
紙袋をかぶせ
Can't
られ
help but
た姿
imagine
で
him with that terrible paper bag on his head.
注意書きが貼ら
There
れ
are
て
warning signs here.
警察
One from
の
the police and
水
one
道
from the
局
water
の
department.
何年前か
How
ら
long
あ
has
る
this
施設なん
facility
だ。
been here? Hmm.
茂みに変わったところはない。
The bushes seem normal.
倒れ
Oh, no signs of trampling. Okay. So, I mean, I guess that was an important point.
この中ってどうなってるんだろう。
What's going on in
妙に
here?
興味が
I'm strangely
裏
intrigued.
に回ってみよう。
Let's have a look around back. Oh, they're gonna use that to, at some point, be a jump scare.
裏からポンプ場を
That
見ても
movement? Oh, you know that's coming. I didn't see anything out of place from the back of the pumping station,
この
but
施設は反対
there's a
側か
path
らも
leading
出
up
入
to
り
the
できる
backside of the
か。
facility.
ん
So,
ここ
this
で
isn't
行
a
き止
dead
めじ
end
ゃない
after all.
通報者は
What if the person who found the body came through here as some kind of shortcut?
他には特に気になるところ
I
は
don't
ない
see
が
anything else of
それに
interest.
しても
Still, it's
不
spooky.
気味な場所だ。物陰からエミ
I
オが
almost
こちらの様子を見ている。
Like the smiling man is watching me from the shadows.
一体何者がここで
Who could have come here
Sasaki
and done
Esuke-kun.
such terrible things as Isuki Sasaki? Anyway,
ここにはもう手がかり。バスに乗って駅まで。聞く相手がいる。バスに乗って駅まで。人の気配が。
Smiling Man.
次
See,
にバスが来るのは
the next bus is arriving
え
in an hour.
参ったな。
Oh,
駅まで歩いた方が
might be faster to just walk back. Uh-oh.
よう探偵くん、お仕事ご苦労様です。
Hey, yo, boy detective. Looks like you're working hard on our case. Thanks.
上原刑事、
Oh,
お疲れ様です
Detective。Kamihara. I should actually be thanking you.
どうなんか新たに気づいたこととかある？
Anyway, what's up? Notice anything new? That's not good. Kuze is here, and we're supposed to not let her know we're doing this.
探偵的な視点でないと
Hey, if
わ
you
から
found
ない
something
情報と
different,
かあったら、
maybe thanks to
ぜ
your
ひご
private
提供を。
investigator mindset, please let me know.
いえ、
I'm afraid I
特に
didn't
これと
find
言ってな
much.
そうか。
Ah, well, let me know if you do
Mata
find
nani ka
something,
atta
or
ra
if I can help it anyway.
刑事なのに。
Isn't he supposed to be one of the primary investigators?
クゼ刑事だ。
Kuze.
クゼ刑事。上原刑事の車だ。警察車両。
It's just Detective Kamihara's car. Is it an official police vehicle?
捜査の帰りの。上原刑事の車。上原刑事が。目の前には畑。今日もいい天気だ。
僕は今から
I'm
署
on
に
my
戻
way
る
back to
と
the station, but
ねえ。
yeah. Okay.
何か新しく
Have you
気づい
noticed
た
anything
こと
new
は
here?
ないです。
Hmm.
すごく見られて
Why
い
is he
る。
staring at me so intensely?
探偵くん、
Well, boy detective.
はい。
Yeah?
髪切った。
You got a haircut, didn't you?
えへ
I didn't, but
あれ？
dang.
違ったか。
It's usually what people are looking
何
for
か
when
気
they
づい
ask
た
if
こ
you
とある？
notice something
聞いて
new.
くるとき。
Oh.
捜査の方は
How's
順
the
調なんですか？
investigation going?
いやー、なかなか
Kind
進
of
まな
stalled
かった
out,
さ
but don't worry about me, boy detective.
おう、もちろん
Anyway,
何
if
か
I
分かった
find
ら
anything,
探偵くんに
share
は
the info with. Never mind.
ん
Huh?
捜査の
I think
帰
he's
り。
returning from an investigation. Haven't you heard of confidentiality? I can't actually share more info with you. Now he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
気づいたことってい
So you
う。
asked me about noticing things.
僕は
Something I'm
探偵
hoping
君
you notice. Did he cut his hair?
上原
Looks exactly the same.
なんだか様子がおかしい。
Seems off about him.
昨日より様子がおか
Is
し
he being
い。
even stranger than he was yesterday?
昨日より様子がおかしい。
I mean, I think it's the fact that Kuze is here, right?
クゼ刑
That's clearly why he's like now tight-lipped all of a sudden. I feel like some of the ways you like progress the game sometimes are a little obscure.
なになに
What is it?
昨日より様子上原刑事様子がおかしいのはいつもと
She's always been this way.
ところで今はバス待ち
Waiting for a bus?
Ah,
Well, they don't come by very often.
はい時
Yeah,
刻
I
表
took
見
a
て
look
び
at
っ
the
くりしました
schedule. Oof.
これは駅まで
Actually,
歩い
just
た
thinking how it would be faster to walk back.
要請
Ah, you don't want to do that. You get all sweaty. Not a good look.
そうですよね
Yeah, you're probably right.
できれば
I'd give you a ride if I could.
だけね
But, yeah. She's on the phone now. Ah,
なるほど
I see.
神そろそろ行くよ
Kami, we've got to go.
ごめん
Sorry, I'm getting called away.
バスなんか
Hi, Kuze.
にそんな勇気はない
Not sure I'm brave enough right now.
僕に声を
He approached me, but it seems like something's going on
上
with him.
原刑事
I guess I shouldn't hold him up any longer.
バスを待つことにし
I
ます
think I'll just wait for the bus, but thanks for your concern.
分かっ
Gotcha. Well, take
た
care.
じゃあ
See ya.
気を
結局バスが来るのを待つほかないか
I guess there's no choice but to wait for the bus. But I passed the time.
バッテリーが残りわ
Oh,
ずか
my
だ
battery seems low.
そういえば夕べ
Now that I
充電
think
し
of
な
it,
かった
I don't
な
remember charging the phone last night.
いざという時のために温存し
I'll
よう
wait until it's an emergency.
あゆみちゃんに相談しようと思ったのに
I should have listened to Ayumi about this. The battery Chekhov's gun. Yeah, that's about to go off.
ここで座ってもここで座っても
What about that tear in the fence? That's suspicious. Oh, guess not.
1時間に1本聞く相手が上原刑事
Kamihara, come back!
なんちゃって
Yeah, just kidding. I appreciate that he's got like different outfits in every scene. Like in that first scene, he's had like that blue hoodie on. Now he's got like a little jacket on. I like that they keep changing his appearance, or at least for the protagonist. It looks like all the other characters keep the same outfits though.
乗せてくれたって
Can't you just come pick me up?
なんで本人の前じゃ
As
絶
if
対
I'd
言え
ever
な
say that to her for real.
いいざという時のために温存しよ
I choose to use the phone only for emergency, and it still ran out of battery. Yeah, I never. Or I guess I did use it a little bit, but. So there's the blood Francisco was asking about earlier in the missing man's apartment. So interesting to note that it also points out what characters know about the rumor of the Smiling Man. Because it like lets us take note of the fact that these two detectives don't know about it.
う呼ぶそうだタクシーを呼べばいいんだ
Oh,
一
I
番
can call
4
a
の番
cab.
号を調べ
I'll
ればいいん
just
じゃ
dial
ないか
104 to get the operator to connect me.
冴えてるな
I'm so smart for thinking of this. Cell phones are amazing.
先生
Thank you, Mr. Itsugi. Now's the time to
ま
use
さ
it.
かいきな
The
りバッテ
battery
リー切れ
can't
になんて
just
ならない
suddenly
だろう。
die, can it?
1
Let's see. 1, 0. Ah.
はあ バッテリーが切れてしまう。
Battery's dead.
神原刑事は行っちゃったし
Detective Kamihara's gone.
そういえば神原刑事につ
It's
いて
good to hear all that backstory
Kamada
about him from
警部からいろいろ
Inspector
話す
Kamada.
変わった男じゃよ。しかし、ああ見えて、頭も切れるしか。やつはしょっちゅうくぜく。じゃが、せや。いつ
We just had this
か
conversation.
あそこまで言うってことは
He's sharing that about Kuze.
鎌田警部
Maybe she's
は
just as hard on him as she is on Detective Kamihara.
神原君の射撃拳銃の
I mean,
携
yeah,
帯
she's
を
probably
禁
mad
止
at
してくれて 直談
Kamada
判に
because
来た
he didn't
こと
solve
を
the
思い
case
出
of her
した
missing
んじゃ
brother.
いつも一緒
That's probably why she joined the force to find him.
久世刑事と神原刑事
I'm
は
sure Kuze and
強
Kamihara
い
have a
信
good
頼関
working
係で結ばれ
relationship.
ているんだろう。
Why are you sure of that? Jesus, we're not off to a great start as a junior detective.
神原刑事い
She
つも
does seem to
怒
be
られて
yelling
る
at
け
him
ど
every time I see them together, though.
愛情の裏返
Maybe
し
yelling is her love language.
なんて考えてみたけど
Still thinking, but hardly any time has passed.
どうしようか
I
な
don't know what to do.
バッテリーが切れこんな時間に困ったな
Can't even use my cell phone
バスを待つしかないの
because I had to wait for the bus.
でも
Unless
僕はこんなことじゃくじけないタクシ
you
ー
can't
を
let
呼ぶ
this
方法
discourage
はま
me.
だある
There's
はず
gotta
だ
be another way to call a taxi.
僕ならできる
I can do this, probably.
バッテリーが切れこんな時間に
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at.
1時間に1本の上1時間に1本1時間に1本のここで座って待とうかなここで座よしタクシーを呼ぼう僕の不思議
I'll
な
just
力を
use
使う
my mysterious powers to call a cab.
まず目を閉じ
Close my eyes.
そしてひたすら念じる
Summon a taxi
今ま
with
でも
my.
何度か成功している例えば
I mean, it's worked before. At one time, I wished we'd have another sunny day.
早速近づいてくる車の音
Is that
が
the sound of a car
来てます
approaching?
来てます探偵パ
I
ワ
can
ーで
feel
す
it.
ここで一
Come
斉
on,
通行
universe. Send a cab to a PI in need. Come on.
え
Yeah?
本当に来ちゃった
Did I really summon a taxi?
どうぞ乗ってく
Hey,
だ
you're
さい
heading to the station, yeah?
駅ま
Huh?
ああとにかく
あ
Okay. You're guessing Junko called the taxi for
あ
him?
僕を乗せて大丈夫だったんですか
Um,
予約者でしたよ
yeah,
ね
I guess she did hop back on the phone. Are you sure about this? Don't you have someone else to pick up or something? Huh?
あ
No,
なた
I'm
を
here to
迎
pick you
えに
up.
来たんですよ
Either that or Kamihara.
僕をですか
Me? Really?
僕を
You're here to pick me up specifically.
国道
Yeah,
沿いの
boss
バス
called
停
and said I had
に
a
少
fare
年
out
が
waiting
待
at
って
this
る
bus
からお
stop.
迎えにあなたが呼んだん
You
じゃ
saying
ない
you
んで
didn't
す
call
ね
me?
じゃあ
Someone else arranged it for you.
じゃあだ
神原刑事が
Could it have been Kamihara?
神原刑事
Thanks for calling the cab for me, Dice. It was really helpful.
ところでお客さん
Oh, hey.
はい何
What
で
is
す
it?
か
お客さんを拾って
Did you know the cops found a body not too far from where I
死
picked
体
you
が
up?
発見されたって話
Yeah.
hey.
I heard about that.
そう
あんな何
Oh,
に
thank
も
for
な
a
い
kid
と
to
ころ
get killed in a
で
place like that.
一体何があったん
Yeah, how did he
でしょう
get so
ね
far out here? I mean, he took the bike out here? It's like an hour away from civilization, or what?
人が寄りつかな
I
い
mean,
よう
maybe
な
the
場
killer
所
figured
だ
they
から
could
こ
count on the place to be
そ
deserted,
張
you
って
know?
おきあんなとあんな詳しくは知ら
I
ないん
heard
で
a
す
rumor that
が
a kid was killed somewhere around here the other night.
よくご存知です
Word
ね
travels fast.
仲間
Yeah,
内じゃ
something
かなり
crazy like
話
that,
題
you
にな
know?
ってますから
People are gonna
な
talk.
んでも
I guess the kid was in middle school?
中学生の男のかわいそうに
Poor guy.
そうですね
Yeah.
なんでしょう運転手さんに話嫌な
Makes me sick to think about it.
嫌な字運転手さんタクシーの運転手さんお守り嫌なでお客さん
What are you doing there anyway?
はあんなところで
You some kind of
何を
police detective or something?
あい
Not
や
exactly.
僕はその
I'm,
なん
how
て
can
い
I
う
put
か
it?
なわけない
Hey,
です
son,
よ
you look like you're in high school, aren't you? Hey,
私
I drive past all the time for work. Never picked anyone up there.
だから
So I'm gonna ask,
あんな
what
と
are
こ
you
ろ
up
で
to?
何してるちょっと
I just had some
用事が。
business to attend to.
あんまり
I
詮
see.
索しちゃダメですね
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
この道をよく通る
He often drives by this area for work. The taxi drivers using gloves, strange. No, I don't think so. I think that's pretty common for like close to strangle a person. You gotta calm down, Francisco. I feel like using gloves is pretty common for a driver. You know? It's part of the valet uniform.
運転手さんはあの辺り
You said you drive through here often.
実は一昨
Yeah, I
日の
do.
夜も
I
通
was
ったんです
actually
よ
out here the night before last. Probably around 10 p.m.
10時頃だったか
Oh? First time you've heard of
現場
it?
横の国道を車で通りかかった人が何かを見かけた
Really?
という可能性はなきにしもあらずかな。
Also, we don't even know his name. I doubt the murderer is going to be introduced namelessly. Yeah. That'd be kind of lame. Maybe the driver saw something.
一昨日の夜
Did you see anything
あの辺
noteworthy
り
when you drove through this area
何
the
か
other
見かけ
night?
ませんでしたか何か
Anything noteworthy? Francisco's spidey sense has been tingling the entire time every time a character has been on screen. I don't know if it's very reliable.
ええどんなことでもいいんです
Anything at all could help.
何かあったっ
Let me
け
think.
な
Just look up the term driver's gloves, Francisco. You'll find a whole bunch. Are driving gloves. They're very common.
そうですね
Let me see.
なんかあったっけ
Maybe
な
there was something. Oh, right. I almost forgot. What?
何を見かけたんですか見たんです
I saw a
よ
motorcycle
あ
parked
の
there the
辺
other
り
night.
にオートバイが1台止まってたの
A motorcycle.
間違いあり
I'm
ません
positive I saw a motorcycle parked over there around the other
あ
night.
そこにオー
Around
トバイ
10,
が
I'm
止
sure
まっ
of
てい
it.
ました
Oh. But if it was around 10, I mean, that would have meant the murderer stuck around for like an hour after the crime. Why? Because we know the kid died at 9. So if he still saw a motorcycle there at 10, so the kid hung around, or the killer hung around for like another hour? Why is he driving a taxi to run over people? Yeah. Why isn't it in an Uber? Chime is eerie. Have you heard the Metroid like power up thing, Final Fighter? I feel like it might give you a similar vibe.
かなり大型のバイクでしたよ。
It was a nice looking bike.
まあ、
I
きっと
guess then the rider was just, you know, making a pit stop.
あれとは
Have you never heard the Metroid song or like theme before, Final Fighter? That's crazy. To check it out, hang on, I think I can play it real fast. It shouldn't be hard for me to find. Good item. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, that's the wrong one. I mean, that is the theme, but that's not the one that's going to give you some similar vibes. Let's see. Metroid Fusion. This one just, I think, will be closer. That's the thing. I don't know. Did you guys hear that actually? Oh no, I didn't turn desktop audio on. Hang on. That's the item that plays whenever you get, or that's the little jingle that plays when you get an item in Metroid games. And that specifically is the jingle for the Metroid game that was directed by the same guy who directed this game. Some of the others are a little bit less, not as creepy as this one. No, it's not as creepy. It's supposed to be like a more triumphant noise, but it's still got a little, like, eeriness to it, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, normally the Metroid jingle when you pick up an item is just like a big, like, symphony type sound. Like, for comparison, this is the one from a Metroid game that he didn't direct. Let's see. So normally it sounds, but like he kind of has the inclination to go a little bit creepier. So it sounds like this normally. It's a little bit more like triumphant type deal. So he likes those like creepier jingles, you know what I mean? Anyway, why would the guy stop there? Bathroom break, kid. You ever see a bike on the side of the road? The driver's probably taking a piss. He's pretty confident about this interpretation. Can you tell me about the piss? I see it all the time. Nothing else to say except I'm dang sure the driver stopped there to pee. That means we can get a DNA sample. So there was a motorcycle parked at the crime scene around 10 p.m. on the night of the murder. It's concerning, to say the least. And if the killer was riding a motorcycle, And they must have killed Asuki there. Can't imagine transporting a body on a motorcycle. Of course, Asuki's bicycle was at the scene of the crime, so it stands to reason that he rode to the scene himself. It's most likely that Asuki was killed at the pump station, but why was the motorcycle parked there? They wouldn't have seen Asuki's body though, right? Because he was like kind of off the beaten path. Didn't we say when we were observing it that he would have to you have to go out of your way to find the body, right? Because it was like back in the woods a bit, so he wouldn't have seen Asuki's body to stop. Would have been another reason. It's pretty dark out there at night, so if a motorcyclist were just passing by, it seems unlikely they noticed Asuki lying that far back on the road. Plus, wasn't the person who called in the murder there in the early morning? Yeah, the driver's right after all. So I gotta ask, why does it feel like I'm being interviewed by a detective? Yeah. High school, right? I'm actually in sort of a detective club. We like to investigate anything strange that happens in town. Can I just tell him I'm a PI? Oh well. That sounds kind of fun. Yeah, it's all fun. You didn't happen to see anything else the night before, did you? A detective club on what system? Nah, I don't think so. Suppose it's not what you're looking for, but I do have a story if you want to hear it. Let's hear it. Well, you know how I told you that I got a call about a fare out at the bus stop? When they say there was a young man out there waiting for me, I got nervous. What? See, you'd be surprised how often we get calls from. Calls from who? I don't know. Like phantom calls from another world. You show up, and no one's there. It's creepy. Ah. You were hanging out near where that boy was murdered, right? So yeah, if I had gotten a call to pick you up at night, I might have just faked being sick or something. I know it's kind of unprofessional. Anyway, you might want to know. Sorry if I wasted your time. Alright, let's get you where you're going. Sure. I wonder if, our boy got that kind of phantom call, and that's what spooked him to go visit the water pump station. Yo, I'm going to Usho's house. You want to come? He's got Basilisk Quest 5, doesn't he? Or 4, doesn't he? Heck yeah, I'm in. Let's slay some basilisks. Is this perspective switch? Oh yeah, it is. We're playing as Ayumi now. Middle school boys are so energetic. We're here to talk to kids at the junior high, where Sasuke was a student. Wait up! I'm coming too! Why are you leaving without me? Huh? Yeah? So cute. Oh. Excuse me, miss, can I help you? What can the junior high do for you? Oh. Hello. Should he go with his friends? They're obviously not his friends. You sure? Your friends just left without you? Yeah, I'm okay. I should help people in need, right? I mean, that's what my mom says, and all my teachers. Is that
あ
so?
りがとうね。
Well, thank you.
困ってるわけ
Not
じ
that
ゃ
I'm
な
in
い。
need necessarily.
じゃあちょっとお話聞かせてもらお
Okay.
うかな。
I'd like to ask you a few questions. You
本当にいいのかしら？
sure you're okay with it?
はい
Yeah,
何で
ask
も
me
聞いてく
anything.
ださい女の人には親
I'll never
切
say
にした
no
方
to
が
a
いいんで
nice
す
woman.
お
That's
父
what
さ
my
ん
dad
がい
always
つも言って
says.
ます それに僕は1
Anyway,
年生だけ
only
ど
my first year
物知り
here,
な
but I
んです
know a lot. Ask away.
本当に頼もしいね。
First year? Well, you seem like you've got it figured out. Yeah.
本当に
Like I
本当
said,
だ
I'll never say no to a nice woman.
佐々木
Do you
英
know
介
about
君
what
の
happened
こと
to Isuki
知っ
Sasaki?
てる？
Oh, yeah, they told us at yesterday's morning
来ま
assembly.
した
I was
びっくり
shocked.
しま死んじゃったん
He's
です
actually
よ
dead,
ね
isn't he?
3年生の人だって言ってました
I heard he's a third
それ
year,
で
and
それだけです
that's all I know.
ごめん
Sorry.
なさい
とんでもないわ。
No, it's okay.
話してくれてあ
Thanks
り
for
がとう
talking to
ね。
me.
佐々木英介さんは3年お姉さんは
You're
す
so
ごく
cute,
可愛い
miss. You're
そんなこ
flattering
と
me.
僕は
You're
可愛い
super cute.
あ可愛い
Watch out for cute girls.
人には
That's like my dad's
気を
motto.
っていう座右
What even is a motto?
座右
さっきのかけてった子たち
His
もだけ
friends
ど、
just went merrily on their way.
ショッキングなことが起きたの
There's
に、
something terrible
生
that's
徒
happened.
は随分
Pretty much
普通
feels
な
like a
感じな
normal
の
day
に、
around.
学校全体の
I
雰
wonder
囲
what
気
the mood of the
どう
school
なのか
is.
生徒から
Sorry if this is hard to talk about.
いえ
It's
そんな
not
ことは
that.
ない
It's
け
just.
ど
Ow.
カルチ
I
ャ
bit my tongue.
大
You
丈夫？
okay?
はい
Yeah, I'm okay.
それで
What you want to
聞
ask?
きたいこと
佐々木英介君の
Have you noticed anything different or concerning at
学校の
school
様
since
子
the
で
incident
何
with
か変わっ
Isuki?
たとこ？
暗い時間に一人で外出
Don't go out alone at night. Stay away from the pump station. Oh, are we getting this kid killed because we've separated him from his friends? Uh-oh. That's what the principal told us. I think everyone is leaving early today as well. Does her notebook look different, or is it universal between the two? How old are middle school kids in Japan? This kid's 12. And the murder victim was 15. I think high school's only 3 years in Japan. Middle school's a bit longer. So I think I think high schoolers in Japan are 16, 17, 18. On average. Also, I have a few friends who commute to school on the bus that stops near the pump station. They said they were going to start riding their bikes instead.
そうなの
I
ね。
can see why. Be careful when you
今
leave
日帰
today.
る時も気をつけてね。
はい
I will.
それから
Uh,
僕1年
it's
生
my
だから
first year here,
学校の
so
こと
I don't
は
know
あ
much
まり
about
知
school.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
この
This
子
kid seems like he's suddenly deflated.
ね
Hey, so what?
え、どうしちゃったの？
What's wrong?
僕
I
物知りだって言ったけど
So I know I said I know a
佐々木さ
lot,
んのことも
but I don't actually know anything about
全
Isuki
然知ら
or
ない
the
や
school, really.
女の人にでも男の
My
人に
dad's
でも
always telling me not to
嘘
lie,
は
no matter
絶
who
対
I'm
つい
talking
お
to.
姉さん
I'm sorry, miss.
ごめん
You're being honest now, and I appreciate
い
it.
っぱい
それから
Also,
佐々木さんのこと
I did try to think of everything that I could about Isuki,
中学生でも
but
死
the
んじ
more
ゃ
I
うんだ
thought
な
about it, the more scared I got. I started thinking about how even kids my age can die. Hmm.
僕も急に死んじゃった
Started
りする
worrying that I might suddenly die, you know? It's scary. Oh,
私こそごめんなさい
I'm really sorry my questions brought up these kinds of feelings for you.
違う
It's not your fault.
だよお前
Dude, what's taking so long? Hurry up!
ちゃんとついてこいよ
Hey, hurry up if you're coming to
はい
Ushos. We're the only ones who know where he lives.
あごめん
Oh, right.
ドナクエやろうぜ
First one there gets the first run at Basilisk Quest. Yeah. What was that lady anyway? She was cute.
すごく可愛いよ
Totally.
な
Almost as cute as
沙織ちゃ
Sayori.
んに似てたよな
Way, Sayori's definitely cuter.
あ
Bro, you've got a crush on Sayori.
ーこいつい
Big time, he's got it bad.
違う
Shut up! I'll fight you.
中学生って
Junior high kids. Just can't relate.
うーん
There's some other
他
kids I
に
can talk
話を
to.
聞きあ女の子たち
Some
が
girls are
こっちに来
approaching.
る
They don't look like first years.
あの子たちに声を
I
か
should
け
talk
て
to them. Wait, what does she mean she can't relate? Isn't she only like 19? She like can't be that much older than him. Yeah, what, he was 14? There's like a 5-year age gap? Like, you barely can't relate to that. 19-year-olds are still super young.
あの子たちに声を
Or am I just old now?
歩きながらもおしゃべりも一緒にいる子のこんにちは
We're ancient, it's
今
so
ちょ
over.
っと話せるかなうん
I feel like clearly not a lot of effort was put into these designs. Hello, students.
私宇津木探偵事務所
Hi,
で
my
助手を
name's
してい
Ayumi,
る
and I'm an assistant at the Itsugi Detective Agency.
探
You're a detective?
もし
It's
か
supposed
し
to be
て
about Isuki.
そう
That's right.
今
I'm working on his
佐々木
case.
英
If you
介
don't
君の
mind,
事
I
件
have
を
a
調
few
べている
questions.
の聞き込みってやつです
Whoa!
か
You're like interrogating me or
何
something?
でも話します
Sure, I'll tell you everything I know. I hope this is okay.
大丈夫
Of course it's okay. I'm trying to find who committed the murder.
私とここにいる友人は
My friend and I were
佐々木
classmates
君
with
とクラスメー
Isuki.
トですじゃあ3年
Oh,
生な
they
ら
were in the same class.
有
I
力
have
な
some
情報
promising
が
information.
昨日の朝礼で
They announced he died at the morning assembly yesterday.
本当びっ
I
くり
couldn't
しちゃっ
believe
た
my
んです
ears.
佐々木くんが
Can I ask
どんな
what kind of
こと聞い
person
て
he
も
was?
大丈夫
Yeah.
明るい性格で
So he's really
男子
positive.
からも
He
女
had
子
lots
か
of
らも人
friends,
気のある
both boys and girls.
成績も
He
良
got
く
good grades. He was kind.
どうして
I just can't believe what
こんな
happened.
ことに辛いこと聞いて
Sorry to
ごめ
ask
んね
questions about this. I'm sure it's painful to think about.
いえ
No, it's
大
okay.
丈夫です
I'm the class representative, so I should be able to handle it.
すごくショック
I
で
was
す
so shocked.
3年生の
Everyone in
間
his class is
やっ
still
ぱり
talking
す
about
ご
it
く
a
話
lot.
題になってて
We're all in shock.
でも下
I
級
guess
生
the
は
kids in the
割と
younger
普
grades
通
might
な感
not
じ
be
で
as
す
affected.
まあ
I mean, it
生徒
varies
によ
from
って
kid to kid,
違いはありますけどね
right?
うわ
Hey, don't be sad. I know it's hard right now. She is specifically coming to tears about this. Why?
ーちょっと緊張してる
Looks a
の
little nervous.
ちょっと緊ちょっと緊張
I keep feeling because of the police officer but like I had to very specifically like look at her on the head, that I've got to like look at different like parts for characters. But I think it was probably just that one police officer, right? Like,
ずいぶん張り切ってるみたい。ずいぶん。ごく普通の中学校だと思い
I
ます。
think this is just a normal school, nothing special.
ごく普通の中。それはそうと。
Anyway,
私、お姉
I
さ
can
ん
tell from the
ただ
moment
者
I
じゃ
saw
ない
you
って
that you were
最初
special
から
in this.
っていうか、
I mean,
探偵って
being a detective is so cool.
そうかな。
Think so? She killed him with her hideous eyebrows.
かっこいいよ
You
ね。
agree, don't you?
そうだ
Yeah,
ね。
I guess.
佐々木くんって
So,
明るくて
Kazuki was a
勉
bright,
強もできて
studious, and kind boy.
はい、その
Yeah,
通りです。
everyone liked him.
みんなそんな佐々
Did
木
you
くんの
notice
最
anything
近の様
different or
子に
unusual about his
何
behavior
か変わ
recently?
ったようなと。
Nothing in particular. I mean, he was acting normally, right?
はい。
Yeah,
い
he
つも
was.
通りでした。
Business as usual.
いつもの佐々
He was just acting like the usual.
木、いつもの佐々木くんと特
Do
に
you think
仲
of
が良か
anyone
った
who was particularly close with him?
そうですね。
He got along with everyone.
みん
He
なと
treated
仲
everyone
良
like an
し。
equal.
誰かな。
Who it could be? Yes.
誰だろう。
Could it be the nervous girl?
彼女たちから話す。ちょっと緊張し。
Do I have to specifically call out to
何でも
her?
話します。誰だろう。ごく普通の中学。彼女たちから。あ、
Come to
そう
think
い
of
え
it,
ば。何か
Do you
思い
remember
出した？
something?
隣のクラスの
I'm thinking of
妹の
Megumi
さん。
from the class next door. Megumi?
あ
Oh.
あ、佐々木くんの
Suki's
幼
good
馴染
friend,
だ。
right? They go way back.
確かに。お姉さん、もしかすると
Potential man?
森本さんなら何か
I
知っ
bet
てい
she
るかも
knows
しれませ
something.
ん。
Talk to Megumi Morimoto.
森本さんって
What's
ど
Megumi
んな
like?
子なのかな。同じ学級委員ではあ
Well,
る
we're
の
both
ですが、
class representatives, but for different classes.
あんまり知
Know
ら
her
ない
real
です。
well, but she seems nice.
ね
Right?
うん、
Yeah.
あまり知りません。森本さんは
Alright, let's go meet potential man.
ここには
She's not here. Oh. The man has ruined the word potential for me.
ここには
Oh, where is she?
学校の校舎に学校用考えてみればさっきから右の子ずいぶんあなたも
Do
他
you
に
have
何か
anything
知っ
you'd
ている
like
こと
to share?
他にも
Me?
ですか
Um,
探偵のお姉さんのお手伝いだよ
we're here to help Miss Detective. Come on, think.
っていうか森本さんに
You
直
just
接
go talk
話
to
聞けばいいんじゃない
Megumi herself.
いやー私冴えちゃ
I'm
ってる
sharp as a
な
tack today.
こうなったら森
Okay, well, where is she?
あ
Uh,
こ
I
こ
guess
は
this is
学
where the
級
class
委員の出番で
representative
す
comes in.
私森本さんを呼ん
What I mean is, I'll go get
お
her.
姉さんちょっ元気な子だね
She sure is energetic, huh?
はい元
Yeah,
気すぎて
sometimes a bit too
ハラハラしちゃい
energetic.
ます
I'm
が
worried.
一緒にいると
We have
楽
lots
し
of
いこ
fun
とが
together,
たくさんあるのもう
Would
少
it
し
be
い
alright
ろ
if
いろ
I ask
聞
you
い
a
て
few
も
more
大丈
questions?
夫はい
Okay.
佐々木くんは
Hazuki was just like everyone
本
says.
当に誰とでも
Outgoing,
話す
friendly.
子で
He could line up any room on his own.
佐々木くんの席
When I think about the fact he'll never sit in class with us again,
やっぱり
it's just so sad. So she, like, had a crush on him.
先生たちも
The teachers are definitely also in shock.
先生森本さん
I
の
don't
こと
know
は
Megumi that well. Okay, good talk.
何か聞けるといいなちょっと緊張して先生たち
Hmm.
これは
Is it okay to say? Say what?
これははい
Yes.
実は私
Actually, I
佐々木くんの
I heard a
お友達
rumor
の
about
こと
one
で
of Asuki's
ちょっ
friends.
と噂
What kind of rumor?
はい
Well, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just thought I'd keep it quiet.
お姉さんの役
But
に
if
立
it
つの
helps you
なら
some,
ぜひ聞かせてちょうだい
yes. Any info you have could be helpful. I'd love to hear it. Just reminded me of how uniquely girly Megumi's name is.
はい
Okay, so it's about a boy who was good friends with
男
Suki.
子とのいやーめんごめんご
Wait.
お待たせしました
No,
お姉さんすみま
I've
せん
got bad news. Megumi isn't here today. Sorry, miss.
そうなのね
I
わ
see.
ざわざ探し
Oh,
に行って
thanks for going out of your way to
あり
look
がと
for her.
う森本さんなら
Who
何か
knows
知って
anything
ると
it'd be
思った
her.
ところで何の話
What were
し
you
てた
talking
の
about while I was gone?
佐
Just
々
that
木くん
rumor
の
about
お
Suki's
友達に
friend.
関する噂
That rumor.
あ
Ah!
ちょっ
Not
と
so
声
loud.
大きい確かにあの噂
Yeah, that
話
rumor
超
seems
重
super
要な情
important.
報だね
Never disappoint.
さすが
Good work.
やるじゃん
Yeah? Someone tell me about the rumor, please?
そんなに
It's probably not a big deal.
いやいやいや
Kidding? If I were a detective, I definitely want to hear the rumor. Tell me the fucking rumor before I choke you kids out!
超重要な情報
Can you share the super important rumor with me? Are you supposed to be the
お姉さんは
detective?
探偵だから
The smiling man did nothing wrong.
聞く前から推理なんかしちゃって
So you should be able to figure it out without me even saying anything, right? You're talking about that?
うーんえわか
How
るん
could
です
you
か
know? There's no way.
実は佐々木くんと
So here's
一
the
番
scoop.
仲の良かった
Asuki was friends with a boy named
ケンジ
Kenji,
佐々木くんと
but they
森本
both
さんが
kind of had a
取り合
crush
って
on
いるらしい
Megumi. At least that was the
噂
rumor.
がありました
No?
Eh?
I think you mean
私は山
Kohei.
本くんじゃなくて
Not
滝
Kenji.
口くんが取り合滝口くん
Wait, do I have it
やば
wrong?
もしかしてうん
Yeah.
あちゃ
I always get
ー
Kenji and
いつも
Kohei
滝口くんのことを
confused.
ケンジくんあの二人
Anyway,
なぜか似て
these
る
two
から
do
さ
look alike.
お姉さんす
But
み
I
ま
can
せん
confirm that
滝
his
口くん
name
は
is
正しい
Kohei
です
Takaguchi.
そうなのね
I see you.
どうもあり
Thank
が
you
とう
very much. We just got outsmarted and Columbo, the 13-year-old girls. This is peak. In the Life is Strange universe, I would literally be, like, super OP for outsmarting teenage girls. Like, just game-breaking.
あいけない
Oh no,
そろそろ
it's
塾
almost
の
time
時
for
間
cram school.
やば
Oh, you're right.
探偵のお姉さん
Good luck with the investigation, Miss
調査
Detective.
頑張ってください
Solve it for Isuki.
うん
I'll do my
忙しい
best.
ところ協力して
Appreciate you
くれて
taking the
どうも
time
あ
to
り
meet
が
with
とう
me.
お役に立てた
Glad
ら
we
嬉
could
しい
help.
です頑張ってください
Good luck.
おーいお
Hey kids, be extra careful on the way home, okay? Don't go anywhere near that pump station. Not principal's orders. Even though someone will have to go near it at some point. You do need the pump station, I suppose. Yeah, I don't think you need a bunch of middle schoolers to fix the pump station, though. Yeah, Basachi. See you later.
Basachi?
Basachi? Glad you kids are well. Anyhow, nothing to be afraid of if we play it safe, right? Of course. Mr. Fukuyama, see you. How wonderful of you to use my real name. See you all tomorrow. His voice is so familiar. Why is everyone so familiar to everyone in this game? I just need someone to be identified as like, this person is a complete and utter stranger to me. I have no idea who this person could be. Just absolutely obscure. He's got the fandom fit. Alright. Let's see. Let's... Tachibana? By any chance, are you the Fukuyama I know from the Nagatana Club? That's me! I can't believe you remember me from junior high. How fun! I knew it was you, Tachibana. You are Tachibana, right? Ayumi Tachibana? I never have imagined. It's been too long, right? Good old Tachibana. Yeah, the gray isn't that great. Well, he sure still hasn't changed. Still gets way too close when he's talking to you. He's also got the eyes and eyebrows of an insane person. What are you doing here anyway? Well, I'm actually an assistant detective. Is that right? Tachibana, the crime solver? That's great. Did they let you carry a Naginata or... Naginatana or... His full name is Tsubasa Fukuyama. Oh, the name Basachi is based on his first name. That's cute. I can't pronounce. I'm like getting tongue-tied over these fucking names. He hasn't changed. Not even the way when he stands too close to you while talking. Hey, what's up? What are you doing here? I'm actually a teacher now. I've just been assigned to this school. Too much life is strange giving you names you could pronounce, yeah. Everyone being Alex, Rachel, Chloe, Max. See? Must be here investigating Yasuki's murder, right? Let me help you. I'm sorry to hear about it, Yasuki. It's just such a tragedy. Junior high kid losing his life so young. It's beyond sad. I'd like to tell the killer that I hate him straight to his face. And I want Yasuki back. I think everyone here at the junior high feels about the same. Hopefully the kids you were just talking to helped with the investigation some? They did. They gave me lots of info. They're so brave. To be dealing with the trauma and still able to help a detective. They're doing alright though. The thing they emphasized was how popular Yasuki was. You didn't mention Sean or Daniel noticing. I am the nudicer. I heard about some of his good friends.
そうなんだ
I see.
森本めぐみさんの
Like
こととか
Megami? Oh. Eh,
あと
and also
滝
Kohei?
口くんと
なるほど
I see. Why did he get weird
他の
about
生徒た
Megami?
ちのことも
Why did he get weird about it?
してもいいですよね。
それはもちろん何
Can
で
I
も
ask
聞
you
い
a
て
few questions about them? Of course. Ask me anything.
ありがとうございます。
Great.
福
Thanks.
山さん。
Oh my god. At first, I want to ask about Megami because he got all
森
weird.
本めぐみという生徒
Do you
は
know
ご
a
存知で
student
す
named
か？
Megami?
森
Megami?
本
Is that what you said?
え
Yes.
え、
Some of the kids said that she was good
仲が良
friends
か
with
ったと
Hisuki.
さっき。
そうだったのか
Oh, I didn't know
それは
that.
知らなかったな
Bruh's lying like he's lying in LA Noir.
あれ？先輩
Seems
な
a
んだ
bit antsy.
先輩なんだ。
This guy gives me bad vibes, yeah.
森本
So
は
yes,
俺のクラス
Megami is a student in my class,
学級
and,
委員
and
を
she's our class representative.
独特な髪型するのね。
Did he
先輩
struggle with her name then?
そういえば彼女
Come to think of it,
昨日から
she's
欠
absent
席
today.
しているよ
I'm sure this
佐
has all
々
been
木の事件がよ
traumatizing
ほど
for her.
答えたに違いそう
Yeah,
佐々木の事
I'm
件
sure that's it.
よほ
I
ど
can't imagine.
うん。
What's our notebook say? Does the notebook just say he's being super suspicious? Oh yeah. Mr. Fukuyama becomes fidgety and acts suspicious when Megami's name is brought up. Wait, they were in middle school together? He's 23. She's 19? That's a 4-year gap. Bro got held back. That's a 4-year gap between them. I keep paying attention to the years because I feel like the years are going to be very important in this game, considering what emphasis the game put on the murders being 18 years ago. So I've been like hyper-focused on people's ages as we go. Held back in middle school 4 times. No, I mean, he could still be, like, he could have been in 3rd year while she was in 1st year. But there's a 4-year age gap, so that means he was, like, maybe redoing, like, the 3rd year or something. Too many characters with sprites? Really? Why is that? This whole thing with Suzuki must have traumatized her. That's definitely what's going on. Okay, so he's got nothing else to say about that. Tell me about Asuki then. Sorry, Tachibana. I know I said you could ask me anything, but I don't really know anything about the case. I'm afraid I might not be of much help. Besides, I wasn't Asuki's homeroom teacher, so I don't actually know him very well. Though Asuki wasn't in my class, he was one of our precious, irreplaceable students. So please, know if there's anything I can do to help you solve the case. I feel like a purely visual novel format like this has to give everyone sprites, even nameless characters. Yeah, I agree. It'd be weird if, like, a character didn't, because then they would immediately, like, not be considered. Alright, tell me about the school. The kids do a lot of learning here, that's for sure.
学び屋だ。
They do a lot of learning at the school. You don't say!
ここで彼女たちは様々な
By the time they leave, they hopefully understand what it takes to be an upstanding
人とし
citizen
て
of
必
the
要な
world.
ことを学ぶんだ。学校ではそし
Of
て
course, the other thing about school,
我々教師たちも
we
学ぶ。
teachers learn a lot
生
from our
徒たちから
students.
様々なことを俺はいつも
My students are always
生徒たち
reminding me
が
about
大
what's
切なこと
important
は
in
何
life.
か、つまり学校と
Everyone grows
人
in
が
school,
成
you
長
see.
するために
That's how I spend my days,
俺は
Tachibana.
そう学校とは生徒が教師で
Sometimes
教
at
師が
school,
生徒でも
the students are the teachers, and the teachers are the students. I am done talking to this guy.
学校とは
竹口くん
You knew a student named
ご
Kohei?
存知ですか？
竹口。ああ、竹
Oh,
口。
Kohei Takaguchi?
彼も俺の
Yeah, he's in my class.
その子も佐
I
々
heard he
木
was
君
good
と仲が
friends
良
with
かったと
Suki.
聞きました。
そうだ
Oh,
ろうか。
I didn't realize that.
竹
He's
口
very,
は
a
おとな
very
しくて
quiet,
真面目な生
serious
徒。
student.
彼もひどく心を
Must
痛
be
めていることだ
heartbroken.
ろう。
I'm sure he could use some emotional support right now. It's a first-party Nintendo game. Those never have budget problems. Yeah, Nintendo's always always willing to invest, which is generally why you can always kind of rely on Nintendo games to not be buggy, have good quality, always work. This whole incident has made me realize that I'm helpless to protect these kids, even as a teacher. So Tachibana,
はい。
yeah? I'm just a helpless teacher who can't even protect my students. But if I had the opportunity to save one of them from something tragic, like what happened to Izuki, I'd gladly give my own life. Aren't in the right place. I think being a teacher is a good fit for him. Oh, Ayumi, I think you're not going to be the one to solve this case. I think you're not getting an underlying good observation of this guy. That's just shame. Except Pokemon? Well, that's not a first-party Nintendo game. So he became a teacher. Makes sense. He seems dedicated and enthusiastic about it. But still, I can't but wonder about his reaction when I brought up Megumi. Why are you getting so weird about it? Yeah, Megumi is... Megumi is totally alive and breathing and doing well. He's definitely, she's totally alive and a living, breathing person who's alive and doing well and totally not dead, totally not murdered, totally still alive, totally doing fine. Oh no! Sorry, we have a staff meeting right now and I'm running late. I should go. Okay. Thanks for your help, Fukuyama. It's the least I could do. I wish I could help more. Well, the information you provided has been helpful. This investigation is only getting started. And I'm going to be seeing it through. So I'm hoping you'll continue to cooperate with the investigation to help us solve this case quickly. Can I count on your continued support? Of course, Tachibana. I'm happy to help. That's great, thank you. What if the girl at the beginning wasn't one of the 3 from 18 years ago and is actually a Megumi? I think it was, because the schoolgirls were also very, specific to note that, she's not here today. Yeah, Megami has been at school. Also, he's noted that she's not at school. And he's like, oh yeah, it's because it's traumatizing. Nah, I think Megami's already dead.
じゃあな、立花。
See you later, Tachibana.
もう誰もいない。生徒たちと話して思ったけど、
After talking to some of the kids, or that's what I was like as a junior high student.
福山先輩も大変だろうな。
It seems like Fukuyama is struggling to cope
先
with what
輩なら
happened,
大丈夫か
but
な。
I'm sure he'll be okay.
そろそろ事務所に戻らな
We
く
should
ちゃ。
probably head back to the office.
あれ、もう帰ってる
I
かな。
wonder if
事
Sam's there yet.
務所に戻ります。
おかけになった電話は電
Sorry.
波が届かないとこ
The
ろにあ
number you
る
have
か
dialed cannot be
電源が
reached.
入っている。
彼、
I wonder if Sam forgot to charge his phone, even after I reminded him. No.
はい、こちらは宇津木探偵事務所です。ご依頼の件でしたら後日
Voicemail.
担当者より。
特に残したいメッセージ。
Oh, looks like we will be able to leave a voicemail later, though. Interesting to note.
先生、お忙しいのかし
Mr.
ら。
Itsugi is probably busy.
事務所にも。
Alright, what things did we learn while we were here? No reports of trouble with his family. Izuki was talking to someone on the phone before he died. Izuki had a bright personality and was popular among kids at school. He's a longtime friend of Megami, a student from another class. Seems he's also good friends with another student named Kohei. There's also a rumor that he and Kohei were both interested in Megami romantically. Alright, Fukuyami is fidgety when Megami's name's brought up. He's not Isuki's homeroom teacher, but he is Megami and Kohei's homeroom teacher. Megami, a third-year student at the junior high, has been friends with Isuki since childhood. She's class representative. Megami has been absent from school since the day Izuki's body was discovered. She's classmates with Kohei, and their homeroom teacher is Fukuyama. Back to the agency. Oh, Jesus.
立花、連絡先を教えてくれ。俺、校内でいろんな人に話を聞いてみるつもりなんだ。
Fukuyama jump scare. Hey, Tachibana. I should get your contact info. If I hear anything from the students, I can share it with you.
先輩、職員
What
会
happened to
議
the
は
staff meeting?
何か情報があった
I'll
ら
let you know the moment I have any
知らせよう
news.
と
Or would that be a bother?
迷惑かな。
本当ですか？
Not
あ
at
りが
all.
とうございま
Here's
す。
my cell phone number.
こちらこそだ。
Thank
立
you.
花。
And here's my number, just in case.
俺は
I'll never
俺
forgive the
は犯
person who
人を
did
決
this.
して許さない。
I vow to help in any way I can.
はい。
I hear you.
じゃあ、
Then
近
I'll
い
see you
うち
again
に
soon.
また会おう。
I'll keep my promise,
必
Tachibana.
ずだぞ。
はい。
Of course.
よ
I'm
ろしくお
counting
願
on
い
you.
し
気をつけて帰るんだぞ。
Be careful on your way home. I'm waiting for like another big twist to happen for a good ending
た
point.
だいま戻りました。
Hey, I'm back.
お帰りなさい。
Hey, I just got back
私も
too.
今帰ったところよ。
二人ともお疲れ。
Good to see you
どう
both.
だ調査
How'd it go? What info were you able to uncover?
18年前の事件で
Found out that the police withheld the info about the paper bags 18 years ago
世間を
to
刺
avoid
激しないため
provoking
だ
the
ったんです
public.
ね。
The protagonist is back.
異様な手口による捜査
So they were
への
worried
支
about a
障を避ける
copycat
ため
kill.
の判断。
I could see how that would have muddied the investigation.
最初の被害者と
I
接
also
触
learned
が
about
あ
a
った
missing
女性は
person who knew the first
実質
victim.
に多量の血
They
痕
found a
を
lot of
残
blood
し
in
て
his
失踪した
apartment.
ということも教えてもらいました。
But whose blood was it?
加害者とも考えられるが、
Seems a likely suspect, but also possible that they were involved in some unrelated trouble.
それと佐々木くんの事
Last
件の
but
当
not
日に
least, when I was
遺体
investigating
発
the
見
crime
停
scene,
車中のオートバイが
I
目
spoke with
撃
a
されていた
witness.
ようです
The
今
cab
日
driver
僕ら
who
の
brought
タ
me,
クシーの運転手から
he saw a motorcycle parked near the scene of the crime.
オートバイ。
Motorcycle, huh?
ところで先生
Were you aware that a
18
young
年
boy
前の連続
also
事件の
went missing
さなか
around the time of the
少
killings
年
18
が
years
行方
ago?
不明になっ
久世誠。
Yes.
あの久世刑事の
Koto
お兄さん
Kuze,
ね。
Detective Kuze's brother.
はいそうです
I'm already glad
や
you
っぱ
knew
り
about
ご
that
存知だったん
wrinkle.
ですね
実は誠さんが失踪し
I
た
was
時
actually working with the
警
police at
察に
that time
協
as
力して
well.
たんだ。
That's why he
当
recognized
時
her.
連続少女殺人事件に
Inspector
関わり
Kamada
カ
was
マさんから
overwhelmed
の
with
依
the
頼で
serial
ね
murders, so he asked me to help with the missing person case.
彼の失踪も
Of course,
何
there's
か
some
関連
speculation
があ
the
る
two
の
were
では
related.
と考えた。
なるほど
Let's see.
彼は夜
The
になっ
story
ても
goes
帰
that
って
he
こ
went
な
looking
い
for his sister
妹の
Junko,
純子
who
さん
hadn't
を
come
探しに
home.
行ったきり
Then he
い
was
なく
never
なって
seen
しまっ
again.
たんだよ。
Wait,
ちょ
so what happened to Junko? I
Kuze-Keijo.
mean, Detective Kuze.
純子さんは一人で帰って
She
き
came back alone, but
た。
she...
ひどく怯えているように
Well, she looked pretty
僕に
shaken
は
to
見え
me.
たんだ。
怯えていた
Shaken, you said.
気になった僕は
I was
日を
curious
改
and
め
went
て
back to
純子さん
visit
を訪
Junko
ねて
again
みたん
another
だ。
day.
しかし
But
彼女
that
は
time, well,
一切口を開
she
かなか
didn't
っ
say a word.
た。それ以降訪ねて行っても
After that, she
会うこと
refused
す
to
ら
even see
拒ま
me
れて
when
し
I
まう。
visited.
そして昨日18年ぶり
Believe it
に
or not,
純子さ
yesterday
ん
was
に
the
会っ
first time I've seen her since.
僕からは以上だ。
Afraid that's all there is to that
あゆみちゃ
story.
んの調査結果を聞こうか。
Let's hear what Ayumi found.
あゆみちゃんお願い
Go ahead.
私は
Sure.
佐々木くんが通
Well, I
っ
went
て
to
いた
investigate the junior
南
high.
第三そこで聞き込みをした結果
I asked around.
佐々木くんは明る
Sounds like
く
Izuki
ク
was
ラスの
bright
人
and
気
popular
者で
and got good
成
grades.
績も良かった最近も
Of
特に変わ
course,
った
the
様
students were
子も
shocked
な
by his
く
dad, but they
突
said
然のこ
nothing
とに
unusual had been
生徒
going
た
on.
その佐々木くんは
Also, speaking of Izuki,
森本めぐ
he
みさ
seems to
ん
have been especially close to
木
the
口
students
浩平
Megumi
君という
and
生徒と
Kohei.
その二人の生
I
徒の
spoke,
担任の
I
先生
spoke
から
to Fukuyama,
話を
both
聞くこ
students'
とができ
homeroom
まし
teacher as
た
well.
福山という先生
Fukuyama
なんで
was
すが
actually my senpai back when I
実
was
は
in the Nagina
私の中学時代のなぎなタ部の先輩だ
in junior high. Ah.
おお、
Oh.
佐々木くんの担任で
Suki's
は
in
な
a
いん
different
ですけど
class, but
でき
Fukuyama
る
still
だけ
promised
調
to
査
help
に
the
協力し
investigation.
たいと
それはラッキーだよね
That's great,
あゆみ
Ayumi.
ちゃん
Thanks.
私も驚
Yeah,
い
it
ち
was
ゃ
a
った
pleasant surprise. She learned way
じ
more
ゃ
than
あ
us.
今日分かったことをもとに二人の推理を聞かせて
I'd
く
like
れ
to
な
hear
い
you
か。
both review the evidence you've gathered today.
今回の調査でも
Your insights will be of
君た
great
ちの活
value
躍
to
が
the
大
overall
きな助け
investigation.
になりそう。
What have you been doing, detective? Can we get insight into what the detective's been doing?
君たちの推理を聞かせて。
I want to review what you know about the case.
今日分かったことをもとにバッテリー切れで使い
君たちの推理を。
Okay, no one's gonna let me do anything but review.
18年前の連続少女殺人事件に関連して
Why don't I start with the serial killings 18 years
久世
ago?
刑事のお兄さん久世
I
誠
covered
さ
some
んに
info
関す
about
る話
Detective
を聞
Kuze's
くことが
brother,
できた
Makoto. He was another victim of the same killer who murdered those three girls. He was the one who killed those girls. We can't yet be sure if he had anything to do with the killings.
連続少女殺人事件とか
あなたの言う通りね
That sounds right.
何も分かっていない。
Yes, but unfortunately that's not saying much, and we know even less.
ただ、誠さんの
It's
失踪
true
を機
that the
に
murder stopped after
連続
Makoto
殺人事件が
disappeared.
鳴りを
I am
潜め
curious about that.
今回の事件と
Next, here's what we know
11
about
年
the
前の
ties between
連続
Isuki's
少女
case
殺
and
人
the
事件
killings
と
from
つな
18
がり
years
だけ
ago.
ど
We can't be sure if there's a connection.
この
We
2
just
つの
don't know
事件
shit.
のつながりは不明ということだ
I imagine these constant recaps have to be dragging to some people, especially replayers. Yeah, I feel like they all like developers. I feel like always add these recaps for people who have been who can't play the game in a single session. But yeah, I feel like if you are able to play the game in a single session, or just in general, or if you're keeping like up to date with the game, these are like really annoying, honestly. We can't be sure if there's any connection between this murder and the ones from 18 years ago.
ああ、君の言う
That's
通り
right.
だ。
Without evidence, we can't point to any kind of connection just yet.
ただ、
However,
違った
there's
視
one
点から
thing that
の
we
推
can
理として
deduce.
それ
Oh,
は
you're suggesting that the killer was likely imitating blank? The smiling man? Like, are you able to guess at this stage? I want to be able to... Can I not go back to the beginning of the sentence? I want to put in the smiling man, whatever, who cares? That's right.
I think
we should consider it a valid hypothesis.
さすがだな。
Well,
すべて的
all
確
in
な
all, I'm
推理
impressed with your reasoning. At the end of every chapter, I have a feeling he's gonna start giving me a letter grade on how I do in the
私も
review.
負けてられないわね
Way to play it cool there, but don't count me out just yet. I can still solve the case. Honestly, I feel like she got way more info than we got during this investigation. Personally, I feel like she's doing better. As we proceed with the investigation, I'd like you to take a look at Kuze's siblings, Sam. I have a feeling that Makoto's disappearance is relevant somehow.
わかりました
Understood. They had to foolproof that text box to be sure to accept any possible version of the correct answer. Yeah, you're probably right. As for you, Ayumi, could you see if you could get more info from the folks at the junior high?
先生はどうするん
I'm
で
on
す
it.
か
But what about you, Mr. Itsugi? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
僕はエミオという都市
Going to dig
伝説
into
の
the
ことを
Emio
調べて
legend
み
a
よう
bit.
と思っている
Something about the
確
smiling
かめた
man
い
I
こ
want
と
to
があって
confirm.
ねしばらく帰ってこられない
Maybe
かもしれ
occupied
ない
for a while.
先生はやっぱりマイペースだ
Mr. Itsugi marches to the beat of his own drum.
いやそれにしてもあ
So
ゆみ
your
ちゃ
old
ん
senpai is a teacher
先
at the
輩が
school, huh?
南第
It's
三
great
中
that you
学
have a
校の
connection
先生
there.
だなんて本当についてるね
We knew he was imitating the smiling man like minutes in when we saw the bag. So, I guess the reasoning is now it's a bigger deal that he's imitating the smiling man. Because we know that the bags weren't public info on the murders from 18 years ago.
うんそうなの
That's right. Fukuyama even came to watch our club after
卒業後
graduation.
もよく部活を見に
へえ
Sounds like a
後
good
輩思い
mentor.
のいい先輩だ
先輩の高校の
Totally.
なぎなた
But
部
boys weren't allowed to be
男子
part
は
of the
入部できなかったんだ
Nagitana
って
club at his high school.
男子
Your senpai's a man?
あ、そうそ
Well,
う
yeah.
何か分かったら
Oh,
教え
also
て
we
もらえる
exchanged
ように
numbers so he can let me
携
know if
帯
he
の
learns
番号
anything
を交
useful.
換しておいたわよ
I feel like that's a good thumbnail.
そりゃ
Oh,
ありがたい
great.
話だ。
うんそうだよ
Is there
あな
something
た
wrong?
どうかしたの
You suddenly got weird.
何か心配
いや、
No,
別に。
no, no, it's nothing.
そう
Okay,
Nana,
if
you
you
can-
say so. Chapter 3, The Language of Flowers. Yukariko
先生が教えてく
Village.
れた住所によれば
Kind of waiting for something to happen.
家はこの近くのはずなんだけど。
I don't know. Hang on just a second. I will be right back. Need another snack. So this is a copycat. How are they able to replicate the bags without knowing the original case? Does that mean the legend came before the killings? Must have. But basically, it's a question, 12 hours, of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Did the story inspire the killer, or did the killer inspire the story? There are people that haven't heard of the legend, but there are people who didn't hear that the victims had bags on their head. According to Mr. Itsugi's directions, the house where the Kuze siblings live should be around here.
誰かに道を聞いた方が良さそうだ
I
な。
should ask for different directions.
あれ、画面がつかないな。はっ、電池が切れてる。
The battery on my phone's dead again. I guess I forgot to
事
charge it.
務所に帰ったら今日こそ充電しよう。
I should remember to do that. Is there a way to get to like remember to charge the phone? Like, or is that just like it's just never gonna work?
誰かいないかな。
Is it just like the writer's reasoning to like make sure that he's got a phone? So that's not a plot hole, but then just have him always like let the phone die?
ゆったりとした時間。
Look at all those gadgets.
美味しそうだな。聞く相手がいる。そばには誰も。誰かいないかな。人の姿はどこ？誰かいないかな。そばには誰もいない。ビニールハウスの中に
How many chapters are there total? Do we know?
お、人が生えてきた。
Oh, that guy just sprouted on the field like he was planted there.
しゃがんで作業していた。
Guess he was just crouching
全
down.
然そう。
I should talk to him.
すいません。
It's the guy who shot
ちょっと
Goku.
いいですか。
Give him a moment. What do you want?
クゼさんの。
Excuse me, do you know the way to the Kuze residence? The Kuze place? Sure, Sonny. Just go straight down that dirt road and head toward the mountains. It's right at the end of the road. Can't miss it.
わかりました。
Got it.
ありがとう
Thank
ご
you.
ざいます。この道はまっすぐだな。
He shot Raditz. Didn't Goku get shot in Super, though?
突き当たりのね。ここだな。
House at the end of the road. Must be this one. Oh, this is a nice place. I'm sure Detective Kuze is going to be very happy. I'm here.
クゼ兄弟が暮らしていた家は聞く相手がいない。ごめんください。
Hello?
誰もいない。
Anyone home?
郵便受けには人がいる気配が。
Oh, has that house been abandoned?
草がボーボー。お、バトラって僕は子供じゃないから捕まえ。
A grasshopper. Don't chase after him. Professional detectives don't do that sort of thing.
またもういない。
The grasshopper got away.
誰も
Is the place just vacant?
割れてこそいないけど。誰も住んでない。
And it certainly looks like it's been abandoned.
古びたのね。
Kuze doesn't strike me as the type to like have her living place look like this. With how uptight she is.
調べられそうなところは一通り確認しておこう。調べられそうな。家から物音が聞こえた。田舎の古民家。誰も住んでいない。誰も住んでいない。よく見ると
The game definitely has like the Ace Attorney thing, where it's just like sometimes hard to tell what you need to do to advance.
よく見ると曇りまたもういない。よく見ると最近使われた要素はない。調べられそう。
Let's look around. There's nothing left to look at, bro.
じゃあ家から物音が周囲はひっそりとしまた誰も住んでない。誰も住んでいないのかな。曇り誰も住んでいない。表札
Oh, you
も
gotta
外
be
され
kidding me. The nameplates on the door have been removed. I can't say for sure that this was Detective Kuze's home.
調べられるところはもしかしてここって。
Maybe the place is vacant.
うーん
The place looks
何が
deserted,
玄
so
関
maybe
の
no one's
隣
home.
じゃ誰もいない
Let
の
me
か。
try one more
す
time.
みません。
Excuse me? Anyone home?
ああ、やっぱダメか。
That didn't work.
家から物音は聞こえてこない。
Find the game very tedious? Yeah, it's the visual novel dilemma.
本当に誰もいないようだ。そうだ。
Maybe Mr. Atsugi would know something.
と思ったけど、参ったな。どうしようかな。ひとまず戻って。
Maybe I should go back and talk to that person again.
あんた
What are you doing?
あ、びっくりした。
Oh, you scared me.
あなたは。
Sorry, you are?
わしゃ隣に
Your
住んど
name's
る
Tiyama. I live next door.
こんにちは。
Hello.
なんじゃ
Sorry, I didn't see anyone in the house.
お隣さんは空き
Yeah,
家じ
no
ゃ
one lives there. So no matter how much you shout, no one's coming out.
やっぱり空き家だった。
Yeah, like I thought.
ここ、
I
久世
see.
さんのお宅なん
But
で
this
すよ。
was the Kuze residence, wasn't it?
もうその通
Sure
り
was.
じゃが
But like I said,
誰
no
も
one lives
住ん
here
どや
anymore.
せん
Why does he have such a smile on his face about no one living there?
ちょっとお話を
Is
聞
it
かせ
okay
て
if
も
I
らって
ask
いい
you
で
a
す
few
か？
questions?
ええけんども
Sure.
あんた
You friend of Junko's or something?
何かか
僕は単
Oh, no, I'm a private. Well, maybe I don't want it to get back to Detective Kuze. I was snooping around here.
どうしよう。
She might yell at me. What should I do? Conceal her
僕
identity.
は守らずに。
You're a what now?
単なる
I'm a
知り合いです。
private person, so I'd rather not say.
お
I see. Close one.
先ほど
You mentioned earlier that the house was vacant. How long has it been that way?
空き家になっ
そうじゃの
It's been about 2 years.
刑事になった
Junko went off to be a detective and left the village.
吉江さんも
Yoshi doesn't live here
もうここには住ん
anymore.
どらんし
Neither does Makoto.
おらんからの
So yeah, no one's around.
じゃけ
No one lives here.
んなんじゃ
吉江さん。
Yoshi.
お母さん
Could。that be Kuze's mother?
まこっちゃんは。
Makoto is
久
the
世
brother,
刑
of
事の
course.
田山さんに。久世家の。
I've got all kinds of burning questions about the Kuze family.
純子さんと
What
誠
were
さん
Junko
は。
and Makoto like as
Donna
kids?
Gokyōdai
You know,
だったんですか？
brother sister wise.
仲のええ兄
Oh,
弟じゃ
they
っ
were
たよ
cute. Real close.
どっちか言うたら
Junko. She always acted more like the big sister than the little one. Yeah,
なんと
I
な
can
く想
imagine.
像はできますね。
Yeah, you know what I mean.
そうじゃ元気に
They were a good brother sister team, those two.
元気に
吉江さん。
Sorry, who's Yoshi?
まこっちゃんと
Oh,
純子
she's
ちゃ
their
んの
grandmother.
そばに当たる
久世刑事の。
The grandmother. I see.
吉江さんは
She was lovely.
本に優しい
Just
人
a
で
kind
の
person who took very good care of her grandkids.
吉江さんは
She loved her two grandkids. Or she loves her two grandkids, so she's still alive.
吉江さんは孫二人が誰かがなん
I
か
thought I heard yelling, so I came over to check it out. Imagine my surprise to find a youngster like you.
子供。
I'm 19.
子供は元気がいい
Healthy kids are happy kids, aren't they?
お隣さんなら何か知ってる
This
かも
neighbor
しれない
has a lot of info. Does he?
子供はまこっちゃんと純子ちゃんは
Those two kids lost their parents in an accident when they were young. So their grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Kuze, took them in. They all lived right here in the village. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Mr. and Miss Kuze were real generous to take care of the kids like that. Thanks to them, Makoto and Junko had pretty normal childhoods. They grew up healthy and strong. They were good kids. Well, that's fine. That's why when you got visual novels like this, you just gotta come watch the stream. Though it does seem like people aren't particularly interested in the stream of this game either, I'll say. Anyway, after Junko left home, it was just Yoshi and her husband. Yeah, Kuze's definitely had a rough life. Looks like Grandpa's dead, parents are dead, brother's MIA. He passed away about 2 years ago. So, she left soon after. But, Yoshi raised those kids right, especially considering how they lost their parents. Where's Yoshi now? She lives in a retirement home in the village. Junko didn't want her living alone, so it was her idea. Ah, that explains why the family home is empty. That's right. I'm actually going to be tearing this house down pretty soon. Oh. Maybe Makoto will come back one day. I'm sure he'd love to see this place again. He'll be sad when their house isn't there anymore. So this house is going to be torn down. Kuze family home seems to be empty, but I'm sure it's filled with memories. I wonder if the detective would be sad if she saw it like this. What are you doing here anyway? Interested in the Kuze family home? Yeah, in a sense. I hear ya. Every so often I come check out the place myself. Just curiosity, you know. Vacant houses have a way of falling to pieces pretty quick if you don't tend to. But, you know, I didn't, but... By the way... It was 3 days ago. Yeah. I was on my way home from a meeting and I saw a lock-on in the house here. I'm supposed to be in there. I was curious about what was going on, so I went to check it out. That's when Junko walked out. So the detective was here 3 days ago. Junko said she came by to see if she had left anything behind she might need. See, because the house is getting torn down soon. She felt bad that it would be a disturbance. She just kept apologizing. Of course, I invited her to tea. I hadn't seen her in ages. But she said she couldn't. She had to work extra early the next day and all that, you know. Can't believe she's a detective now. She's all grown up. She looked just like the detectives you see on TV. I guess she's all grown up. I gotta say, Junko has blossomed into a very pretty young woman. I don't think I have any more questions. It's time to see if I can talk to Detective Kuze's grandmother. Retirement home is Yoshi living in? Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's called Yukikario Relax? Yeah, that's it. Great, thanks. It's a nice name. I hear the place lives up to it. Just a little ways up past the mountain if you're looking for it. Thanks for all the info. I appreciate it.
吉江
see
さ
if
ん
I
に
can
会ってみ
talk
よう
to
と
her.
思います。
Okay. Tell her I said hello.
そうじゃ。
Oh, before you go.
なんだろう。
What's happening? Got something for you.
ナイスですね。
That's a lot of eggplants. Yep, grew these babies myself. They're delicious. It ain't much, but I want you to have them. Good. Okay.
まこっちゃんは
See, Makoto was a big fan of eggplant.
そうだったん
Oh,
ですか。
I didn't know that.
ありがとうございます。いただきます。
Thanks. I'll gladly take these.
もう受けた。よし。
浅漬けにしてもナス田楽に
じゃあ僕、ゆか
Thanks
りこ
so
リラック
much
ス
for
を
the
言います。
eggplants.
気ぃつけていきなせい。
Has anyone here had eggplants? Are they good? 3 days ago. Ooh, we get a flashback scene. Oh, dun, 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 dun. Damn it! I missed the screenshot for the thumbnail. Reminiscing on what the house used to look like with their brother here. Did she hear something or remember something?
<sighs> やっと着いた。
Okay, well, we know nothing happened to her in particular there, because, I mean, it was 3 days ago, and we've definitely seen her since. So, I mean, nothing too earth-shattering happens behind that locker.
田山さんの言うちょっとって全然
Funny
ちょ
how
っとじゃな
far
いんだな。
Toyama's idea of a little way turned out to
いただい
be.
たナスも袋から
Meanwhile, I'm lugging enough eggplants to feed an army and hiking up a mountain.
であれ
Wait,
リラック
this
ス
says
ゆ
Relax
かりこ村
Yukikaru
教
Village.
えてもらった名前と
That's
少し違う
exactly
けど
what he said, but it must be in
多
the
分
right
こ
place.
こだろうな。久世義恵さん、久世刑事のおばあさんか。
I wonder what Detective Kuze's grandmother will be like.
こんにちは。
Look at the angry birds in the corner. Cute.
はい。
こんにちは。
Hello,
失礼ですが、
excuse
どな
me.
たかのご家
Are
族
you
の
here
方
to
です
visit a
か？
family member?
あ、いえ、そう
Not
じゃありません。
exactly.
ご家族ではな
So
い。
you're not a family member?
こちらに入居されてる
I'd
方
like to have a
に
word with one of the
お
residents
話
here.
その方とは
Do you have
お
an
約
appointment?
束をされているん
Afraid
で
I
しょう
don't
か？
see anything in the records.
面会の
あ、いえ、約束はしてい
Sorry,
ません。
no, I don't have an appointment. But I'm sure that Grandma doesn't have a particularly busy schedule, so just let me talk to her.
うん
No? Oh?
大変申し訳あ
Well,
り
I'm
ません。
very sorry.
当施設では
This
ご面
facility
会
has a
のご予約
policy
のない
against
方のお
allowing
取り次ぎは
visitors without a
できない
prior
です。
appointment.
大変申し訳あり
So
ま
I'm
せ
afraid
ん
I'm
が、
going to have to ask
お
you to
引き
leave.
取り願えますでしょうか？
Afraid I'm going to have to sneak in.
申し訳ありませんが。
おじいさんやおばあさんたち、確かに家族でも。
No way, they just made me come here to
入居者の方だろうか。
Like, be told I can't come here.
受付カウンター。機嫌そう。
What if I give
受付カウンター。
the eggplants?
携帯電話。身内でもないものが訪ねてきたら一度出直す。
Maybe I should try another time. Seriously?
あ
Why even make me do this?
申し訳ありません。はいはい。
Alright,
突然
sure.
押しかけてすみませんでし
Oh,
た。
sorry, I didn't make
出
an
直すこ
appointment.
とにします
I'll。come back another time.
申し訳ありませんね。
Thank you for
不足で
understanding.
して。
Can I make an appointment now while I'm here? Like, hi, I'd like to make an appointment with Miss Kuze.
今度いらっしゃるときは入居者の方に
Just
お
be
知ら
sure to
せ
let
く
the
ださい。
resident know the
ご
next
予
time you'd
約を
like to
承りますの
like to
で。
visit, and I'll make an appointment.
はい。失礼しま
Will
す。
do, ma'am. I'll be on my way.
誰に何を？
What am I supposed to ask?
吉江さんに連絡をして
Maybe I should contact
面会の
Yoshi
予
and
約
make
を
an
してから
actual
出直すか。
appointment for a
ど
visit.
うやって？
Wait, how would I do that?
携帯電話は久世刑事に相談し無理絶対に無理。
Maybe I should just ask Detective for help. Wait, what am I thinking? That's a terrible idea.
久世刑事に聞くなん
There's
て。
no way I'm gonna ask the detective.
久世刑事に聞くなんて。そばには誰も。携帯電話は充電切れだ。結局、吉江さんに話を聞くことは
I might not be able to
これからも
talk to her
できない
at
かも
all
し
if
れ
I
ない。
can't think of a way to come up with an appointment. With that in mind,
Shh.
I need to try talking to the receptionist again.
中に戻って聞いてみ。
Bro. Oh, I thought you left.
はい申し訳ありませんが。
規則だというのは、
I know it's a rule,
実
but
は僕、
I'm actually
Kuze
acquaintance
Yoshie-san
of
の
Miss
お孫
Kuze's
さんの知り
granddaughter.
お孫さんの
Her granddaughter?
予約をお願いしたい
Yes,
ところな
I
の
would
で
have
す
made
が
an appointment, but I'm not acquainted with Miss Kuze.
だったらそのお孫さんを通じて
Okay,
ご予
well, I'll
約
just
い
need
た
to
だけ
confirm
れ
that
ば
with the
と思うの
granddaughter.
で。
One moment. What is it?
それが
I don't think that's a
ちょっとでき
great
ない
idea.
事情がありまして、
Given certain circumstances.
は
なんとかな
Is
ら
there
ない
anything
も
we
の
can
でしょ
do
うか。
here?
あ、
Can I offer you an eggplant as bribery?
話せばわかるはずだ。
やはり
それができないから困ってる。久世
Call
吉江さんを
Miss Yoshi
ここ
Kuze?
に
は
Excuse me.
でご挨拶
You
して
know,
事情をお
I'd
話
just like
し
to
して
say
面
hello
会を
real
予約
quick
して
and then make an appointment.
あわよくばそのまま
I think she'd be
お話
happy to see me. That's not
それは
possible.
できないって
Like I already
とに
said,
かくお
I'm
引き
gonna
取
have
り
to
くだ
ask
さ
you to
い。
leave.
やっぱりダメか。
Oh, I knew this would work.
諦めてください。
Sir, please stop doing what you're doing.
諦めてくだご予約なしに久世さ
You
ん
will
と
not
お
see
会いで
Miss
き
Kuze without an appointment.
ああ、何事かと
I
思
feel
っ
like
て
I'm
から
starting to make a
落とし
scene. That looks like Miss Kuze, right?
目が合っちゃった。
どちら様？
Who are you? Can I help?
あ、いえ、そ
Oh,
の、
no, it's
吉江
Miss Yoshi.
どちらかわ
Remember,
からな
we
い人
mustn't
とは。
interact with strangers. They're still adding content to Terraria? That's funny. Is this Miss Kuze?
失礼ですが、
Excuse me, are you Miss Kuze?
ええ、そうよ。
Why, yes, I am.
吉江さんってば
Yoshi,
ほら、ごらんなさい。
don't worry.
この
This
子
young
は
man
悪い
is
人に。
harmless.
この人が久世吉江さん。
She seems kind.
それで。
Do you happen to know my granddaughter, Junko?
刑事の方
She's a police detective,
か
you
し
see.
ら。
僕は
Yes,
純子
I
さ
do
んの
know
知り合い
Junko.
いや、このおばあさん
Don't wanna lie to this poor old
き
lady.
ちんと話も聞きたいし。
For the good of the case, I'd better come clean. Here we go.
宇津木探偵事務所
Ma'am,
で探
I'm
偵
a
をしています
detective with the Yatsugi Detective Agency.
まあ
Oh, a detective.
わかりました
How can I help you?
よしえさ
Miss Yoshi?
困らせてごめんなさいね
Is this against the rules? This young man seems like he's in some sort of trouble.
ご迷惑をおかけして
Sorry for the
申し訳ない
inconvenience.
ん
Alright.
よしえさんもこう
Since
おっ
Miss
しゃってるし
Yoshi's okay with it, I'll allow it. But don't make a habit of this, okay?
ありがとうございます。
では奥へどうぞ
Feel free to enter. We're gonna cost that caregiver lady her job. Can't we just talk to her in the lobby?
ああ村からここまで歩いてきたの
Did you walk all the way here from the
大変
village?
だった
You must
で
be
しょう。
exhausted.
それで
What can I do for you?
物資つけながら担当
I hope this
直
doesn't
入になり
offend
ます
you,
が
but I have to ask some tough questions.
18年前にいなくなった
Can we talk about your grandson Makoto's
久世
disappearance
誠さん
18
につ
years
いて
ago? Why are you
どう
asking?
しておし
今僕
I'm
が調査し
investigating
てい
a
る事件
case that may have some
不正
connection.
なこと
Oh?
誠の失踪が
And Makoto's disappearances.
そうですか
I see.
話せる範囲で構いません
Let's just start with
聞
anything
か
you
せていただ
remember.
けない
about.
でしょうか。
一つ
Let me ask you one
That's it.
thing.
はい
Of course.
あなたが私
Does
を
Junko
訪
know
ね
you're
てく
here?
ることを
No.
いえ話してません。
そう
I
やっ
suspected
ぱ
not.
り言ったら純
She
子が
wouldn't have
訪
wanted
問
you to
を
speak
許
with
さ
me.
ないわよね
さすがに分か
She
っていら
knows
っ
her
しゃる。
granddaughter well.
わかりました
I understand.
お役に
Well,
立
I'm
て
not
る
sure
か
if
は
I
わ
can
かり
help,
ませ
but
ん
I'll
が
tell you what I can.
おはそ
Do
の日
these
は
choices mean anything?
18年前の
Like,
7月
can I get like,
純子の9つの誕生日でした
like progress or lack of process or progress? If I lie to some of these characters, like, does that mean anything? Does anyone know? Like, if I go, oh yeah, hey, does Junko totally knows I'm here? Does she tell me like more or less info? Like, if I tell her that, does she like call me on my bullshit and goes like, no, my granddaughter definitely does not know? You know what I mean? I'm curious. It was July 1st, 18 years ago. Junko's 9th birthday.
大したことはしてやれませ
We
んが
wanted to make it as special as we
主人
could,
と私
so my
は
husband and I were out
純
shopping
子
for
を
a
祝っ
gift.
てやるために買い出しに私たちついつい
The
張り
series
切
is
りす
old,
ぎちゃっ
old
て
school, so I doubt it has that your choices matter element. But then why is it asking me these questions? You know what I mean? Like, just to fuck with me? What do they mean? We must have gotten carried away. We were gone for longer than we expected.
家に着いた頃
We didn't get home until after 7,
夜の
and
7
when we
時
did
を
return,
家の明かりがつ
there
い
weren't
て
any
いな
lights
か
on
っ
in
た
the
んで
house.
す純子
Junko? Makoto?
いる
Where
の
are you two?
どうしたの
What is it? What's wrong? Oh,
茶の間ではうつろな目をした誠が座
we
り
found
込んでい
Makoto
ました
sitting in the darkened tea room,
その
staring
周りに
vacantly,
は
and all around,
紫色
there were
の
purple flower
花が
petals
散らばって
scattered
い
all
ま
over
し
the
た
place. Hey, that's the cover of the
紫
game.
色の花
何事かと語りかけても押し黙っ
We'll
た
try to
ま
find
ま
out what was going
何
on,
も
but
答
Makoto
え
wouldn't
ない
say a word.
誠に主
And my
人が
husband said,
おいジュン
Hey,
コはどこ
where's
にもあらんぞ
I can't find Junko anywhere.
誠ジュ
Where's
ンコは
Junko?
どこじゃおい誠
Makoto!
言葉を聞いた
When
誠
Makoto
は
heard Junko's
すご
name,
い勢い
he
で
rushed out of the
表へ
house.
飛び出していったんです。わけがわからない
We
ま
were in
ま
shock,
私たち
but
は
we waited
ひ
patiently
ま
for
ず
the
二
two of them
人
to
の
come back.
帰りけれど
They didn't return.
9時を
At
過
around 9 p.m., we
私
called
た
the
ちは
police.
警察
And
に
shortly
連
after
絡し
that,
ました。玄関の引き戸が
I heard the front door
開
slide
く
open.
よかった
I
二人
thought,
が
thank
帰ってき
goodness
た
they're
と
back.
ほっとした私
So
た
we
ちは
rushed to the
慌
front
てて
door to
玄
greet them.
でも
But instead,
そこにいたのは
Junko was the
純
only
子
one
だ
there.
けでした。
Yeah, 9 p.m. Very suspicious. I noticed that as well, 12 hours. Also very funny that baby Junko has the exact same hairstyle, so you still know who it is.
泣きながら純子が
She had
一人
returned
で
without
帰ってき
Makoto
たん
in
で
tears.
す。誠と一緒
When
じゃ
I
な
asked
い
about
のと
Makoto,
聞いても
she just cried
純子
harder
は
and wouldn't speak.
ただしばらくして到着
The police
した
eventually
警察
showed
の
up and
方
tried to
々
speak
が
to
問いかけ
Junko,
やはり
but
純
she
子
wouldn't
は
say anything.
その夜私た
Later
ちは
that
懸
night, we
命
searched
に
far and
誠を
wide
探
for
しま
Makoto.
した。ご近所の皆
Neighbors
さ
and
んも
police helped us comb
警
the
察
entire
に協
village,
力
but
して結
we
局
couldn't find him anyway.
あの日以来
We've never seen him since.
誠は私
No.
誠さんと純子さんは
Neighbor I spoke with said that
とても
Makoto
仲
and
が良い兄
Junko
弟
were
だ
very
ったと
close as brother and
裏の
sister.
そんなご兄弟に
What could have happened that
その日
day to separate such tight-knit siblings? Okay.
話したくないことな
It's
の
just a
か
painful memory she doesn't
吉
want
江さんが
to
黙ってしまった
relive. She stopped talking for now.
話したくないこと
She's looking at my plastic bag. Click on the flower.
紫色のものこういうところで言う
Would you like an
あな
eggplant?
たが持ってきたそれ
What's that you brought with you?
これですか
Oh,
村の
one
方
of the
にいた
villagers
だいた
gave
んで
it
す
to me.
そう
I see.
あの子たち
My
は
grandkids loved
ナスが
eggplants,
大好
especially
きだ
Makoto.
そうらしいですね
That's what I heard.
ちょっと
Will you listen
昔
to another
話
little
に
story?
付き合っても
ぜひ
I'd
聞か
love
せて
to,
ください
please. Tell me about Makoto.
誠は
Makoto was a quiet,
素直
honest,
な
kind-hearted
と
boy.
てものんびり屋
He
さんの
smiled all the
誠は
time.
友達からからかわれてもニコニコするだけで
Smiling? That's suspicious. Is Francisco still here to accuse him of being the murderer?
怒ったりすること
He
は
never
なか
got
っ
angry.
たわね。とても優
He was a
しいお
sweet
兄ち
brother
ゃ
to
んだっ
Junko.
た。とても優しいお兄。しっかり者の
Junko
純
used to be
子は
annoyed that
何を
Makoto
言
never
われ
seemed
て
to
も
get
怒ら
angry.
ない兄。しょっちゅ
She'd get angry on
う
his
誠
behalf
の代わりに
sometimes.
怒ってい
She'd
た。
say,
お兄ちゃんは
Who's
私が
going to
いなきゃ
protect
ダ
you,
メ
big
なの。
brother? It's me.
私がお
I've
兄
got
ち
to
ゃん
do
を
it since you
守
won't
ってあ
protect
げる
yourself.
の。ってね。
I can almost hear it.
お兄ちゃんを守る
She always said she'd protect her big brother. Oh, and then she let him die. Or get kidnapped and become trained to be the next murderer.
そのナスはきっと
That
葉
must
山さん
eat
か
away at
ら
her.
いただいたのね。
You got those eggplants from Tiama, didn't you? Would you like them?
お兄ちゃんを
Can I
吉江
offer
さんの
you
話を聞こう
an eggplant in this trying time?
いつも小さい妹にやり
He was
込
one
め
of
られ
those
て
big
るお
brothers who
兄ちゃ
sort
ん
of
だ
let
っ
his
た
younger
けど、
sister call the shots, but
誠は
deep down, he
その
knew she was his
純
little
子が
sister.
可愛
She
く
was
て
so
仕方
adorable.
なかった。きっと
And even as feisty as
幼い
Junko
純子も
was, I'm sure she
分
looked
か
up
っ
to
て
him
い
as a
た
big
でしょ
brother.
う。普段は頼り
Even
な
when
く
he
見え
seemed a
る
bit
お兄、
soft,
いつも自
he was
分が
always protecting her.
純子のこと
When
と
it came
な
to
ると
Junko,
人
it's
が
almost
変わ
like
ったよ
Makoto
う
was a
にな
different
る。
person.
普段はとても
He
臆
was usually
病
so
でね。
timid. He was
明か
scared
り
of
の
the
な
dark
い
country
田舎
roads
の
at
夜
night.
道をとても怖がっ日が暮れ
In
ると
fact, he didn't want to
家
leave
か
the
ら
house
出よう
after
とし
dark,
なかったのは
at least
あの子が
until
い
the
な
day
くなった
disappeared.
でも
But one
そんな
night,
誠が
when Junko suddenly came down with a high
純
fever,
真夜中だってい
Makoto
う
ran
の
to the
に
hospital by
一
himself
人
in
で
the middle
病
of
院
the
まで
night to
走っ
alert a
て
doctor.
あの時の
Can
お医
you
者さん
imagine how the doctor
とて
reacted?
も驚いて
Couldn't
いた
believe
わ。
Makoto had done that.
そしてその
Makoto
晩
actually stayed up the whole night
一
watching over
睡もせ
Junko.
ずに純子妹の純子が
Junko
可
was
愛
so
くて
sweet
仕
to
方
Makoto,
ない。
and he was a protective big brother.
両親を事故で亡く
Junko
し
and
た当
Makoto's
時
parents died in a terrible accident.
まだ小さかった純子
But
は
Junko was still just a
村に
baby.
来て
She
からもし
cried
ば
all
ら
the
くは
time, even
泣い
after
て
coming
ば
to the
かり
village.
で親に甘
It
え
must have
た
been
い
so
盛りの子供に
She couldn't have the love she
ど
needed
れ
from
だ
her
け辛
parents.
かった根は甘えん坊
Junko
な
did
の
cry a lot, poor thing.
根は甘えそんな妹を兄の
Makoto would
誠は
watch over his sister with a
言
smile
葉
on
を
his
か
face,
ける
not
で
saying a
もお
word.
兄ちゃんは悲し
Some
くないの
times Junko would tease him and
時
ask
々
if he was sad,
純
but
子が
Makoto would just say,
純子がいるから俺
I
は
could never
寂
be
しくな
sad
い
with you as a little sister.
だから悲し
That's
く
what
な
he
いよ
always said. Oh, that's why he kills crying girls, because they remind him of his sister.
純子が眠った後
Some nights, after Junko went to
一
sleep,
人で
I
誠
noticed
が泣い
Makoto
てい
would
た
cry
こと
alone.
にでも
He never
私たち
showed
の
that
前
sort
で
of
は
emotion in front
そ
of
んな
us.
素振り
He
を
was
見せ
usually
ず
all smiles.
そんな誠の
The poor
心
boy had
が
helped heal and nurture
純
Junko.
純子だけではなく
Those precious kids.
私たち家族
They're
にとっ
both
て
irreplaceable. You should have got him into therapy, old lady. So young Detective Kuze and her brother Makoto had a strong bond as children.
強い絆で結ばれ
It
た
sounds like they were happy as brother-sister can be.
18年前のその
So what could have happened
そん
between
な
them
二
on
人
that
の
day?
その話はまだ
That
聞けてい
piece
な
of
い
the puzzle is still
何
missing.
かきっかけがあると思う
There must have been something to trigger their actions that day.
あなた
Say. Yes?
ナスの花
Have you ever seen
見た
an
ことあるか
eggplant
しら
flower?
いいえ
I don't know.
どうなんだろ
No?
うもしかして
I wonder if the
誠さん
scattered
失踪
flower
の当
petals
日
you
に
mentioned could have
部
been.
屋に
ナスはね
They have very
とても
pretty
綺麗
purple
な
flowers. I find it very
紫色の
suspicious
花
that
を
the
つけ
music
る
is
の
stopped
よ
for this. Mm.
純子が
The
一
shade
番
of
好き
purple,
な
just like
紫
Junko's
色
favorite. Mm.
実は
On the night that
Makoto が
Makoto
いなくなった
disappeared,
夜
Junko finally calmed
よ
down
う
and
や
spoke
く
with
落ち着
me.
私たちが
She
いない時
explained what
に
happened and why
何
there
が
were
あった
eggplant flower petals everywhere.
どうして部屋にナス当時
Back then,
私たち夫婦
my
は
husband and I
家
were
庭
avid
菜園を趣味
gardeners.
にしてい
We
て
made
ね
wonderful meals from our
よく
vegetable
食卓
garden,
にそうしたら
Naturally,
おい
the
しい
kids
お
took
い
an
しいっ
interest,
て食べているう
especially
ち
when they
に
tasted how
興味を
delicious
持った
everything
のか
was.
純子が
Junko
私も
started
お
saying,
野菜育て
I
た
want to
い
grow
って
vegetables
言い
too.
始めたの
The game is going to end with Junko having her own vegetable garden.
いろんなお
I
野
asked her
菜や
what
果
kind of
物があ
vegetables
る
she
け
was
ど
most interested in
純子
growing.
は何が
She said,
お兄ちゃんが大好
eggplants,
きなナ
because
ス
my
って
brother loves
言
them
って
so
ね
much.
お兄ちゃんのお
Let's
誕
grow
生
some
日
for
は
his birthday as
そ
a
れでお祝
surprise.
いするから内緒にそれはもう
She was
可
just so
愛らしく
adorable.
てナスなら小さな
Anyway,
純子でもでき
we
ると
thought
考
she
え
could
た
manage some
私たち
eggplant.
は
So we staked out a
石が
small
苦
pot
手な
plot in
誠
the
が
backyard.
こっそり
We
育てる
figured
ことにし
Makoto
ま
would
した
find it because he hated the bugs back there. It was going to be a secret.
純子と誠の誕生
The
月
plan was to harvest in
7月に
July,
収
which
穫
was
が
when
で
both
きる
kids
よ
had
う
their
に
birthdays.
種をまいた後
Junko
純
looked
子
after
は
them every
熱
day.
心にお
She
世
was
話をし
almost
て
egging
ね
on the eggplants to grow.
大きく大きく純子が愛情を
Well,
注いだこと
Junko
も
was
あ
a
ってか
terrific gardener,
ナスは順調
and
に
the
育
eggplants grew
ち
nicely with lots of
ある
blooming
朝
flowers.
小さな純子は
She
大
was
喜び
overjoyed.
で
She'd ask me every day when we
い
could
つ
finally
取れる
harvest them.
って何度もこれなら
When I told her that it would be
誠
around
の
the
お
time
誕
of
生日
Makoto's
あたりに
birthday,
な
she
り
was
そうね
overjoyed.
花が咲いた
She was
そ
so
の日が
excited,
自
she
分
didn't
の
realize
誕
that the
生日だって
flowers
こ
were
と
going to
も
bloom on
忘れ
her
て
birthday.
そんな純
She
子
came
が
home from school that day.
ただいま
I'm home.
純子おかえり
Junko, guess what?
今
I
日
have
は
a
純子
present
に
for
プ
you.
レゼントがあるぞ
プレゼン
A
ト
present? What for?
じゃーん純子の好きな
It's your
紫色の
birthday.
花だ
I got some flowers in your
誕
favorite
生
shade
日
of
おめ
purple.
でとう
Happy birthday.
お兄ちゃん
Are those?
大
Hey,
し
it's
たも
not
のはあげら
much.
れないけど
But I thought you'd really
兄
like
ちゃん
them.
からのプレゼントだよ裏庭で見つけたんだ
They were just in our backyard. Can you believe it?
綺麗だろ
So beautiful and in full bloom.
誠も
I know his heart was in
純
the
子
right
を
place.
喜ばせたい一心だったんでしょう、
What he had done.
その花は
Those are eggplant flowers.
お兄ちゃんのバ
You
カ
idiot! I was growing
そ
those!
れは純子が育ててたナスの花なんだよ
Would the... I mean, the plant itself wouldn't die without the... Oh, wait. Does the eggplant... It probably comes from the flower, right? Okay, never mind.
お兄ちゃんの
I
誕
planted
生
them
日プ
from
レゼ
you,
ン
and
ト
I've been
に
tending to them for months, and... What?
お兄ちゃんだ
I hate you! I wish you'd just go away!
もう知らないどっかに行っちゃえばいいのに
Sounds like psychopath brother stuff. What? Cutting flowers for her?
純子
Junko. Aww. It's just a little misunderstanding.
私が純子から聞いた
That's
話
how
です
Junko remembers it.
18年前
So that's what happened 18 years ago. That's sad.
自分にとって
That must have been
いつ
traumatizing.
も当たり前のようにいてくれた
For
存在が
Junko to have lost her brother like that after such an intense fight.
幼い日のクゼ刑
I'm
事
sure she took it hard
さぞ自分
and
の
probably
せいで
blamed herself.
そして誠さん自身も
And poor Makoto to have upset his
何
sister
より
so
も大
much
切にしていた
when he
妹
only ever wanted to make her happy.
相当なショックを受けた
The
こと
whole incident sounds like it was a
お
shock.
互いを強く思い合う行動
What
が
an irony that their love for each other is what ultimately tore them apart.
あまりにも悲
That's
しい
sad.
吉江さんの話を聞こう
その後純子は
Junko was so depressed
自
after
分
the
のせい
incident.
だ
She
自
cried
分
and
のせい
cried.
だって
feeling
わんわ
like
ん
it was
泣い
her
て
fault.
なんとか元
I
気
tried to
づ
think
け
of
られる
ways to
方
cheer her up.
何の慰め
I don't
に
know
も
if
な
it
ら
made
な
a
いかも
difference.
しれないけど
But at one point, I helped her
部屋
press
に
some of the
散らばっ
flowers at
た
the
ナ
wood
スの
farms.
花を純子
I
大
told
丈
her
夫
we'd keep
よ
them as good luck charms,
これを
and
お
that they
守
would
り
help
にし
bring
て
Makoto
み
back
んな
one
で
day.
も言い聞かせて
I
ね
repeated that again and again, almost like a mantra.
それから私たち
Since then, we've both carried ours
特に純
everywhere.
子は
Junko
ナ
especially
スの
treasured
押し
hers.
花の
I never thought eggplants of all things would be a big plot point. Well, I mean, they are on the cover of the game. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have noticed that, but it's right there on the cover. The eggplant. Interesting.
吉江さんもうすぐ夕食の時間ですよ
Yoshi, dinner will be ready soon.
ほらもうそ
Already?
んな時間
Well, time flies when
お
you
し
get
ゃ
to
べり
chatting,
して
doesn't
いる
it?
と
いろいろ話も聞けたし
Heard lots of
そろそろおい
stories.
とました方が良さそう
Probably
だ
time for me to head out. My eggplant lead hasn't led me to much. I think it's just supposed to be like visual symbolism. Like cut short before they could be fully grown. The girls are all killed when they're young children. Eggplants can be eaten? What? Francisco, yeah. That's like their primary purpose. They're vegetables. That's entirely what they're for. What did you think they're for? It's love of the marital kind, not the familial kind? Huh. It's just if they turn into flowers, you can eat the flower too? No, they come from the flower. The flower blooms and then the vegetable grows out of the flower. Did you draw the face for the thumbnail today? No, I took it from a screenshot of the game. Like the paper bag over my head, I just took it from a screenshot of the game. It's actually on their Nintendo's Twitter page, like where they're showing concept art for the game. They revealed that. You should hold an eggplant for tomorrow's thumbnail. I was probably just gonna keep in tune with the paper bag over my head. I think I've told you just about everything. I hope it helps at least a little bit. Yes, I mean... Really, you've shared much more than I expected. Is that so? Oh. I wonder if Junko will be upset. Uh-oh. Don't be nervous. I won't tell her. She gets it. Goodbye, nice lady. Thank you for taking so much time to speak with me today. I hope I haven't overstayed. Oh, don't be silly. I haven't spoken to anyone about Junko or Makoto in a long time. It was a pleasure. Just one more thing, Mr. Detective. Do you know what eggplant flowers represent? I'm afraid I don't. Oh, you could have just waited 12 hours. She would tell you. They represent happiness, truth, and hope. Happiness, truth, and hope. That's lovely. Thank you for sharing. Junko taught me about that, believe it or not. She clings to the hope that if we hold on to the pressed flower bookmarks, one day Makoto will come back. I guess we both cling to that hope, actually. Now today, the detective with the bag of eggplants came to talk up to me about Makoto. It feels like fate. Anyhow, I guess that's why I felt like I ought to tell you the whole story. I can't explain it, but I have a gut feeling that you'll be the one to finally reunite Junko and Makoto. Well, if you need any more information, please feel free to come back anytime. Thank you. I will. I'll get going now. Ooh, the lights out in the Utsugi Detective Agency. I'm back. Huh? Thanks again for all your hard work today. Let's get after it tomorrow. Hey, Yumi. Yumi's gone home already? Well, it's late. I should probably wrap up today's investigation.
不安
Yumi's gonna be a corpse soon.
はそうだ充電これでよし使えるようになるま
I
で
guess it'll be a while before I can use it.
充電って時間かかる今日の調査のまとめをし誰もいないから
Alright, let's review today's case.
兄の誠は
Detective Kuze and her brother lost their parents at a young age and were raised by grandparents.
吉江さん夫
The
婦は
grandmother
村の人から
helped
愛
make
され
sure that they were raised in a loving environment in the village.
とても仲が
It
良く
sounds like they formed a
お
close
互
and
いを支
supportive
え合っていた
family.
ようだところが
But something
純子
terrible
は
happened
9
on
つの
Junko's
春に
ninth.
純子が泣きながら家を飛び出し
Junko
てしま
ran
う
out of the house in tears because Makoto picked the eggplant flowers.
誠が
Because
ナスの
Makoto picked
花
the eggplant flowers.
そうだ
She was upset because she had been carefully
誠が摘
growing
んだ
the
ナスの
eggplants
花
for him.
は純子が
When he realized that he had ruined the
自分のために
surprise
育ててく
gift
れ
of
て
the
いたナスを
eggplants Junko had been
更
growing,
新してしまっていたため
Makoto was stunned.
純子が
Didn't
外に
notice
飛
that
び出した
Junko
こと
had
を
run
気
off.
づい夜も更けた頃
Eventually, he
純子
realized
が
she
家
was
にいな
gone,
いことを知った
so he left home in search of his sister,
戻ってこなかっ
and
た
he never returned.
泣きながら一人で
When
家に帰って
Junko
きた
returned,
純
still
子
in tears,
誠
she
がいな
said
くなったのは
she thought it was
自
her
分の
fault
せいだと
Makoto was gone.
しかし
I'm still missing details about what happened while they were away, and why she returned
もしかすると
alone.
誰にも話していない
I've
何
got
か
to
が
reveal
あ
a
る
bit
のかも
more
し
of
れ
this
ない
puzzle,
だとすれば
and I think
久世刑事本人
I'll
から
suck it up and speak with Detective Kuze herself.
僕にそ
Of
れを
course,
聞
if
く
I
勇気があ
even
るか
have
ない
the
か
courage.
そんなことを
I doubt she'd be willing to give me the whole story.
そう
Oh,
いえ
right.
ば
After the fact, Junko was obviously
ひどく落ち込む
upset,
純子を
and
原告
Yoshi
して
tried to cheer her up.
吉江さんはあるものを
Yoshi
作
said
った
that
と
they
言ってい
crafted
た
something together, right? What was it? Oh, I have to select something from the notebook. Bookmarks.
ナスの花を押し花にしたしおりだ久世刑事と吉
It
江さん
sounds
は
like both Detective Kuze and Yoshi each still carry one of the bookmarks around with them.
ナスの花言葉は
Yoshi told me that eggplant flowers represent happiness, truth, and hope.
その気持ちと符合する
Keeping that symbolism in
彼
mind,
女は
I wonder if Junko was inspired to become a detective because she believed her brother was still out there.
そして
Eventually, Junko grew up and moved away.
その数
A
年
few
後
years later,
一人
after
暮らし
Yoshi's husband
リラクス
passed,
ゆかりこ村と
Yoshi moved to a retirement home
Homeid
called Relax Yukariko Village.
住む人がいなく
So
なっ
for
た
now, the Kuze family home is vacant, but the house will be demolished soon.
もうすぐ取り壊されるその家に
That's
久世
right.
刑事が
And Detective
最終
Kuze
チェック
stopped by recently for a final check of
3
sorts.
日前ということは
Must have been 3
佐々
days
木君の
ago,
遺体が
or one day
発見され
before
た現実
Azuki's body was found.
待てよ
Wait,
隣の人に引き
didn't
止められ
Detective
た
Kuze tell the
明日
neighbor
も早くから仕事だからと断った
that she had to get going because she'd be working early the next morning?
つ
But
まり佐々木君の事件を予想したまさに
does that
刑
mean
事
she's
と
such a good detective she knew there'd be a murder?
なわけないか
No, that'd be crazy.
我ながら今日は頑張ったんじゃ
Well,
ないか
I think I did pretty good today if I said
自
so
分で自
myself.
分を褒めてあげたい気
I
分
feel like patting myself on the back after just casually dropping that it
明
could
日
be
の調査
Kuze.
方針も決めておかないと
I need to decide on a plan for tomorrow.
さすがに今日は疲れたな
I'm too tired right now.
明日改め
Let's
て
talk with
歩
Ayumi
みちゃんと
first thing in the morning and decide. Chapter 4 A Suspect.
おはようございますす
Hey,
みま
good
せん遅く
morning.
なりました
Sorry I'm late.
あれ
Oh,
いいんじゃない
Ayumi's not even here. Is she out investigating? Oh,
はいもしもし
hello.
あ、昨日は遅
Hey,
かったみたい
late
ね。
night for you yesterday?
あ
Yeah, it
でもい
was,
ろ
but
ん
I
なこ
learned
とが
quite
分
a
かった
bit.
んだ
そうなんだ。
Oh, really?
すごく気
I'd
に
love
な
to
っ
hear all
た
about it. That's great, because I can't wait to tell you all about it. Where are
ど
you?
こ
ごめんなさい。
Oh, sorry. I'm actually. Eh?
午後から福山先
Actually
生に
supposed
会
to
うこ
meet
と
with
になっ
Mr.
てるの。
Fukuyama this afternoon.
福山
Oh, right.
先輩、
He said he
学
talked to
校
some
で
more
い
of
ろ
the
いろと
kids at the
話を
school, so
何か有力な手
I'm
がか
hoping
りが
he's
ある
come
の
up with
かも。
something promising. Maybe a lead? I'm getting my hopes up.
うん、
Yeah,
そうだ
I
ね
hear you.
あなたは今日どんな
What are you
調査
going to
をするの？
investigate today?
僕は図書
I
館
think
の
I'll go to
資
the
料室
library
に
archives and look up how they
18年
covered
前の
those
事件を
murders
調べ
18
よう
years
と
ago.
思う。
わかったわ。
That sounds good.
気をつけて
Stay
行ってき
safe.
てね。
Bye.
ありがとう。あゆみちゃんも
Thanks
気を
to
つ
you,
けて
me.
ね。
You stay safe
あ、
too.
福山先輩に
Oh,
よろ
and
しく。
say hello to Mr. Fuyama. Fukuyama.
切れちゃった。
Oh, she hung up.
図書館に行こ
もしもし？
Did you forget something?
う。ああ、
Stay safe.
あ、
The being able to free dial thing on the phone just gotta come into play later, I'm sure.
ああ、調査は
Hi,
順調かい
Itsugi. How does your investigation go?
まだわからないこ
Well, I'm
と
still
だ
a
らけ
bit
で、
anxious that I'm missing
ち
a
ょっ
lot
と
of
不
crucial
安になっちゃっ
information.
て。
そうか。確
It's
かに今回の
understandable.
事件は
This case is a little
今
different
ま
than
で
those
と
you've
は
worked
ちょっ
on
と
before.
違う。だが、
But I'm
君
sure
な
you'll
ら
be
大丈夫
fine.
だ。
I hope you and Ayumi
あ
are
ゆみちゃん
both
と力
collaborating
を合わ
well.
せて頑
I'm
張ってほ
counting
し
on
い。
both of you.
はい、わかり
Understand?
ました。よし、頑張
I
るぞ
gotta。do my best. No pressure at all. Okay, I totally hear footsteps, right?
誰もいないからさ。聞く相手。先生もあゆみ。留守電のメッセージは入っている。図書館に。
Alright. Is this a good wrapping up point, or should we go to the library for a little bit? Do we want to keep going for a little bit longer? Go to the library? Okay. I'm getting a little tired. Feels like it's a very slow burn.
行ってきまーす。
We should reach the chapter's end, but the chapter just started. This is chapter 4 now.
早速中に入って調査を始めようと言い。
Remember when I thought this game was going to start off, like, hot right away, immediately, and then, like, and someone was just already dead, and then we just kind of, then nothing happened after?
18年も前の事件のことを調べるんだから。
I ought to have a
こんなに
plan.
調査していたら時間を無駄にしてしまう。
How many chapters are there? I think there's 12. I'm gonna guess we could do 4 stream. This is a lot of talking for me. Alright, we'll keep going. I probably ought to have a plan. The murders were 18 years ago.
闇雲に調べても。
Doesn't make sense to dive in without a plan.
先生に効率的な。
What do you mean? What? You're just going to the library, bro. You're not like encountering people. Whatever.
ああ、何か聞き忘
Did
れ
you
たことが
forget
あった
something you wanted to ask?
すいません、何度も。
Sorry for bothering you more than
これ
once.
から図書
About to
館
go to
で
the library to see
18
what I
年
could
前の
find
事
out
件
about
を
the
調べよう
cases
と
from 18
思うんで
years
すが
ago.
何かいい調べ
I
方
thought
や
I'd check with you first to see if you had any
注目
advice
すべ
for
き部分があれ
researching
ば
or
教えて
anything
いた
to
だきたいな
avoid.
そうだな。
Let's see.
連続事件の場合、
We'll look for serial girl murders, since that's what it was called.
すべてはそこから始まったんだから
And
ね。
pay close attention to the first case.
事件が起きた年
You
全
want
体
to
の
learn how
報
the
じられ
incident was
方も
reported
ざっ
and
と
how
で
the
いい
news
ので
covered the
見てお
story.
いた方がいい。それから資料を
Once
見
you've
な
gone
が
over the
ら
material,
自
you
分
want
な
to
りに
review
考
your
える
notes
こ
to
と
see
も
what jumps
当
out.
然気になる部分や
If something
気
seems
になる
off,
ことがあるとき
I'd
は
recommend focusing in on
重
that
点
key
的に
point
調
and
べることを
investigating
おすす
further.
め。18年前に起きた
I think
こ
you'll
と
find a lot
の
of
一つ一
connections
つが
between the events
い
18
ずれ
years
は
ago
つ
by
な
the
がる
time
こ
you're
とだ
done.
ろう。誠さんの失踪も
I strongly believe that Makoto's disappearance is related to the
僕は
murders.
その
and
延長線上に
I wouldn't be surprised if the
佐々木
information
英介
you
の
uncover
真相
helps
が
us
見え
get
て
to
く
the
るんじゃ
bottom
な
of
い
the
かな。
Sasaki case as well.
なるほど。ありがとうございます、先生。
Thanks.
今回の事件は
I also have a strong suspicion that the urban legend of Emio, the smiling man, will play into it.
そう信じて調査
At
を
least
している
that's my current assumption as I investigate.
こっちの件は、あゆみちゃんと僕に任せてください。
Don't worry, we're on it.
優秀な助手たちがいて
Thank you.
頼もしい
I'm
限り
fortunate
だ
to have such excellent assistants. I'm counting on you both.
はい。では、
I'll be
失
off.
礼します。中に入ろう。よし。
Guys, I don't really think this smiling man thing is gonna turn out. I think that's a dead end.
過去の事件について調べるなら、やっぱり新聞の祝殺版だ。
Let's see. I'm guessing the newspaper archives will be the best source of information. Bro, just Google this shit. God, the 90s sucked.
18年前の新聞の祝殺版を1年分
What do you mean you had to fucking read old newspapers, bro? I have a year's worth of papers from 18 years ago to get started on.
重かった。
These are heavy.
などという泣き言は置いといて。
Oh, let's stop whining for now. Check it out.
先生にも相談済みだ。1年分も資料を調べよう。
Alright, let's start with January, February.
18年前の連続少女殺事件の記事はあった。2
Looks
月
like
に
the
最
first
初の事件
murder
が
was
起きた。
committed in February.
17歳の橋
A
爪彩香という
17-year-old
少女
named
が
Ayaka
殺され、
Hashizume was found on the beach at Kofuku City, strangled.
その少女の自
Her
宅は
house had burned down the day
遺体が
before.
発見された
Her father's
前
body
日
was
に
found in the
関して
wreckage.
当初は
Initial reports suggested that the father may have killed her and then himself.
何者か
Later reports pointed to the possibility that the third party may have killed both father and child.
さらに
Also,
その後
the article
被
mentions
害
a
者であ
missing
る少
person
女
who was
と
reported to be
親しかっ
close
た
to the
人
girl.
物が失踪したら
But there's nothing
少
in
女
all
の遺
these
体の
articles about the
頭に
police
紙
finding
袋
a
が
paper
かぶせら
bag
れ
on
て
the
い
head
た
of the
件
victim.
は、
What
火事
caused the
はなぜ
fire?
起きたんだろう。
And why wasn't Ayaka's father
父
able to
親
escape?
はそして
What about that
被
missing
害者
person?
1件目の事件には
A lot of missing pieces in this first case, that's for sure. Well, I mean, we know why there's no mention of the paper bag. The police withheld that information. It's not a huge surprise.
1件目の事件には不可解。18年前の3月と2月に起
These
き
are
た
the
1
March
件
and
目
April
の事件の
clips.
続報
Or
がたまに載
clips.
っているけ
It
ど、
seems there were occasional follow-up articles after the February crime, but not much coverage
め
overall.
ぼしい新情報が
There isn't any new info that can help me.
18年前
This is
の
for May and
2
June.
件目の事
Looks
件
like the second murder took place in May, about
最
3
初の
months
事件
after the
まずは
first.
2件目の事件
For
の
now,
記
let's
事。
dive into the details about the second
被
case.
害者は高木幸子、15歳の少
The
女。
victim was 15-year-old girl Sachiko Takagi,
1件目と同じ
because the second victim was also a young girl
少
who
女
was
の
strangled
殺
in
事件
Kofuki
である
City.
ことか、警察は
The
早い
police
段階
announced
で
early on that both
1件目
crimes
の
may
事
have
件
been
と
committed
同
by
一
the
犯
same
で
person.
遺体の頭に
Still,
紙袋が
they
か
never
ぶせ
did
られて
mention
い
the
た
details
ことは
about the paper bag,
新聞新聞
which
は当
we
然
knew
わか
that
っていない。
already.
近所の人
According
の
to a
証
neighbor
言
of the second
被
victim,
害者の少女は
the young girl in
家庭環
question
境
came
に
from a
問題
troubled
が
home
らし
and
く
was often
夜
seen
一人
crying
で
alone
泣い
at
ている
night.
と連続殺
The
人の可能
possibility
性
of a
が高ま
serial
った
killer
ことで
seems to have sparked more newspaper coverage at that time.
そして3件目の事件
The
は
third
まず
incident happened in June.
3件目の事件が起きたのは被害者は井上
The third victim was Mika
17歳の
Inoue,
少女
a 17-year-old girl, another teen girl like the first two.
その日は
She reportedly had a falling out with friends that day and left her school in tears. Okay, so each of these girls were crying after a traumatic event. It can be safely assumed then that the first girl was crying about her dead father from the fire and that was found by the killer. Originally assumed to be the father, but later on, because the second victim was killed and they assume it might be the first person, it's definitely not the father. Okay.
そのまま家に帰
However,
らなか
it
った
seems she didn't go straight
と襲
home.
われ
Instead, she must have been attacked.
3件目の
The
被
third
害者
victim
の
was also from
死
Fukuki
罪し
City and was strangled in the same way as
殺
the
害
first
と
two
ここに
victims.
も同一犯に
The
よる
article
可能
does mention
性
the
があると書かれ
possibility
てい
of
る
all three cases being connected by a common killer.
紙袋のこと
See what they say about the paper
やはり
bag.
触れられていないな。
No mention.
連続少女さ18年前の7月
July and August.
連続少女
It seems like the serial girl murders garnered a lot of coverage, and there's articles every day. Despite all the ink spilled, we're not seeing any details that might actually help me solve this case.
連続少女18年前の9月と
September and October.
連続少女殺人
No more articles reporting on the serial girl
この時
murders.
は続報がなかった
Maybe there's nothing new to report by that time.
18年前の11
November and
月
December.
連続少
Not
女
seeing
殺
any
人
coverage of the girl
事件
murders at this
そ
point.
うなのに少しだけか
Just a few short mentions, typically in blurbs off to the
新
side.
情報が出ない以
If
上
there was no new
マスコミ
info,
としては
there wouldn't have been much for the media to report on.
1年分の縮刷
Alright,
版が
I've
一
gone
つ
through a year's worth of clippings. While I'm thinking about it,
誠さんの失踪
what if there's an article on Makoto's disappearance?
誠さんが失踪した
I
の
believe Makoto disappeared in July, right?
7月だもう一度誠さんのあったこれだ
Oh, here we go. There's a snippet of an article.
14歳少女
14-year-old boy reported missing from Yukariko village.
村を挙げて
Everyone in the village searched through the night, but the boy remains missing.
当時から
Although the timing was curious, no one suggested a connection to the serial girl
先
murders.
生も鎌田警部も
That said,
誠さんの
both
失踪
Itsugi
の
and
関係
Inspector Kamada seem to suspect that there was a connection.
実際のところどうなの
Gotta get to the bottom of this.
ここまでで分かったこと
Here's what I've learned so
警
far.
察が連
The
続
police
少女
announced
殺
that the
人
serial girl murders
同
were
一
most
犯
likely
で
committed
連
by a
続
single
殺
killer.
非公開であるにも
Although it was
かかわ
never
らず
mentioned, each
被
of
害
the
者は全
victims
員
was
同様
found with
の
a paper
紙
bag
袋
on
を
their
かけて
head.
亡くなっていたんだからそう判断す
With
る
that
のは当
info,
然だ
it
ろう
seems
2
obvious.
件目の事件が起きて以降
Anyway, after the second murder, the first case came back into the spotlight.
連続少女殺
And
人
while
事
media
件につ
interest
いて
in
の
the
記
serial
事
girl
の数が
murders remained high for
8
a
月頃
while,
になると
it tapered off around August, probably because there was no new leads or
捜査
info.
の誠さんの失踪
Also,
以
no
外
new
新たな被
victims.
害者が出ていない
Thankfully,
こと
if
も
you don't count Makoto's disappearance.
その理由は
Why is that? If it was Makoto, something would have had to happen to break him to murder the girls. Well, I mean, the incident with Makoto that made him run away and disappear, there were already 2 girls dead by the time that incident took place, Francisco.
一通り18年前の事件について読んでみる気になるのは
I think the first case is critical to the
先
investigation.
生も最初の事件
Mr.
に注目
Tsugi
する
thinks
と
so
教えて
too.
くれた
She
し
told me to focus on it.
気になったのは
The first case did really catch my attention. It's the most curious of the 3.
もう少し詳しく
I
調
should
べて
investigate it a bit more.
最初の事件の被
The
害
victim in the first case was
者橋
Ayaka.
爪彩香という2月16
She was
日
found
の
the morning of February 16th in a secluded beach area
報
of
復し
Kabuki City.
第一発見者は
The local fisherman found the
近所
body.
に住む
He had an airtight alibi and
こ
was
の男
immediately
性の
ruled
間
out as a
彩
suspect.
香は
Forensics reported the
首を絞められ
cause of death as strangulation with bare
死
hands.
亡推定時
The
刻
time
は
of death was the night
前
before.
日の夜ということだ
There's no fingerprints on these bodies?
彩香は亡くなったその日
It turns out that Ayaka had quit her job at a local factory the same day she died.
工場の社長の
However, her supervisor at the factory reported that she left on good terms and had already given notice.
この事件で最も気にな
All
る
of
のは
that said, I have a few major concerns with the facts of the case.
彩香と接点があ
They
る
relate to 2 key people involved who had connections to Ayaka.
重要参考人
One of the key figures was
彩香の父
Manabu
親の
Hashizumi, Ayaka's father.
彩香は
He and Ayaka lived together in Fufuki
そ
City.
の家は
However, their house was
彩香の遺
destroyed
体
in
で
a
発
fire,
見された
and
前
the
日
night before, Ayaka
火
was
事に
found
よって
dead.
全焼しており
Makoto was 14. I mean, he would have had to been able to strangle a girl, at who's 17 and worked in a factory. I mean, possibly. However, the house was destroyed in a fire the night before Ayaka was found dead. A body was recovered in the ruins, and it was believed to be Ayaka's father.
父親が娘
Some
の彩香に
speculated
手をか
that
け
the
て
father could have killed Ayaka before returning home and killing himself.
状況的に
However,
不自然
that theory didn't necessarily hold up to scrutiny. And what's
この数
more,
ヶ月後
the second and
第
third
2第
murders a
3
few
の
months
事件が
later
起きた
further
ことで
complicate the
話が変
situation.
わってくる
Because even if Ayaka's father was guilty, he died in the fire. He couldn't have killed the others. Last but not least, the information about the paper bag was never made public, which strongly implies that all the victims were killed by the same person. Could it have been the other key person? The other key person in this case never had their name reported by the media. The person in question was a young man who was often seen with Ayaka before her death. He hasn't been seen since she died. And when his apartment was searched, the police found a disturbing blood. Obviously, the police strongly suspected him and went to great lengths to track him down. But he was never found. This must have been the same person that the Inspector Kamada was talking about. One's dead and the other's missing. It's entirely possible that Ayaka's murder and the home fire were unrelated, especially considering that all of the victims were young girls of about the same age. The house fire falls outside that category, and the persistence of the paper bag points to a serial killer. I wonder if the police had the same idea. Can't find any articles speculating along those lines, however. Let's review the information I've gathered. What if Ayaka's father's still alive and the burned corpse was the boy that spent time with her? I feel like it would be hard to confuse the corpse of a 14-year-old boy and a 30-year-old man. The girls died with no sign of struggle too? Well, it's never specified that the girls died with no sign of struggle, but it was specifically stated that the boy died with no sign of struggle. We don't know that for sure about the girls, but considering they're not pointing it out, I'm assuming they did at least struggle a little bit. Ooh. I like this shot. This is good thumbnail. The first murder was 18 years ago. The first victim was a girl named... Bro. Oh, that's a creepy image. The first murder was 18 years ago, and the first victim was a girl named Ayaka. At the time of the first case, there were two persons of interest. The first... the father. The second... the second guy was never named, right? This guy. The second one was a man who was presumed missing. At the beginning, some speculated that Ayaka's father was the killer in a murder-suicide situation. The day before Ayaka's body was found, her father died in a... Fire Emblem Engage. Yeah, the father was presumably killed by the fire that burned out his house. Meanwhile, regarding the missing man, was he another victim, or could he have been the killer? It seems as though the police considered both possibilities. He disappeared the same day Ayaka was killed. There was a disturbing amount of blood found on his hand. Here's an old man who couldn't handle the peak Alir's Fire Emblem line and died from cringe. Because he's weak! Yeah, his home was drenched in a massive amount of blood. Inspector Kamada said that it would have taken devastating injuries to produce that much blood.
人知れず
So it's possible he simply died.
よし今日はなんだ
Yeah, I think it's very odd that we keep mentioning that there's a lot of blood in this guy's like room or apartment or whatever where he was last found, or like his place of living. But also there's just really like no mention of the corpses really being that bloody. So what the fuck happened to the guy? You know what I mean? That's curious. Curious.
過去の記事を調べた限りでは
I think that's about all I
分
can
かったのは
determine
これ
from
ぐ
my
らい
research.
先生にコツを教わった
Glad I talked to Mr.
これ強く
Tsuji
調べられ
first.
た気がするぞ
His advice helped me find the right path. Why does the blood matter? Yeah, I think it's interesting. That's like, they keep bringing it up, which means it's gotta be important in some way.
しかし
Did one of the victims fight back and stab him? Is that why he wears the mask? The smiling man paper bag? To cover his scarred face? Who knows? But,
結局
ultimately, the
連続
serial
少女
murders
殺
remain
人事件の未
unsolved.
解決のま
The
ま
police never found any conclusive
警
evidence.
察もしかすると
Is there a still suspect out there who was never identified in the
別
previous investigations?
にいる可能性
If you have any info at all, please contact us at Unsolved Mysteries. I like that show. Sorry, I'm gonna keep making that reference. Dun, 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 dun. You know, and then the theme song plays. Do you guys ever watch that show? It's really good. There's like a reboot on Netflix. Anyway. Has to be an extra dead body somewhere. Well, it's possibly the body of the dude who was bloody. You know?
そういえば
Now that I think more about the second and third victims, there was a common factor I hadn't considered. They were both seen crying before they were killed.
泣いている
A
し
girl crying.
エミオは笑顔が
In
描
the
かれた
urban
紙
legend
袋を
about the
かぶって
smiling
泣
man,
いている女の子
he
の
always
前に
appears
現
in a
れ
paper bag in front of a crying girl.
最初の
I
犠
wonder
牲
if
者
the
で
first victim, Ayaka, was also crying before she was killed.
父親による無理心
If
中
there
が
was
疑わ
cause
れ
to
てい
suspect
る
her
となれ
father
ば
killed her.
彼女の家庭には
Maybe there
何
was
か
some
問題
trouble
があ
at
ったと
home.
いうこんな時間かお腹空いちゃっ
It's
たな
getting late and I haven't eaten.
何か食べに
I
でも
should
行
take
こ
care
う
of myself. Planet Coffee.
先輩
The original Unsolved
早速
Mysteries
連絡してい
theme
ただいて
freaked
あ
me
りが
out
とうござ
growing
いま
up.
す
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. They really nailed the theme. It's just that the piano is a very like creepy instrument, you know? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Thanks for reaching out again so quickly. Oh, he just wants a coffee date with her. He doesn't have any info.
水臭いことを言
Of
うなよ
course, Tachibana. We're not
俺は
strangers,
後輩
right?
のために
I'm
当
always
然の
here
こ
to
とを
help.
しているまで
ありがとうございま
Well,
す
I really appreciate
いい
it.
先輩
It's
で
great to have a senpai like
私
you.
嬉しいです
そうか
Oh, I do what I
そうなん
can.
だな
I'd sure like to think of myself as a good senpai. Hmm.
それに俺だっ
As
て
you know,
佐々木の
I'm
事件
deeply
の真
troubled
相
by
を知りたい
Asuki's
んだ
murder. That's why
だ
I'm
から
so
立花に
eager
協
to
力
help
したい
you.
立花の先輩として
If that allows me to guide
それ以
you,
前に
just like back then,
一
so
人の
be
人
it.
間として
But I'm just one man trying to help.
先輩ご協
Well,
力
thank
に
you for
感
your
謝します
cooperation, Fukuyama. Also, I really hope you were a good senpai to Megumi. Were you? Shall we just start our discussion there? Does that seem like a place where we should start? An interesting discussion, no? Oh, you can take his tea? I will
ま
just
ず
have
は
a sip
先
of my
輩の
own.
話を
Oh wait, I have to listen to him first, I guess.
先輩から。
I want to be
早速です
respectful of
が
your
先輩
time, so let's get right to
何
it.
か分かったこと
Do
があ
you
ったん
have
です
new
よね。
info?
こうして
I'm
無理
guessing
を
you
して
do,
まで時間
since
を
you're
割い
taking
ていた
time
だ
out
け
of
た
your
って
busy
こと
schedule.
は。
あ
Ah,
もちろんだ立
well,
花
I know you're
君
busy
も
too,
忙しい
so
は
I'll
ずだ
make
か
it
ら
quick.
手短にいいか
The thing you've got to remember is, these are junior
中学
high
生という
kids.
のは
It's a
多感
sensitive
な知識
time.
か弱く
They're still growing,
そして脆
which
く
means they're not as strong as
そ
adults.
んな彼らは間違いなく今回の事件で
This whole incident is a
俺た
shock
ち
to their
大人には
system
理
in
解
ways
で
we
きない
can't even
形で
fathom.
わかるな
You know what I'm saying, right, Tachibana?
はい。
Oh, this looks very dating simish. This is a good thumbnail. Although it does give the wrong vibe, I feel. I think so.
一見して彼らは普通な様子だ
The kids seem normal at first glance, but in their hearts,
深く傷つ
I
き
know they're carrying a
叫
deep
び声
hurt.
を上げているこ
It's
とだ
almost like I can hear their souls
俺には
screaming
それが
out. Oh.
生徒たちの様子
It
は
feels
様
like
々
the students are all over the place.
中には俺の
Some
授
act
業
out
中
in my
にイライラした
classes,
素
and
振りを見せ
others,
る俺の上げ足を
well, others have been
笑ったり
laughing
する
at
子も
me,
いるんだ
as if they don't take me seriously.
きっと
But I'm
不安
sure
の
it's
裏返
just
し
the
なんだ
stress of this whole situation that's affecting them. Poor kids.
俺は
I feel just
そん
terrible
な
for
生
them
徒
all.
たちが
My heart breaks every time I think about it. Alright, shut up.
立花
You would legit cry from unsolved mysteries? Yeah, I mean, it always had that, like, creepy gnawingness on the back of your, like, head sometimes. I know what you're talking about.
はあ。
Remember hearing a story of how a restaurant staff cook got killed? The perp was put on the show, they watched it, some kept watching the next episode, the criminal was the new cook. It may have been America's Most Wanted. I mean, it could have been Unsolved Mysteries. They used to have this segment of the show where they would, like, talk about... I mean, there was, like, there was a hotline number for it back in the day. Where, like, you'd watch the show, and they would, like, the FBI and the police would work with the producers of the show, and they would report on actual, like, unsolved cases. And there would be a hotline. It was like, if you have information on any of the cases of tonight's unsolved mysteries, please give us a call at our hotline, and you too could help solve a mystery. It was like the thing of the show. It was something like that. I mean, I'm doing it from memory. I haven't seen it in a while. But so yeah, there would be a segment of the show in between, like, they would air like 2 or 3 cases of unsolved mysteries, and then they would do like a segment where they would be like, hey, remember back like 20 episodes ago when we talked about this mystery case? Well, so-and-so called into the show with evidence that led us to who the murderer was. And they would be like, and now so-and-so has been tried and found guilty. Or they'd be like, hey, we have a new suspect. If you've seen this person, give us a call with any leads. You were always a Forensic Files guy yourself? I mean, Forensic Files was good. All those shows I like all of those shows. But this game's reminding me of Unsolved Mysteries. Because they keep talking about this case that was not solved 18 years ago. And so it's like every time it gets brought up, I want to be like, and you too could solve a mystery. Why do you hate Robert Stack? He was just, I mean, he had that, like, good narrator voice. I feel. I feel like I have a good narrator voice. I'd like to narrate something like that. I think it'd be cool. I mean, I narrate these visual novels. he was creepy. I mean, I'm sure he, like, leaned into it, right? Because the show was supposed to be creepy. Because most of the cases, I mean, every once in a while they did a joke episode, but most of the episodes, have, like, are about a murderer. My brother's father actually ended up on one of those true crime shows. He was not the victim. Oh, Jesus. That's wild. Oh. Sorry, that was super loud. My water bottle just dented. Is he gonna get to the point?
だから俺
So, Tachibana.
まだ早い
That's why I can't ask any of them about the
俺は
case
そう
just
思
yet.
ったんだ
It's too soon.
今彼らに事件のことを
Oh, you fucking little bitch.
多すぎるって
Wait,
ことは
you don't have any new
生
info
徒た
about
ちか
from
ら
the
話
students?
は聞けている。
ああその通りだ
That's right. Sheesh, no wonder you're a
さすが
detective.
は探偵だな
Yeah.
へえ。
So,
じゃあ
what am I
何の
here
話
to
をして
talk
くれる？
about?
立花
Tachibana, your milk tea is getting cold.
ちょっと
Please go
一
ahead
服
and
しよう
enjoy
じゃない
it.
か
We can just relax for a moment.
うん。
Hmm.
どうした立花
Just think of this as a little break.
うん。せっかくだ
Since I'm
し。
here, I might as well have milk tea.
いただきます。
Alright, I'll have some.
どうだ立花うまいだろ
What do you think? It's
ここの
good,
ミルク
right?
ティーは
Isn't the milk tea the best? Well, Fukuyama, I think it's very weird that we've come to Planet Coffee and you got me milk tea. The only wild pieces of my family lore is about a guy I ain't related to. Yes,
美味しいです
it's
ね。
actually delicious.
ここのティラミスもおすす
If
め
you
だ
like
ぞ
the milk
立
tea,
花
you'll love the
お得な
tiramisu.
セットメニューがあ
What do
る
you
し
think?
頼んでみ
Want
た
to order a taste?
そうなんですね。
Not today.
でも、
そうか
Okay,
じゃあ
next
次にし
time.
よ
Did he like? So this guy's like tried to sneak a date out of this, like kid getting murdered.
落ち着ける雰囲気。暗号みたいな印が書かれていて、
The price is some sort of code I can't read. Hopefully the clerk can figure it out.
美味しいけど、普通。先輩って、
Oh, we're just supposed to take the bill and go.
先輩から話を聞かな。
うよく聞いてくれ
Listen, Tachibana.
教育現場というのは
Junior high is like a
ある種の戦場
battlefield,
だ
and as a teacher,
つまり俺は
I'm like some kind
教
of
師という名の戦士
majestic knowledge warrior.
は
Uh huh.
疲れ傷ついた
I
俺
turn to this milk tea in times of stress and fatigue. It gives me peace of mind.
給料日にはティラミス
Or if it's payday, I go all out and order the
俺にとって
tiramisu.
オアシスのような
This
場所なん
place is
だ
my
この
oasis.
店は
素敵ですね。 そういう
Must
お
be
店があ
nice.
るのって。
Sure is.
まあな生徒たちから話を
Wasn't able
聞
to
く
talk
こ
to
と
any
は
of the
その
students.
代わり
But I
と
did
言って
hear
は
some
な
more
んだ
about Suki and some
先
of the
生
other
方からは
teachers.
そうなんですか。
Oh, what'd you
どん
hear?
な話？
分かった
I'll get to it. We're
お
both
互い
busy people,
忙しい身だか
so
ら
we should try to
時間を
relax
大
while
切
we
にしよ
can. I am gonna fucking spill this tea on you.
うまい
Tell me about the kid.
佐々木英介という生徒は
Okay, here's what I've learned about Asuki.
友達が多く
He had
て
a lot of good
そこも
friends,
問
he
題
got
な
good
し
grades, and he had a
成
great
績も良く
reputation
て
among the
先
teachers.
生方の評判も上々だ
I know that already!
トラブルなんかとは
He was
無
never
縁
in
の生
trouble,
徒
a real model student. This guy did it.
生徒たちから聞いたその
Yeah,
まんま
that's
で
the
す
same
ね
thing all the students have told me.
誰かと揉めていたとか
I never heard about him
誰
having
か
a
から恨ま
conflict
れ
with
ていた
anyone,
とい
and
う
no one
話
held a
は
grudge against
全
him.
くそれは
Not
学
that
校だ
us
って
teachers
生徒
know
のプライベート
everything
の
about our
全てま
students'
では
personal lives,
佐々
but
木に限って言えば
I think most
それ
teachers
は
would
考
agree
え
that
にくい
Asuki was well liked.
という模範的な生徒だただ一つ気
I
になる
suppose
話
I
を
did
聞いた
hear one story that caught my attention. Oh, okay. Hmm.
佐々木の担任の教師から
Suki's homeroom teacher mentioned something that piqued my curiosity. Spit it out!
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いた佐々木の担任翼先輩
What was it?
先輩から話を聞く
佐々木のクラスの担任の
Here's
先
what
生
the
がおっ
homeroom
しゃって
teacher
た
said.
ことなんだ佐々木はここ最近
Apparently his grades hadn't
成績が
been
芳し
as
くな
good
かっ
as
た
usual lately.
成績
Oh, I
です
thought his
か
grades were impeccable.
幸福市の私
He was
立高校
applying
に
to a
志望して
selective
いた
private high school. You
厳し
need
い状
top
態だっ
marks,
た
and
よ
he
うだ
wasn't there.
今のままなら志望
His
校を
homeroom
変更
teacher
すること
said
も
that
考
he
え
should
た方
consider
がいい
other schools if his
担任
grades
の
don't
先生は
improve.
おっしゃったそう当の本人は
But
ケロッと
Asuki
して
didn't
たそう
seem
だ
concerned.
えそうなんですか
Really? A good student who suddenly doesn't care about getting good grades? That's interesting. Um,
中学生の考
yeah,
えている
well,
ことを
junior
理
high
解
kids
す
can
る
be a
の
bit
は本
unpredictable,
当に
can't
難し
they?
いだが
That's one of the
俺た
challenges
ち教
we
師は
face as
そこから
teachers,
逃
of
げちゃった
course.
大変なんでしょうね
It must be
中
tough
学
to
の
do
先
what you
生
do.
って
あ
Oh, it is.
だが教師
But teaching is my
俺
calling.
の天教師それは
Teachers
時に
are
聖
not
職者
unlike
とも呼ばれ
priests, one might say.
そうあれは俺が中学3年生の頃だったその時の恩師が俺に
When I was in my third year of middle school, one teacher said,
あーまた何か
Is
別
he
の話が
changing
始
the
まりそう
subject?
あの先輩
Excuse
佐
me,
々木君に
but
つい
do
て
you have any other
成
info
績以
about
外の
Asuki
話は
other than
何かあっ
his
たんでしょう
grades?
か
そうだな
No, that about
Yeah.
covers it.
これ事件に結びつ
I
く
don't
よう
have
な
any
話
other
は聞
info
かなか
that's
った
relevant to the case.
すまない
Sorry,
立
Tachibana.
花
いいえ先輩あり
Okay,
がとうござい
thank
ま
you.
した
Yeah, because priests like children.
成績のことは
Can we call him on Megami again? I would really like to clock him on Megami again.
成績が下がって誰かから恨まれ
Can't
る
imagine his
なんて
lower
ことはない
grades
だ
would
ろ
have caused anyone to want to kill him.
自殺
Unless he
と
killed
いうなら
himself.
話は
But
別
that's
だ
not what the police are saying
そういう
happened,
ことで
right?
はなさ
はい
That's
状
right.
況から見て
I can't share many
他殺である
details,
とし
but I
か
can
言いようがない
confirm
で
we're
すね
investigating a murder.
いや自殺だろうが他殺だろうが
Well, whatever happened,
佐々木
poor
は二度
Asuki
と
is
戻
gone
ってこない
forever.
これが現実
That's
な
the
んだ
hand we've been dealt.
受け
There's
入れ
nothing
る
we can do but accept it and move
Nein.
forward.
先輩
なあ立花
So, Tachibana.
はい
Yes.
調査の方はどう
How's the investigation going overall? Not great. Some dipshit invited me out to coffee to just tell me the kid's grades slipped a little bit. Oh, that was you.
君も知っての通り
As you
俺
know,
は佐々木の事件
Isuki's
で大い
murder
に
has
心
shaken
を
me
痛
to
め
my
て
core,
何か進展があっ
so
た
I'm
ら
desperate to hear
差
if
し
you've
支
made
えのない範囲
progress.
で
Can
話
you
を聞
share
かせて
any
ほしい
details with me?
それは無理なことなのかな
It's not too much to ask, is it, Tachibana?
実は調
Afraid
査
I
が
don't
ほ
have good
とんど
news.
進んでいません
We haven't
佐
made
々
much
木英介君
progress.
という男の子は
The thing about Asuki,
先輩もおっしゃる通
he's
り
just a normal kid,
悪
like
い
he
評
said
判
before.
は全くありません
Didn't have any obvious problems or
で
drama.
ただ
Yet. Hmm?
事件当日
It's just that on the same day he was
帰宅
killed,
した佐々木君の様子
he
が
was supposedly
明らかに
acting
おかしかったよ
strangely.
うなんです。
事件の
Is that right?
当日。
何があったの
Of
か
course, his family's
ご
still
家
in
族
shock.
にもわからない
They
ま
have
ま
no
だそう
idea
で
what
す。
might have been going on. Fukuyama?
先
ああ、すまない。
I'm sorry.
ちょっと
I
考
was
え
just lost
事
in
をして
thought.
しまって。
Oh?
話してくれてありがとう。
Thank you for
立花
sharing, Tachibana.
俺にできること
I'll
な
do
ら
whatever
何
I
でもす
can
る
to
よ。
help.
さ
Let's keep
あ、
talking,
話の
shall
続
we?
きをしようじゃないか。何が聞きたいのか
What
な
are you thinking about?
福山先輩って不器用だけど、生徒に
Fukuyama's a bit
思う気持
awkward,
ちが本
but
物
I
な
do
の
think his
ね。
feelings for his students are genuine,
先輩のできる範
Seems
囲
like
で
he's doing
頑
the
張って
best he
くれた
can.
みたいだし、
and he shared everything he
佐
knows
々
about
木君の
Suki.
そういえば
Still, there was
福山
another
先輩
student
の
who
ク
was
ラス
good
の生
friends
徒
with
で
Suki in
佐
Fukuyama's
々木君、
class.
森本めぐみさんって子、
I'm thinking of
学
Megumi.
校できてる
I
の
wonder
か
if
し
she's
ら。
back at school. She was
事件以来
absent
休
following
ん
the
でる。
murder. Yes. Let's watch him squirm about Megumi again.
先輩、森本めぐみさんのことなんですけど。
About Megumi. Hmm?
森本めぐみに関する質
What do you
問
want
を
to
し
know
ている
about
わけだ
Megumi?
な。立
I
花
don't know anything, Tachibana. I remember when I thought I was clever to have noticed that he was freaking out about Megumi, but then the game made it super obvious he was freaking out about Megumi, and I, like, lost the feeling of cleverness. The problem with that games like this run into, is, like, when they start to really point things out, you do kind of lose out on those moments of being, like... Because, like, the first initial sign when you mention Megumi... I mean, it's not, like, super hard to figure out, but his eyes, like, dart to the left, and he's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. And then the game, like, makes it a very big deal of, like, oh my god, he freaks the fuck out about Megami, and so you feel less clever after the fact, I feel like. I think I would have preferred if the game kind of, like, left this, like, unsaid for a while. But, like, I mean, here, now, it's, like, super obvious. And now, but it, like, upon reflection, now, too, it also almost makes Ayumi seem dumber. Because she's like, I wonder if he's weird about Megami. But now, when you ask him about Megami again here, he's like, huh? What? I don't know anything about her. Okay. I'm just wondering if she's okay. You know, because she's been absent since the murder.
彼女は
Well, like you said, Megumi's been absent, so
あれ以
I
来休んだ
wouldn't
ままな
know.
のだ。
そうなんですか。
It's worrisome, isn't it?
それ、
ああ、
Yes,
とても
I'm
心
very
配だ。
worried.
佐々木の話は
Is that all we have to say about Azuki?
だってもうないって
you
さ
said
っ
earlier
き
there's
おっしゃ
nothing
っ
more
た
to
じゃない
share.
ですか。
森本は俺のクラスの
Did you know that Megumi is my class representative? I can't remember if I told you that.
この前も
はい、お聞
Yeah,
きしま
I
した。
heard.
学級委員が
Must be
休んだ
challenging
ま
for
ま
you
だ
to not have her
と
there,
何かと
since
困る
she's
で
the
しょう
class
ね。
representative and all.
ああ
Yes, it's been extremely stressful.
おい
Extremely stressful, huh?
佐々木のことが告げられた朝礼
The
があった
day
日
that they announced
登
Tsuki's
校してい
death
な
to
かった森
students,
本は
Megumi was not there.
今日になっても
And she
全く
hasn't
登
been
校
back
してこないんだ。
since. Oh, are they reversing now? So, like, every murder of a young girl had a boy go missing after. Are we now going to say that after the murder of a boy, a young girl has gone missing? Are we doing cycles? Are we doing parallels now?
佐々木と仲が良
She
かっ
was
たってこ
close
と
with
だから
Azuki, so it must have
か
been
な
a
りの
terrible
ショックだ
shock.
ったに違いない
I'm worried about her.
森本のこと
I'm worried about Megumi.
俺はとても心配
Can
なん
we
だ
do a wellness check on her home? Like, can we ask about her?
森本のこと俺はとても心配なんだ
めぐみさん、
Megumi's continued absence is worrying. They told us at yesterday's morning assembly. I was shocked.
昨日の朝礼
They
で
announced that he died at the morning assembly. I couldn't believe my ears.
あれ生徒たちは
That morning assembly on the day Suki's body was found seems key.
佐々木くんの
Of
事
course,
件を
that's when they
知
told
っ
the
た
students what
福
happened.
山先輩の
But
話だと
Fukuyama is saying that
森本
Megumi
さんは
wasn't at school that day.
先輩の勘違
Did
い
he mean
かしら
Or did he misspeak?
先輩
Fukuyama? Yes, what's up?
立花
先輩は
You said Megumi
森
has been
本さん
absent
が
since before the
佐々
morning
木くんの
assembly,
ことが
right?
告げられ
あ
Yeah, that's right. That's why I
だから
haven't seen
何
her
日も
for
姿
days,
を見ていな
Tachibana.
い子
でも
But students learned about Asuki's death on the
佐々
same
木く
day
んが
he was
発見
found,
された
right?
当日の朝礼で じゃあ森本さ
So
ん
her
は
absence didn't have
佐
anything
々
to
木
do
く
with
んのことと
Asuki.
関係
At
な
least
く
that day's
休んでたっ
absence,
て
right?
ことです。何か別の理由
Was
が
there
あ
some
った
other reason she was gone?
おおなるほど
Yeah,
そ
I
うかもし
see.
れないな
You really are a sharp
さす
detective
が
now,
は
Tachibana.
探偵だ
でも
I'm not sure. Hmm?
どう
I
して
wonder why.
うん
Hmm?
森本さんがその朝礼そわそわしている
He
よう
looks
に
so anxious.
先輩
Why
森
does he
本さん
tighten
の
up
こと
when
を
we
聞
talk
くと
about Megami?
落ち着かなく
He
なる
did
の
this the
ね
other day, too.
うん
What are you looking at? Oh. Hmm?
福山先輩
Fukuyama? Yes, ma'am.
私
I have a strange feeling.
何か変だと
Something's
思っ
off.
てたんです
That's the
先輩って
detective work
森
going
本
for
め
you.
ぐみさんの話題になると
Yeah, the music has a bad habit in this game of not fitting tonally, I will admit. There's not like enough dark tracks in the game.
いつもそわそ
You
わ
seem
し
to
て
tighten up and get
落ち
anxious
着きがな
anytime
く
I
なり
bring
ま
up
すよ
Megami.
ね
Am I wrong? Is
そ
that
う
what
見え
it
るの
seems
か
like? No,
Yeah.
that's not it. I don't feel that way.
先輩
About
What?
Megami. What?
森本めぐ
Did
みさん
she
は
somehow
朝
know
礼
about
より
Asuki's
前に
death
佐
before
々
the
木く
morning
んのこと
assembly?
知ってたんじゃそれって
If
つま
so,
り
it would mean Megami knows the killer.
めぐみさんの知り合いが
Was Asuki killed by
佐
someone
々木く
Megami
ん
knew?
なんて考えるのは
It's a pretty big
今
leap
の
to
段階
assume
じ
that.
ゃどんな可能
I
性で
shouldn't
も
rule
排
out
除す
any
べきではな
possibility.
い
Mr.
とい
Utsuki
う
is
のは
always warning us to
先生
consider
も
everything.
じゃあ
But
めぐ
what's
み
the
さ
most
んは
likely
どうやっ
reason
て
she
佐
knew
々木
about
く
Asuki's
ん
death?
も
Could
し
it have
かし
something
て
to do
先
with
輩が
Fukuyama?
福山先輩
Yes. God, this conversation's like dragging out, bro.
学級委員の森本
You
さん
must
に
have
は
told Megami about
先に知
Asuki
らせた
before
方
the
が
rest
い
of
い
the
っ
class,
て
since she's the
先輩
representative.
考えたんじゃないですかそのせいで佐々
Unfortunately,
木君
telling
と
her
特に
first
仲が良
isolated
か
her
った
from
森
the
本
others,
さんは
leaving her
一
alone
人
to
で
face
残
the
酷な
cruel
事実と
reality.
向き合うこと
I
にな
mean,
り
that doesn't seem like the thought process because it doesn't really leave her alone. I mean, everyone found out like later that same day. She's not really alone. She just knew for like an hour or two in advance. Right?
先輩が思う以上に強いショックを受けてし
She
まっ
must have
て
taken it very
朝
hard.
礼の日から
That's
登
probably
校
why
でき
she
なく
hasn't
なっ
been
て
back
し
to
まっ
school
た
since.
その結果
And you're feeling
先
guilty
輩は
about
森
it.
本さんに罪
Am I right
悪
about
感を
any of
覚え
this?
ている違いますか
違うよ
No.
いくら俺だって
I would never do
そ
something
んな
so
勝手なこと
selfish.
す大地
First of
俺
all,
たち
we
教師だって
teachers didn't know about
佐々木の
Asuki's
事件
death
を知っ
until
た
the
のは
moment before the
朝礼
assembly.
の前もって知ら
It
せ
would
る
have
って
been
いう
impossible
の
to
は
let her know in advance.
無理があるよ。
Oh,
そうだったんですね
I'm sorry for speculating
ご
like
めんな
that.
さい
いいんだ、立
It's
花。
alright, Tachibana.
そうやって
That's
疑
what being
問
a
をもとに
detective is
推
all
理をす
about,
る
isn't
の
it?
が探偵とい
Asking
うものなん
questions
だ
and。speculating.
俺が教師であるように、
Just like I was meant to be a teacher,
君は
I'm
探
meant to be a
偵だって
detective,
ことだ。
Tachibana. Yeah?
わ
ありがとうござい
Yeah, thank you.
どう
You're welcome.
じゃあ
So then,
森本さんは
why do you
どう
think
してその
Megami
朝
would have
礼
been
の当
absent
日
the day of
欠
that
席
morning
だったん
assembly?
ですか？
え、あ、
Oh,
あ
she was out sick.
体調が
Her
良くない
family called that morning,
ご
let
家
me know.
族から連絡。
そういうことか。
I see.
そういうことだ。
It's really what it was.
でも
Wonder if her family was telling the
本当にそう
truth.
先輩は森
Since
本
you're
さ
her
んの
homeroom
担任な
teacher,
んですよ
have
ね。
you checked up on her
様子を
since
見
she's
に
been
行
out?
かれたり。
いや、
No,
していないよ。
I'm
な
afraid
か
I
なか家
haven't.
に訪ねて行きづらくて。
It's difficult for me to visit at her house.
ん
Huh?
森本が早く登
I
校
hope
できる
Megami
ようにな
comes
って
back
ほ
to
しい。
school soon. She's in my
今はそれ
thoughts.
だけだよ。
I feel like we're not pressing him hard enough on this.
驚いた。もう
It's
こんな
gotten
時
so
間じゃな
late.
いか。
Time flies when you're having good conversation, right? I wouldn't know, because we're not having good conversation.
立花、君には悪いが。
Anyway, I hate to leave now, but I'm
待ってい
afraid
る
my students are waiting for me.
もちろん、名残惜しいのは
I'm
分
sure
かっ
you
て
could
いる
chat
ん
all
だから
day, but
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
I'll have to get going.
すまない。
My apologies.
はい。じゃあ行きましょう
Okay.
か。
Let's get going.
話を聞かせてもらったんだから。
I'll pick up the
この
check
感情は
since
こっち
Fukuyama
がし
took
な
the
きゃ。
time to meet with me.
Fukuyama 先輩って
He really changed his all. Or he really hasn't changed at all. That same old Fukuyama. What are you chuckling about?
君とゆっくり話せて
Anyway, it was nice
俺も
talking
嬉し
to
かっ
you.
た。
I really mean that.
はい。
Yes,
私
you
もです。
too.
でも
But
めぐみさんの
the
ことを
way
聞
he
いた
looked
時
when
の
the
先
topic of
輩の様
Megami
子
came up, I'm still a bit curious. The creepy jingle took place.
俺は行かなきゃならないんだ。翼先輩。俺は行かなきゃ。
Wait, so the creepy jingle took place and now nothing's happening after that?
落ち着ける先輩お酒いつの間にか全部飲んで話を聞かせても
Ah, forget it. Let's just take the bill, I guess.
先輩ありがとうございましたここは
おいおい、
Oh,
俺に
come on,
恥
you
を
make
か
me
かせ
look
たいのかな
bad.
でも
Well,
君は後
after
輩。
all, you were once my underclassman, and I am
先輩で
my
す
senpai.
だな。
That's right, and that's that.
調査に協
Listen,
力を
I'm
して
really
いただ
grateful
いた
for your
上
help
に
with the investigation and for taking the time, but
いいんだ、立花。
not another word, Tachibana. What am I again?
先輩で
My
す
senpai.
じゃ
Guess
あ
I'll let it go.
オーケー。
Okay.
俺のオアシスに来てくれてありがとう、立花。
Thanks for meeting me at my milk tea oasis, Tachibana.
やっぱり近い
He's standing way too close.
先輩ごち
Of
そうさま
course,
でした
I should thank you, Fukuyama. For what?
それと貴
Not
重
just
な
for
情
tea,
報を
but
あ
for the
りがとう
valuable
ございました
information. What info?
調査に役立てますね
I'm sure it will help our investigation.
立花の役に
That's
立った
great
ん
to
なら
hear.
何よりだよ。
Call me anytime.
これから
I'm
だって
always
喜
happy
んで
to
協
help.
力するぞ。
本当ですか？
Yeah, I take you up on that.
なあ、立花。
Hey, Tachibana.
はい。
Yes.
その頼りになる福山
Can
さ
an
ん。
old
次
senpai
はいつ
see
会
his
える
underclassman again, eh? Tachibana?
次、
Again?
先輩がまだ何か
Does
を
that
調
mean
べ
you'll
てく
continue
れ
digging
る
up
って
info with the
こ
school?
となんですか？
Yes, of
もちろん
course.
そうだ。
I'll look into anything
何
you
をか
want.
というと、
ありがとうご
Great,
ざいま
thank
す
you.
先
Look into
輩。
Megami for me. Bye.
あ、でもお仕事大変なんですよ
I know
ね。
your job is
やっ
stressful.
ぱり
I don't
今
want
日
to
の
add more.
話で十
What
分
you
です。
told me is enough.
立花。
Tachibana,
確
yes,
かに
I'm
俺はい
busy,
つも
but
南第三
you
中学
know,
校
I have
の
the
教師
unique
の俺にしか
privilege
で
of
きな
being
いことで
close to the kids at the
あ
junior
る
high.
生徒たちからも
And as time
いずれ
goes by
話を聞く必
and
要があ
feelings are
る。
less raw, I'm sure I'll have conversations about what happened.
そこに
I
何
can
らか
certainly
の謎
imagine
が
one
隠
of
され
them
てるかも
through
しれないじゃ
providing
ないか。
information that helps unravel the mystery.
森本めぐみさんが休んでい
You
る。
mean like the real reason Megami hasn't been coming to school? Yeah. That too.
立花、
You've got to understand,
俺は佐々
Tachibana.
木のために
I want to
でき
do
る限りの
anything
こ
I
とをした
can
いと
for
思ってい
Isuki.
る。そしてそれが
And if it helps you out as well, that's even
君
better.
の
ありがとうございます。
Thank you,
福山先
Fukuyama.
輩。
But you know what would really help me? Is knowing more about Megami.
いつでも俺に頼って
You
い
can
る。
always count on
立
me.
花後輩、
I'll be in touch.
また連
Okay?
絡するよ。
はい。
That
よろ
would
し
be
くお
great.
願いします。
気をつけて帰るんだぞ
Have。a safe trip
Tachibana.
home, Tachibana.
ものすごい勢いで走ってっちゃった。
Well, he rushed off, full of excitement.
ただいま。
I'm back.
あゆみちゃんおかえり。何か
Hey,
な？
welcome back. Can I get you something to drink?
実は帰りに可愛い缶
On
の
the way
ミルクティー
here,
を
I
見つけ
stopped
た
and
ん
picked
だ
up a few cans of milk tea.
また
Oh,
ミル
more
クテ
milk
ィー。
tea.
Huh?
Well, this is a new brand. You like milk
ミ
tea,
ルク
don't
ティー
you?
好きだ。
うん、
Yeah,
大丈
it's
夫。
just.
ありがと
I'm fine for now. Thanks.
う。ね、それ
Anyway,
より昨日の
tell me
調
about
査
how
の
things
話
went yesterday.
聞かせて。
あ、そう
sure.
だね。
Let me see.
僕は約束通り
I told Ayumi everything I learned about the
Kuze-san
Kuze
兄弟
siblings and their
のことを話した
history.
久世さんのご兄弟に
Oh, I
そ
didn't
んな
realize
過
they
去
had
が
a
あった
history
なん
like
て。
that.
それで
What else did you
No.
learn? Did you get any more
18年前
details
の
about
事
the
件に
case
つ
from
いて
18 years ago?
何か。
図書館で
Yeah, I
連
looked
続
up
少
tons
女
of
殺
articles
人
about
事
the
件を
serial
調べてみた
girl
んだけ
murders at
ど
the library.
やっぱり紙
I was
袋
able
の
to
ことは
confirm that the victims
どの
being
記事でも
found with
触れら
paper
れてい
bags
なか
on
っ
their
たよ。
heads was never reported.
ただいろいろと調べ
However,
ていく
after a lot of
と
digging,
最初の事件に不
I've
可
even
解な点がい
identified
く
a
つ
few
かあること
aspects
に
of the
気づい
first
た。
case that had me puzzled.
重要参考
For
人として
instance,
2
there
人
were
の
two
人物
persons
が
of
上がってい
interest
た
that
も
were
のの
mentioned,
いずれも死亡もしくは
but one of them is
行方
dead
不
and
明
the
だ
other
っ
is
た
missing. Oh,
1人目は被
one
害者
was
の
the victim's
橋
father,
爪彩香
who
の
died in a
父親
house
で
fire the day before his
彩香
daughter's
の
body
2
was
人目の
found.
彩香
The
と
second
親し
was
か
a
った
young
という
man
若
who
い
was
男
friends
は
with the victim.
アパ
He
ートの部屋
disappeared,
で
leaving
おび
only
ただしい結
bloodstains.
婚後2人は
But we
彩香
don't know
殺
to
害
what
の事件
extent
に
either
巻
of
き込
them
ま
was
れど
involved.
ちらかが
We
彩
can't
香
rule
を
out the
殺害
possibility
した
that
と
one
い
of them
う可
killed
能性
Ayaka.
も失踪した男が犯人なのかどうか
Could
は
the
分
missing
からない
man
の
have been
だ
the
し
killer?
同じような年頃
Or
の少
could it
女
have
の
been
中
someone
から
else who happened
異
to
常者
target
による
girls of a
無差
similar
別
age?
その線も
Either
確か
scenario
にあり
seems
そうよ
possible.
ね。
でもいずれにせよ
Well, one way or another.
橋爪彩香をは
We
じめ
still
と
have
する
three
3人の被害
victims,
者が
including Ayaka.
同様の
who were
紙
found
袋を
with
かぶっ
bags
て
in
な
their heads.
同一犯による犯行
It's
だ
got to
と
be the work of the same
Much.
killer.
当時の警察が全力で
Remember
捜
that
査
this
して
was a
も解決で
high-profile
きなかっ
case
た
that
事
the
件
police
なんだ
failed
か
to
ら。
solve despite all their efforts. I have to wonder what's the deal with the missing acquaintances to the victims. I agree. Definitely feels like we're gonna get into some supernatural stuff pretty soon, I feel like.
そう簡単に謎が
So
解
it
け
won't
る
be
とは思
easy
えない
getting
わ
to the
ね。
bottom of this case, but maybe the
佐
key
々木
is
くんの事
the
件と
connection between that
18年前
case,
の事件、
Isuki, and the legend of Emio,
エ
the
ミオが
smiling
つながる
man.
のかどうかよね。
そういえば
Speaking of
18
that,
年前の事件の被
I
害者
did
の
find
女
a
の子
common link
エ
between the
ミオ
older
に共通
murders
しそうな
and
情
the
報を
urban
見つけ
legend.
た2件目と3件
In
目の
both the
少女
second and third
い
murders,
ずれ
the
も
victims were
泣いてい
seen
る姿
crying
を目
shortly
撃さ
before
れて
they
いた
were
ような
killed.
んだ
Just like in the Smiling Man
やっぱり
legend.
何か関係がある
Maybe
のか
there
しら。
really is a connection.
地道に粘り強く
Let's
調査
stay
していきま
focused
しょ
and
う。
keep after it, okay?
そうだね。そ
Absolutely.
れに久世
I
誠
do
さんの
wonder if
失
the
踪も
disappearance of
何ら
Makoto
かの
was
形
also
で
related.
僕たちの役割は
I guess it's our job to find out.
あゆみちゃんの調査結果を聞こ
私は福山
Well,
先輩から
I had a
話
good
を聞
long
いて
chat
きた
with
わよ。
Fukuyama.
う。うん。
Ah, and
どうだ
how'd
っ
it
た
go?
成績優秀
Among
な
other
佐々木くん
things,
の
he
成
mentioned
績
that
が
Suki's grades
最
had slipped
近
lately.
落ちて
成績
Is that so?
死亡してい
It even
る私
sounds
立
like he
高
might have
校
had a
の
hard
進
time
学
getting
が
into
厳
the
しい
private
ほど
high
だった
school
ら
he
しいんだ
wanted.
けど、佐々木くん本人は
But he also
気にして
said
い
that
ない
Asuki
様子だっ
himself
たんだ
didn't
っ
seem
て。
particularly troubled by it.
先輩に考
Also,
えがあって、
Fukuyama was
先
squirrely
生
about
方
talking
に
to
しか
other
話は
students.
聞かなかった
He's
み
only
たいだ
spoken
か
with
ら、
teachers so far.
今日分かったことは
I
これ
think
くら
that's
いか
about
し
it.
ら。
Oh wait,
佐々木くんと仲が
there's
良
one
かった
other
って
thing
い
about
う
Asuki's friend.
森本めぐみ
I'm
って
talking
いう
about
生徒
Megumi.
の欠席が
Anyway, apparently she's been absent from school for a while now. I think it's kind of making, at this point, it's making Ayumi seem dumb that she's not, like, more suspicious of the fact that he's, like, really weird about this Megumi girl. Like, I think this is a big fucking deal, and she's just like, he's kind of weird about it. Like, it's just... It's weird that she keeps glossing over it. I don't know if they want that to be some kind of twist. It's a big deal. Something's up with that. Quit glossing over it.
彼女、
In
佐々木
fact,
くんが発
Megumi
見
hasn't
さ
been
れ
to
た日か
school
ら
since
登
the
校
day
して
that
いないん
Asuki
だっ
died.
て。先生方や
But
生
it's
徒たちは
strange,
みんな
because the
その
teachers and
日の
students
朝
learned about
事
his
件を
death
知っ
that
たっ
morning.
てことだから。
当日は
So you're saying
別
she
の
was
理由
already
で欠
absent that
席し
day,
た。
but for other reasons.
そうなの。
That's right.
誰か
I
が
thought maybe
事
someone could
前
have
に
told
事
her
件の
about
こ
the
とを
situation
伝
in
えたのが
advance,
今のところ
but it
そ
doesn't
の可
seem
能性は
particularly
低いみた
likely.
いなのよね。やっぱ
Maybe
り
she was actually
た
just
ま
sick.
たま体調が悪かった。
確かに
Maybe, but I am curious.
そ
Yeah.
れじゃあ
Let's
今日
review
分
what
かっ
we've
たこと
learned
につい
today.
て
そうだね
Good
そうしよう
idea.
か
Let's do it.
推理してみましょう。
I don't feel like I need to review this much.
今日の調査で分かったこと。
何？
That's
ゆみ
not
ちゃ
who
ん
I
目
meant
の
to
前にい
call.
るんだし。
Can we call Mr. Itsugi? Have you found anything out? Mr. Itsugi?
先生
Nope. Okay.
最近の佐々木
It
君
seems
は
as though Itsuki has been
I don't
having a few
know.
problems lately involving getting into school.
志望校を
His
諦め
grades
な
had
きゃ
slipped
なら
to
な
the
いほど
point that he was at risk of not getting into a top school,
そうね。
but he was supposedly
表面上は
unbothered about
悩んで
that.
いる様子
I
は
don't
な
know.
か何にせよ
In any case, I'm
殺
not
人事
sure how
件
it
の被
relates
害
to
者
him
にな
being
ること
murdered.
には
そして
Megumi and
佐
Itsuki
々
were
木
close
君佐々
friends.
木君の遺体が
But
発
she
見
stopped
され
coming
た
to
当
school
日
the
か
day
ら
that his body
登
was
校
found.
しなくな彼女が
Why
登
did
校
she
しなくな
stop
った
coming to school that very day? I guess because she must have known he was killed in advance. I feel like we just don't know.
佐々木君が亡くなったことを
But I guess we're
事前
running
に知っ
with
て
the
いたから
assumption
だ
that she did. I'm not sure
違
that's
うわ
right. Oh,
彼
okay.
女は
She's
学
been
校の
absent
先
since the
生
day
や生
that
徒が
teachers
初
and
めて
students
佐々木
learned
く
that
んの
Asuki
事件
was killed.
佐々木くんが亡くなった
It
こ
seems
とを
unlikely she
事
could have
前
known
に
about
知
it
ら
in
された可
advance
能性
somehow.
は
そうだったね
I mean, why not? Like, someone must have told the teachers, right? Like, unless they're one of the killers. Maybe she heard from a third party. Maybe she heard from the news. I mean, that random taxi driver knew. I don't know. I guess we don't know for sure.
今日分かったことはこれ
That's all
ぐ
the
らい
info
か
I
しら
gathered
まだ
today.
まだ分からないこ
There's
とだ
still a
ら
lot
け
of
だけど
unknowns, but I'm
二
sure
人
we
で
can work
力を
together
合わ
and
せて
solve
頑
the
張りまし
case.
ょうね。
そう
You're
だ
right.
うん
Mm.
ねえどうした
What's
の
up? Hmm?
何か考え
Looks
事
like she's deep in thought.
あゆみちゃんと
What's wrong?
あゆみちゃん
I'm sorry.
ご
What is
めん
it?
なさい。
なんだか考
It
え込んで
seemed
た
like you
よ
were
うだけど
spacing out there for a second.
気になることでもある
Something on your mind?
うん。
Yeah.
ね、森本さんに
There's
つい
something
て
about
もう一
Megami
つ
that I've been wondering about.
思い
Oh, what is it? Did you know she's missing?
実は前々からなん
It's
だけ
been
ど、
bugging me for a while now, but
先輩に森本
whenever
さ
her
んの
name
話を
comes
聞
up
こ
and
う
I'm
とする
talking to
と、
Fukuyama,
すっご
he
くそわ
gets
そわしたり、
anxious,
落
tightens
ち着か
up.
なくなったりするの。
Wow. I wonder if he's
何
hiding
か隠して
something.
わかんない。
I can't tell.
これまでも何度か
I
彼
asked
女
him
のことは
directly a
聞いて
number
み
of
てるけど、
times, but his answers feel a
い
bit
まいち
evasive.
手応えもな
Oh,
く
you
って。
think? You think he's being evasive? You just don't. That's a shock to me. If only we could talk to Megami in person.
うん。
Yeah.
ところで、
By the way,
明
do
日
you
の
have
予定は
plans
決ま
tomorrow?
ってるの？
僕は
I think
も
I'm
う一
going
度
to
図
the
書館に行っ
library.
て今度は
This time I
都
want
市
to do
伝
some
説につ
research
い
on
て調べ
urban
てみよ
legends. Why? Tsugi is doing research on urban legends. Go to the detective agency and talk to Ksui.
わかったわ。
Sounds good.
私は
As
そ
for
う
me,
ね。
I guess
佐々木くんや森本さ
I
んの
might
こと
just
は
need to wait for
先
more
輩から
info
の情
about
報を
Asuki
待っ
and
た方がいい
Megami
の
from
か
Mr.
も。
Fukuyama.
もう少し考えてみ
I'll
る
think
ね。
about it.
うよろしくね
Good idea. Thanks. There better not be another library chapter. The Paper Bag, Chapter 5. I do think this is the spot to end for the day.
よし図書館で都市伝説先生が
Let's head to the library. I know Mr. Utsugi is looking at Nizuka's angle, but I'm hoping to learn more about the Smiling.
現代の幽霊
I saw a book titled Modern Ghost Legends in the library. Maybe there's one all about urban legends. Yeah, it's been too much of a slow burn. Which I'm sure, like, I'm still not, like, bought out of the possibility that this will end in, like a very good manner that, like, brings it all together and makes the slow burn worth it. Right? Like, I mean, I was definitely very, like, after the first, couple chapters of Steins Gate, which I ended up loving, but like, you know, the first couple chapters are pretty slow, and I'm like, get to the fucking point, and then it happens, and you're like, that's when you fall in love with the story. And I'm not, like, worried that that won't happen, but I will say it's definitely, like, a slow burn so far. It feels like we're 4 chapters in, 6 hours of me reading, kinda, and, like, not really anything's happened. It looked like the game was gonna start out hot, and then it just kind of hits a wall. I think part of it is like, it almost feels like a recap would be better placed every other chapter, but I mean, I don't know if maybe they assume that people are going to be playing it like maybe a chapter a day or something. Maybe people aren't like marathoning through it like I am. We'll see. It's not the biggest deal. It's more of an annoyance than like a real critique. I do get a little bothered by the... It's almost really not worth mentioning. It's like being a big deal. Like, it's not going to stop me from playing. But yeah, I don't like that sometimes you have to like double click the text box to be like, hey, do you still have something to say about this? Like, hey, are you still going to talk to me about this topic? The chapters are short. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the chapters are probably about an hour apiece. And keep in mind, too, that this is also, like, we're going at a pace that's a bit slower than most people would be going, I feel like, because I'm reading them out loud. And I feel like, you know, you can read to yourself much faster. And also, I'm stopping to talk with things about, like, with chat, obviously, as we go. So I could definitely see the game just being like 10 hours, 9-10 hours if you're playing by yourself. But the stream time, it'll probably take us like 18-20 hours to get through the game. So I don't think we'll beat it tomorrow. I think we'll have to stream it a little bit next weekend, but I don't think it'll take like... I think it'll probably be like a 4 stream game. But I'm still hopeful for the mystery to pick up. I mean, I like mysteries. I like when everything comes full circle. So, I think we'll be in a good spot. But yeah, I think we'll call it here for today. I hope you guys remain interested and want to investigate through the murder mystery of the Smiling Man with me as we go through this adventure. Imagine you didn't save. You just now saved? Yeah, I just now saved. I mean, the Switch is a reliable console, the knock on wood, but I never feel like... I'm never worried about the Switch crashing, you know? Like, if I was playing on PC, yeah, I probably would have saved a bit more often, but I'm never worried about the Switch crashing. Like, Nintendo's games are always, like, so reliable. I'm never like, is it gonna work? Oh, here's my Nintendo friend code, by the way, for anyone that wants to add me. I always do this every, like, Nintendo game stream, but we did more or less 1/3 of the game, so not bad. Yeah. So, I mean, we still got a ways to go. I wish it wasn't so heavy-handed on the recap. Like I said, I feel like there's something to be lost when the game kind of, like, really holds your hand about some of the mysteries. Like, again, I thought I was clever at first for noticing, like, at least I feel like I at least noticed the Fukuyama being nervous about Megami, like, right away, which I feel like was good. But then the game was kind of like, hey, did you know Fukuyama's weird about Megami? Did you know? Hey, she's weird about it. And then I retroactively just felt like almost disappointed, like, oh, they were just going to tell me. So I do also worry that the game is going to, like, over-explain every mystery. I don't know. But then again, it's also better that they over-explain than under-explain. Because I also do get mad when games, like, have a mystery reveal that was, like, definitely not possible for you to solve, but is a mystery for the sake of being a mystery. So there's, like, a middle ground to hit there, and hopefully as the game progresses, maybe it's being very hands-on at the beginning of the game to, like, make you feel comfortable as you start, and then as we go, it'll, like, kind of let go of our hand a little bit. We'll see. I mean, we're gonna play through the whole thing. We're already 1/3 of the way through it, so we're gonna commit, and I hope you guys are along for the ride. We'll be back tomorrow night with more of The Smiling Man. I'm not saying the whole game title. The Smiling Man is the name of the game. If you want to see the whole journey with me and stay tuned for more fun games on the channel, The Answer, Metaphor, and Double Exposure are going to be my next big games, I feel like. But, yeah. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see those games on stream. Drop a like on the stream if you can. Help boost it in the YouTube algorithm for me. I always appreciate it. Join my Discord server if you want to talk about this game or any others after the streams. And yeah, that's it from me. Have a good night, everyone, and see you guys tomorrow.